Chapter 1. Test. Come on, Gray. The test will start soon. Martha's voice could be heard from downstairs. I'm coming, Mom. A boy's voice filled with excitement could be heard from upstairs. Before long, Martha heard the sound of running on the stairs. Take it easy, dear. You might hurt yourself, Martha said in a soft tone when she heard the rushed footsteps. A young boy about the age of 12 could be seen running down the steps with a flushed look. I'm ready, Mom. Let's get going before it starts. I want to get a good position on the list, Gray said with enthusiasm. Martha looked at him with a smile and helped arrange his hair before they left for the arena where the test will be held. Martha was a lady in her early 30s. She had fair skin and beautiful brown eyes, an oval-shaped face and shoulder-length blonde hair. In short, she was a breathtakingly beautiful woman, smiley face. Today was the day when the Academy Union did a test for the youngsters in this city to know their aptitude and which elements they were inclined to. This is a world of elementalists. Everyone has an element they are in tune with, and the academies help the people check what elements they are inclined with. Elementalists cultivate by absorbing their said elemental particles from the world to increase their realms. With each increase in realm, there is also an increase in lifespan. Everyone wants a long life, so they always work hard on cultivating. There are few people, though, who don't have an affinity with any of the elements, but they are very rare. Not being inclined with the elements, these said people tend to be outcasts anywhere they are as they can barely survive. Since they don't live long, they rarely have relationships with people also, except for their families. One can only check which elements he is compatible with after reaching the age of 12, but anything older isn't advised as the body is at its best state to start cultivating at that given age. But some do take the test later. You can get a cultivation technique after you get admitted into any of the academies, or if you are from a big clan, getting one wouldn't be hard. Okay, back to the story. The entire town was abuzz with activity as people could be seen coming out from almost every home, heading in the direction of arena at the eastern part of the city. The test is held every year, as a lot of kids reach the age of 12 every year. There are different places where the test could be taken, and big cities do have multiple centers for taking the test since they have more people. This city, though, well, it's not that big and only has about 20 participants taking the test each year. On getting to the arena, the stands were already filled to the brim with people, and the test had started already. Mom, look, they've already started. Now I'm going to be among the last people tested, Gray complained when he saw the test had already commenced. Martha looked at her son speechless. You were the one who took heavens know how long dressing up, yet I'm the one to blame because we came late. She was too lazy to reply to her son's statement. She looked around for the registration stand. Come on, let's go and get you registered, little man, Martha said as she walked towards the place for registration. A table and a chair were set up there, and also a man could be seen sitting on the chair taking down names. Hello, sir. I'm here to register my son for the test, Martha said towards the man sitting on the chair. Okay, what's his name and exact age? The man said politely. His name's Gray, and he is 12 years 2 months old, Martha replied. Okay, he will be the 16th person called up, the man said after taking down the details of Gray. Okay, sir. Martha turned and was about to leave with Gray. Currently, 3 people have already gone up to take the test. Just be prepared. If his name is called, and he doesn't come up the stage within 1 minute, he would be skipped and will have to wait till next year to have his test done. Okay. Thank you, sir. Martha thanked him sincerely before taking Gray with her as they looked for a place to sit. Now sit down and behave. Wait for your turn patiently, and don't get nervous, okay? Martha advised her son calmly. She knew how mischievous he can get. Although he causes a lot of trouble, she knew he was a sensible kid. While the mother and son duo were still talking, a loud voice could be heard from the platform. Jonas, Elemental Affinity Fire. Grade, Purple. The elder who took the test declared the result of the test loudly. The entire arena immediately went into an uproar when this result was announced. Did he just say purple grade? Oh my God! A purple grade appeared. The last time a purple grade appeared, all the big academies fought for who would admit him into their school. Talents are graded with colors, and there are 4 colors known to the people of the Chilean Empire, which are pink, orange, purple, and blue, with blue being the highest and pink the lowest. Pink and orange talent takes up the majority of the population, while the talented have purple and blue. There are rare cases of people who have multiple elements. It was said the Emperor of the Empire is a dual elementalist and also had a blue and purple grade respectively on each element. The Emperor is the strongest elementalist known to the public. The representatives of each academy immediately got into a heated argument on who would take Jonas as a student. Usually, after the result of a test is announced, the representatives discuss among themselves before one of the academies gets the kid. But in this case, none of the academies wanted to miss out on such a talented individual. Although the academies had a good relationship outside, they were still competing against each other. Cough, cough. Why don't you allow him to choose which academy he would like to enter as a student? The elder announcing the results couldn't allow the academies to lose face in front of the crowd, so he coughed lightly to draw the attention of the representatives before giving them a suggestion. The representatives quickly calmed themselves and looked at Jonas with eager looks. Jonas felt proud for attracting such attention from the representatives. Seniors, can I go talk with my parents before deciding on which academy I will join? Jonas asked respectfully. Yes, of course. Besides, the test is still ongoing, the representative said with a smile. Usually, they wouldn't have been so courteous towards anybody from such a small city, but the case was different for Jonas. Jonas was someone who will grow to be a powerhouse later in the future with his talent, so having a good relationship with him isn't bad, even if he will only be able to join one of the academies. Everyone looked at Jonas with envy. He was currently the center of attention in the entire arena. His current status has already risen to a new high, as even in the academy, he will be someone the academy will nurture greatly. Wow, a purple grade, Gray said with a tinge of envy while looking at Jonas, who was walking towards his parents with a smile on his face. Martha looked at Jonas also, surprised that someone with a purple grade appeared in this little city of theirs. Okay now, let's continue with the test, the elder shouted as he tried to restore order to the arena. The people in the arena quickly toned down the noise. The elder continued calling the names of the children on the list given to him. After getting to the 10th name, the elder called for a break. He used the opportunity to take the new list which had been made since some people came late. They decided to hold the test in this manner. After the 10 minutes break, the test continued. Quickly, it got to the 15th name on the list. Gray tensed up as it was soon going to be his turn. His palm became sweaty and his nervousness could visibly be seen. Calm down, sweetie. It will be all right, okay? Martha immediately held on to Gray's sweaty hands to help relieve the stress he was currently going through. Next up, Gray, the elder shouted the next name on the list. Everyone in the arena looked on with interest awaiting the boy whose name was called up. Chapter 2. Affinity 0. Gray nervously stood up from where he was seated and slowly walked towards the platform. When he got there, he couldn't help but look at everyone staring at him intently. Gray breathed heavily, trying to calm himself down. Step forward and place your hand on the stone. The elder in charge looked at Gray with a smile and told him to place his hand on what was used to do the test. Gray carefully observed the stone. It was quite an amazing thing, as it was what was used to check the elements people are compatible with, and also it checks their talents. Gray calmed his mind and stepped forward. He looked at the stone before gently walking closer to it and placing his hand on it. The stone felt cold when he placed his hand on it. Immediately, he placed his hand on the stone. He felt something moving out of the stone and passing through his hand into his body. Gray was slightly surprised by the feeling and instinctively wanted to take his hand off the stone. Don't move, it will be over soon. It was like the elder could read his thoughts and quickly whispered to him before he could take his hand off the stone. Gray stilled himself and let the strange energy run freely in his body. The energy moved from his hand before making a circle around every single part of his body. After circling 3 times, he felt the energy leaving his body the same way it came. When the energy left his body, he finally loosened up. The elder looked at Gray for some time before walking closer towards the stone. He stared at it profoundly before taking a look at Gray again. Place your hand on it one more time, he said to Gray. Gray was surprised by what the elder was doing. All the kids who had taken the test before him only did it once, and the elder would announce the result. How come his case was different? He couldn't refuse the order, so he placed his hand on it again. The audience was quite surprised on seeing Gray placing his hands on the stone again. What is going on? Why is that kid doing it again? Is there a problem with the stone? Some of the parents who brought their kids there started having doubts on witnessing Gray placing his hand on the stone and taking the test again. Martha just watched on without any emotions, like she knew this would happen already. Although deep down she felt sad, there was nothing she can do about it. He told her to make sure she took Gray to the test, and she couldn't refuse him, so she did. The process repeated itself. The elder got close to the stone again to look at it and was stunned again. He looked at the stone, then at Gray again before sighing. Sympathy could currently be seen in his eyes when he looked at Gray. Gray was taken aback by the way the elder was looking at him. He suddenly had a bad premonition. "Senior, what is the result?" Gray asked with a slightly shaky voice. "Gray, Affinity, 0, the elder announced the result loudly. Boom. It was like a bolt of lightning struck Gray. He stood there dumbfounded and just stared at the elder. What? 0 affinity? How can he not have any affinity? How is this possible? I've only heard of people who don't have any affinities with any elements, but haven't seen anyone before. So, there truly are people with no affinities. What a pitiful kid. How can he live without having any affinities? Scoff. He made us wait for nothing. I even thought he was something special, as the senior told him to take the test again. Who knew he didn't even have an affinity? Shocked voices could be heard from the audience, and there was also some with scorn. Some people are just prone to kicking a man when he is down. Sigh. Hopefully he doesn't break down, Martha said with a sad voice. Gray stood still amidst all the noise without any reactions. One word was reverberating in his head, currently, how? The representatives looked at the boy on the platform and felt sad for him. But since he was someone without any elemental affinity, he was not of much use to them. They looked at the elder in charge of the test and signaled him to continue with the test. They were eager for the test to end, as they were waiting for the decision Jonas will make. Get on with the test, elder. We don't have all day. The representative of the Starlight Academy urged the elder to go ahead with the test. Since Gray didn't have any affinity, he was no different from a cripple. Young boy, don't feel down. You might be a late bloomer. As some people don't awaken their elements on time, the representative of the Lunar Academy tried to console Gray. Although it was rarely seen, there have been times it had happened, but usually it rarely happens. Gray looked at the representatives. He couldn't reply to any of them, as he couldn't even process what was going on. He walked down from the platform like a lifeless zombie. He just walked straight, and even forgot to head back to his seat. This kid, Martha, worriedly went after him. She knew Gray was very cheerful, and this will definitely affect him. But she knew he will be able to walk out of the darkness with time. Next, the elder continued with the test, and everyone's enthusiasm was instantly reignited. Since the tragedy didn't happen to any of them, they couldn't really wallow in sorrow. Jonas looked at Gray's fading shadow without any emotion. He didn't feel anything towards him, as even if he had any talent, it didn't matter much to him who had purple talent. As a child, he has always set his sights very high, and now things have already started to click as he envisioned. The test went on normally and soon ended. After the test was completed, Jonas went over to the representatives to tell them his decision. He joined the Starlight Academy as it was publicly regarded as the leaders of the Academy Union. In public opinion, the Starlight Academy was known as the strongest, and Jonas wanted the best for himself. A lot of events took place in the test today. First, a purple talent appeared, and then a person with no elemental affinity also appeared. The news of what happened in the test quickly spread around the city. When the people staying in the city heard of Jonas, they were awed by the fact that he had a purple talent. But Jonas wasn't the only one who became famous after the test. Gray's name also became widespread since he was someone without any elemental affinity. It was later announced that Jonas joined the Starlight Academy and immediately left with the representative of the Academy. Knock, knock. Gray, can I come in? Martha knocked on the door that led to Gray's room. She waited for some time and didn't get any response. She opened the door and walked in. She saw Gray lying on his bed, staring at the ceiling. Gray, Martha called out softly. Why? Why did this happen to me? Gray asked with a croaked voice. Martha felt pained on seeing her son like this. This wasn't anything she would wish anyone to go through. In a world where elementalists reign supreme, having no affinity is the same as being a cripple. I don't know, dear, but you have to be strong. You remember what your dad said to you before leaving, right? Martha said while caressing Gray's cheek. Yes, he said I should never give up on myself. Even when the world does. He said I should always stand tall and stay strong, Gray replied, but without much firmness in his voice. I know my son is the greatest. Martha looked at Gray lovingly. Gray knew his mother was trying to cheer him up, but still, whenever he thought of how he was going to live without any elements, he felt sadder. Gray, remember this. What makes you different makes you special. You are unique from the rest of the world. I'm not saying this just to cheer you up. I'm saying this because I know the child I gave birth to was not meant to live an ordinary life. You will reign above all. Only you shall be at the top, and no one shall be your equal. Martha looked at her son in his eyes and said with all seriousness, what makes you different? Makes you special? That statement kept repeating itself in Gray's head, and he started seeing the light in the darkness which he had fallen into. Although a little, it was something that will help him leave his current state. Martha was happy when she noticed he had some reactions to her words. She went over to her room and dropped on the bed crying. She was only being strong in front of her son, as she wanted him to pull himself together soon. I know you said it was for his future, but why must you make him through this? She said angrily while looking out the window. No mother wanted to see her child downcast. She felt bad on seeing his reaction when the result was announced. Somewhere far away. Sigh. He must have already reached 12 by now. Time sure does fly fast. I wonder how he would react after finding out. I hope Martha can talk him out of his bad mood. Not only that, but I also miss them, a voice said, filled with longing. Chapter 3. Awakening. On a rocky patch in the forest northwest of Red City, a young boy could be seen, with his hands on his knees while in a standing position, panting heavily. Sweat dripped from his chin as he bent, exhausted. When he raised his face, a stunningly handsome face could be seen. He had short black hair and an inverted triangular-shaped face. He had bow-shaped lips with beautiful black eyes. His skin was toned from being in the sun for too long each day. He measured 5'7" in height and has a slender body, adding his chiseled-like muscles. Further made physique just amazing. Any girl will fall heads over heels for him. Gray stood up and looked at his hands, which looked rough for someone his age. It has been 3 years since the day of the test. After wallowing in sadness for some time, he was able to pick himself up. One day during dinner, Martha suggested he should start training his body since there was no way he could hone at using the element which would in turn keep him healthy. At first, he rejected the idea, but after multiple convincing from Martha, he finally decided to try it out. Gray took up the idea and started training ever since. It has been 3 years already. He had forgotten just how many times he had trained himself so hard he couldn't stand up. He has always been a determined person, so he decided if he couldn't cultivate, he will pour all his energy into honing his body. Besides, spending his time here helps him escape from the reality of what happened to him. Well, that should be it for today. I better get back before it gets dark. Gray immediately rushed home before his body would give up on him after the rigorous training. He always tries to surpass himself every day he heads out to train. Red City. Mom, I'm home, Gray shouted as he opened the door and walked into the house. Gray immediately smelled a great aroma coming from the kitchen as he walked in. Okay, dear, go freshen up. Dinner will be done shortly. Martha's voice came from the kitchen. Okay, Mom, Gray replied as he went to take a warm bath. He always baths warm water after training as it helps wear down the fatigue. But nothing beats a good night's sleep. 10 minutes later, Gray came downstairs and saw a wonderful sight on the table. Martha prepared his favorite food. How was your training today? Martha asked while inviting Gray over to have his meal. It was okay. I was able to go 30 minutes more than my usual time, Gray stated proudly. Did anything strange happen today? Martha asked Gray curiously. No, Mom. You always ask me this question every time I tell you I surpassed my previous records in training. Gray couldn't help but ask. Martha has asked him this question frequently lately, and it was sort of making him worried. Will something happen to me if I hone my body too hard? Gray was starting to get scared. Elementalists don't hone their body, the elements do it for them. But the result is different from honing the body. His body is stronger than most elementalists of his age because of how much he had honed it. Nothing, dear, Martha replied. Why isn't it happening yet? Could it be that he hasn't met the requirements? He said it should awaken after he clocks 15 years old, It has already been 5 months now. Martha couldn't help but begin to worry about her son's future. She hid it to herself, though, and didn't show any visible reactions. Gray looked at her suspiciously before focusing back on his meal. After dinner, he spoke with Martha for some time before he went to his room to rest. Gray didn't have any friends anymore since the test. He was abandoned by everyone, and they all avoided him like he was a plague. Whenever he experiences this, he felt hurt. He was still young, so this definitely had a huge impact on him. Martha has been his support. She makes sure she accompanies him as much as she could and always encourages him. Gray grew as time went on and was able to put everything behind him. His situation made him find comfort in reading when he's alone. Gray continued his daily routine, and quickly another month went by without any major thing happening. On a particular day, Gray was in the forest doing his usual training routine. He suddenly started feeling hot and sweating more than usual. He felt maybe it was because of his training and decided to take a short rest to calm his temperature. He got hotter as time went on and also sweated more. "What's happening to me?" Gray started panicking because of what was taking place. He immediately packed his things and ran home as fast as he could. Gray is faster than most people because of his training. Only some wind and lightning elementalists will have an edge over him in terms of speed. And his stamina was also high, so he had no problem sprinting a long distance. When he got home, he immediately pulled all his clothes and jumped into cold water. The hotness in his body continued getting hotter, and it got to the point he couldn't bear it anymore. He screamed in pain for some time before passing out. Huge changes were currently going on in his body, and his body began automatically absorbing the elemental particles in the surrounding. His body was like a black hole as it absorbed the elements greedily. His toned skin started reverting to his usual fairness, and his rough palm also turned as smooth as a baby's palm. By the time he woke up, it was already late in the evening, and he noticed he was fully dressed in his bed. "Who dressed me up?" That was the first question that entered his mind on seeing his condition. He looked around confused by everything that happened. He managed to sit up. He walked downstairs after some time and saw Martha sitting quietly on a chair. She raised her head and looked at Gray with a big smile when she noticed him coming down. "Mom, were you the one who dressed me up?" Gray asked the most important question on his mind after seeing her. Gray felt embarrassed because he remembered being fully naked when he passed out. Martha was taken aback by the question. She couldn't believe the first thing Gray said after waking up was who dressed him up. "I have no idea," Martha replied as she looked at Gray with eyes saying, "Do you live in this house with someone else? Try asking that question again, and I'll beat you up." "He is actually embarrassed because I dressed him up. I'm his mother." This kid, Martha thought wryly. When Gray heard her reply, he wanted to talk more, but when he saw the look in Martha's eyes, he quickly swallowed his words. He knew just how scary she could be if she got angry. "Gray, what happened to you? Why were you unconscious when I came back?" Martha asked worriedly. "I don't know, Mom. I suddenly started feeling hot during training. I rushed home and took a cold bath, but the hot feeling didn't stop. Instead, it increased. I passed out shortly after." Gray recounted everything that happened before he passed out, omitting the part where he screamed like a baby. He still wanted to keep his pride in front of his mother. Martha immediately fell into deep thoughts when she heard this. She glanced at Gray before getting up and walking towards the kitchen to get dinner for him. As she walked past him, she froze in the spot and looked at him again from head to toe. Gray was surprised by his mother's abrupt behavior and started feeling scared, thinking his mother was angry. "Gray, did you notice the changes in your skin?" Martha asked. She clearly remembered how he looked in the morning. Gray didn't really take note of the change in his skin and looked at it. He was dumbstruck by what he saw. How is this possible? He looked at his skin and his eyes drifted to his palm. Martha looked at him more shocked. How can his skin color change so suddenly? P.S. The book will have a medieval setting, as some might think it's modern. Chapter 4. Cultivation. Martha kept staring at Gray, happiness clearly seen on her face. "Mom, what's going on?" Gray inquired. "He was right. He's lucky he didn't lie to me." Martha was ecstatic. "Who was right, Mom? What's going on?" Gray was nervous because of his mother's current strange behavior. "Your father," Martha said happily. "Dad?" Gray raised his brow, clearly still confused about everything that was going on. "Yes, Gray, your father. He told me when you turned 12 years old, If you go for the test, there was a possibility you wouldn't awaken your element, Martha slowly explained to her son. Wait, he knew I wouldn't have any affinity with any of the elements? The confused Gray asked. Well, it can't really be said new. But, yes, he did. According to the scroll, it would have to stay inside of you for 15 years. Martha continued. Inside me? I don't get it. Did he put something inside me? Gray still wasn't comprehending what was going on. Yes, baby, as a newborn, you had a lot of health issues, and no matter what I tried, you didn't get any better. Your father came back from one of his adventures, and seeing how unhealthy you were, he also tried his everything he could, and even took you to the best healers he knew. But unfortunately, nothing worked, Martha slowly started explaining. So, how was I cured? Gray asked curiously. He never knew he had health problems as a newborn. A pearl? Martha said. A pearl? How does a pearl cure someone? Gray asked, still confused. I'm getting to it. Martha smiled and recounted what happened to her son. During one of his father's adventures, he accidentally stumbled upon a ruined ancient temple. He saw a pearl with myriad colors rotating slowly in the middle of a hidden room of the temple. Beneath the rotating pearl was a scripture. After reading it, he was astounded by the information it contained. He quickly kept the pearl and the cultivation technique. Yes, cultivation technique. What he thought to be a scripture was a cultivation technique. He remembered the feeling he got from the pearl and was certain it wasn't fake. The description of the cultivation technique was unique. It stated that once one assimilates with the pearl after 15 years, they would be able to wield all elements. Seeing this, he wanted to cultivate it, but alas, there was a catch to it. First, the pearl can only assimilate with a body that hasn't awakened any element yet, and it would need 15 years before completing assimilating with the body. He sadly kept the pearl and cultivation technique when he realized there was no way he could use it. He got home a week after Gray's birth and realized the situation his son was. After trying everything he could, but there was still no way to save him, he placed all his hope on the pearl. If the pearl has such a monstrous ability to give someone the ability to train all elements, then saving someone wouldn't be impossible. Martha refused the idea when he brought it up. Which mother would allow an unknown pearl to be placed in her baby? But after her husband persuaded her, and seeing there was nothing they could do to save Gray, she gritted her teeth and accepted it. 2 days later, her baby was as healthy as he rightly should be. Although she still took Gray to take part in the test, she didn't know if he would awaken his element then. She also hoped there was a possibility he would awaken an element, but unfortunately, he didn't. The notion of telling Gray about came to her when she saw how depressed he was after the test. But then again, what if after he reached 15 years of age, he didn't awaken any elements? What would she tell him then? He would be even more traumatized than when he didn't awaken it at the age of 12. Even she was starting to lose hope when there wasn't any difference in him after he passed 15. The scroll stated Gray should use physical exercises to hone his body, which he had been doing for almost 3 years now. So, it was understandable she started feeling fearful about it. Gray sat down stunned by what he was hearing. But, why didn't you tell me earlier? He asked. When you passed 15, did you awaken your element then? Martha asked. Gray shook his head. I know it seems like a flimsy excuse, but if I told you something was placed inside of you, and you wouldn't awaken your element by the time you turned 15, you wouldn't believe me since it was known everywhere that one can only awaken their elements by 12, although there are a few late bloomers. It can't be predicted from birth. Maybe after the test, you'll start feeling what I said was true. But what about after you turn 15? Then what? Even I was starting to lose hope. Martha said calmly. Hearing Martha's explanation, Gray knew she was right. There was no way he would have believed it if she told him he wouldn't awaken his element by 12. When he thought of all the possible heartaches his parents must have gone through due to his sickly nature as a newborn, he felt grateful to them. At least they didn't give up hope, even when it meant placing their last hope on a pearl with unknown origins. At least they just wanted to save their child. Although the thought of it being fake and probably killing him passed through his mind, he remembered what his mother said at that time. He was dying anyway. After some time, he immediately thought back to what he heard. So now, I can be an elementalist? Gray asked again just to be sure. Yes, not just any ordinary elementalist, but one who controls all elements, Martha said while holding Gray's hand in joy. Control over all elements, it kept ringing in his ear. How can someone have control over all the elements? Gray asked with shock. I don't know, baby, but what I do know is that your dad will never lie to me, and will not do anything to harm you too, Martha said. Wait here. I'm coming. Martha ran into her room and brought an ancient scroll out. She looked at Gray before handing it over to Gray calmly. Study it closely, she said while handing the scroll over to Gray. Gray took the scroll from her, still not knowing what to do. He studied the scroll closely before opening it. Then he looked at it with great curiosity. The scroll showed him the exact way of cultivating the technique. Without the pearl, anyone can have the technique, but will never be able to cultivate the technique. Gray finally calmed his thoughts. No wonder Mom was so confident. It truly is worth it, Gray thought happily. Gray felt like he had regained something. It was a desire, the desire to grow strong. Ever since he was little, he had always wanted to be the strongest, but that desire died at the time of the test. But now, the fire is suddenly reignited, and the fire was burning stronger than ever. I can finally cultivate. I will definitely work hard. Gray clenched his fists tightly. Gray rushed to his room, as he couldn't wait anymore to start cultivating. He had waited for so long, and now, finally, he can start cultivating. Martha looked at Gray hurrying inside and did nothing to stop him. She knew just how badly he wanted to be an elementalist. She felt happy for him. Now he can start his rise to the top. She knew it won't be easy, as he will face a lot of obstacles, but she believed he will definitely be able to overcome them. He already overcame one of such obstacles in his journey, and it was also one of the hardest. Gray went inside and immediately tried entering a meditative state so he can clearly follow the pattern of the technique. He sat in a lotus position and stayed motionless to try to calm his mind. After 10 minutes, he finally got into a meditative state. He followed the instructions set in the scroll. He tried searching for the energy in his body. It took him close to an hour before finding it, of course after failing several times. Found it. Now for the second step. Gray was thrilled on managing to find the energy. Now the next step was to move the energy in a particular pattern in his body. He has to repeat the circle 10 times to get his body accustomed to it. Gray tried the first time and failed to even move the energy from its current location. He didn't give up, though. He didn't give up when he found out he didn't have any elemental affinity. Talk less of now that he can cultivate with having an affinity with all elements. He tried again, which also failed. He kept on attempting it for the rest of the night with no progress. By the time he got totally exhausted, it was almost dawn. He collapsed on the floor and fell asleep there, and then his body was totally worn out from all the attempts. By the time he woke up, it was already midday. He felt pain all over his body and was still exhausted. If a normal elementalist tried what he did, they wouldn't be able to get out of bed for a week. The cultivation technique took a great toll on the human body. No wonder it required such strict physical training before one can start cultivating it. If it were my previous physique before I started training, I would not have been able to get out of bed for a month, Gray exclaimed when he felt the aches all over his body. The process continued for another 2 days before Gray started making small progress. He was finally able to move it, albeit a little. It was still something. He was so happy but also felt sore all over his body for his little progress. Due to his strong training, he was able to withstand pain more than others because he wrecks his body almost every day in the training session. After another week, he was already able to complete one circle. He felt excited when he imagined himself using the different elements and couldn't help but laugh in his bed. He couldn't laugh properly because of all the pain his body was going through. During the process of the second circle, Gray felt the pain increased a bit. He was already starting to get used to the pain, then it increased. Gray hissed in pain while midway of the circulation. I can't continue like this. This pain will probably kill before I complete the circulation. I need to come up with a way to reduce it. The pain was already getting almost unbearable for him. He had to quickly think of a way, else he would go on pause, then continue some other time. But he didn't want that. I will head out to train tomorrow. It's been long I trained, Gray said. He had already gotten used to training his body, and these days he had focused fully on cultivation. He had somewhat missed it. Gray stopped the circulation and went to sleep. He will wake up early tomorrow to go for a long training session. Chapter 5: Shock. Early the next morning, Gray got up filled with energy and ran out of his room. He saw Martha in the living room and told her he was going to train. Martha noticed how cheerful Gray became since he started cultivating. Although he hadn't made a breakthrough yet, it was good he can cultivate now. Martha was surprised Gray was going to train. She remembered that since Gray started cultivating the technique, he had immersed himself fully on it. Eat something before you go. Also, remember to take some food with you, Martha immediately shouted when she saw Gray was about to leave without eating. Gray hurried back and ate some food. He took a little along and went on his way. I will return late today, Gray yelled from outside. Martha smiled wryly. Gray walked into the town and headed towards the forest he usually trains in. When he was seen by some people around, they immediately started whispering to themselves. Trash! Gray saw a young boy his age shouting at him. If it were before, he would have felt bad when he was called a trash. But now, he doesn't give a shit about what they're saying about him. Gray ignored them and headed towards where he was headed. The boy was angry because Gray didn't answer him. Humph, to think he ignored me, he said to his friends who were with him. A lot of people knew that Gray usually goes to the woods to train. They usually mock him saying he has gone mad because he was trash. Although the boy had an elemental affinity with the wind, his talent was low grade, and he wasn't great at cultivating. This was the reason he was in the city instead of an academy. There is usually a test made by the academies. If they notice a student isn't making any improvements, the student will be dropped. The pressure and competition at the academies are really high. This boy and his friends were part of the students dropped. Although he was dropped, he was still in the 8th stage of the collection plane. His age should usually have broken through to the fusion plane by now. Gray got to where he trained and immediately began with his usual training session. Before he knew it, it had already started to get dark, and he still didn't get as tired as he used to. Wow! Seems like my physique increased. I can train for longer periods without quickly tiring out, Gray said with astonishment. Could it be because of the technique I'm currently cultivating, he pondered for some time. Since he couldn't figure out what caused it, he decided to forget about it for now. Gray prepared his things and headed home. On the path leading to Red City from the forest, a group of youths could be seen gathered by the side of the road. Their leader was a boy around 15 years old. They were 4 boys in total gathered by the side talking. When Gray walked closer to where they were gathered, he paused and looked at them. This was nothing his first time encountering something like this. But due to the fact he didn't want to make any trouble for himself, he always tried his best to avoid them. But lately, he didn't have any need to fear them, and he was also an elementalist just like them. Here comes the trash, boys. Derek looked at Gray with disdain. The boys immediately burst into laughter when they heard what Derek said. Gray looked at them with emotionless eyes. Derek, what do you want? Gray asked while thinking of a plan to get out of his current situation. He knew clearly that Derek wanted to cause problems with him, but he pretended like he didn't know what was going on. I never knew you were this stupid, Gray. You obviously offended me this morning. I called you, and you snubbed me, Derek replied with a mischievous smile. Derek's group snickered when they heard this. Gray's face changed when he heard this. Isn't this too much? I don't remember when you called my name. I know I heard your voice, but you were clearly talking to someone else, Gray said with a calm tone. Bastard. I called you, but you didn't answer. You made me lose face, Derek said to Gray. Did you call my name? Gray asked to clarify things. Yes, I did, Derek affirmed. Trash, Gray said. Yes. Derek responded to what Gray said. After responding, he paused for a moment and realized Gray was calling him trash, and he even answered. You see, you said your name is Trash. I clearly heard when someone asked you your name, and you replied, trash. So I thought you were speaking to someone else, Gray said with a playful tone. You. Derek was about to explode with anger. When he looked at his back, he saw the people who came with him laughing at him. He felt disgraced. Kneel right now and apologize. Derek saw there was no way he could beat Gray in a war of words, so he decided to find a new way to disgrace him. Gray looked at him and scoffed. Get out of my way, Derek. I don't have time for your games, Gray said while already walking past him. Derek immediately mobilized the wind elements in his body and moved towards Gray. He didn't want to let Gray go easily, so he attacked. Due to having an affinity with the wind element, he was fast. Gray dodged the attack and looked at Derek with cold eyes. Because Gray trained a lot, although he couldn't use any element, he had fast reactions and also acute senses. So he didn't have any issues dodging the sneak attack of Derek. The boys were amazed. Derek couldn't even believe Gray dodged it. He didn't want to hurt Gray, so he didn't put much into it, but that wasn't something Gray should be able to dodge. Derek, what are you doing? Gray questioned coldly. Humph, don't get full of yourself because you were able to dodge my attack, Derek said angrily. He mobilized the wind elements again and charged towards Gray. Gray dodged the attack for the second time. Although the attack made him panic deep down, he was able to quickly calm down. He skillfully dodged all of Derek's attacks. Derek almost had a breakdown when he saw how Gray was dodging his attacks effortlessly. Even an elementalist at the 9th stage of the collection plane will not be able to dodge my attacks unless he is of the wind element also. How can he be so fast? One of the boys exclaimed. They knew just how fast Derek was, yet Gray was still able to dodge his attacks. Derek, stop this now. I don't want any trouble with you, Gray shouted as he continued dodging the attacks. Derek didn't hear him, as he had already lost himself to anger. Derek roared in anger on seeing none of his attacks has touched Gray yet. When Gray saw how things were going, he knew he shouldn't stay on the defensive anymore. He had read a lot of books concerning strategies and fighting. Although reading and doing are two different things, he was able to get the hang of things quickly. Derek threw a reckless punch towards Gray, enforced with the wind element. Gray bent his head to dodge the attack. Derek's body was completely exposed and defenseless. Gray immediately struck out a punch to the chest of Derek. When the blow connected, Derek was immediately sent flying. He hit a tree by the side of the road and immediately passed out. Gray was stunned. He had been training for so long now, but he had never tried out his strength. The only thing he noticed was his speed. He looked at his hands with shock. The boys watching were dumbstruck. Their mouth opened wide, an egg could fit into them. They looked at the unconscious Derek and back at Gray. Gray stood for some time before leaving and heading home. He was surprised. This was his first time battling, and he won it. When he got home, he didn't speak of anything concerning his encounter with Derek to Martha. He had a warm bath after eating before the thought struck him to try cultivating. Chapter 6, 10th Circle. Gray immediately tried circulating the energy. He noticed it became easier than the previous time he tried it, and the pain reduced significantly. Wow, guess I shouldn't have stopped my training. Gray was delighted. He immediately started feeling remorseful when he thought about all the days he had to go through pains just to make the energy move. Why didn't they make it known in the scroll? I wouldn't have passed through days of pain, Gray complained bitterly. Although he knew it wouldn't change anything, he didn't want to blame himself for not continuing his training, so he just shifted the blame. Humans are weird beings. If something happens to them, they always try to find someone to blame. Sometimes they clearly knew they were at fault, but only a few will admit it. Okay, now back to the story. Gray was able to complete the second circulation before long. He was exhausted from the hard work and immediately fell asleep. The next day, Gray woke up late in the day. Although it wasn't midday yet, it wasn't far from it. What a great night. Gray woke up with a huge smile on his face. After having a breakthrough in the circulation, he felt fantastic with himself. Although it wasn't anything big, Gray felt like it was a major accomplishment. He freshened up before going downstairs. He saw Martha just coming into the house. When she saw Gray, she gave him a sweet smile. For some reason, when Gray saw the smile, he felt a chill run down his spine. I haven't done anything wrong lately, have I? Gray started thinking about everything he had done lately and couldn't remember upsetting his mother on any occasion. How are you doing? Martha asked when Gray walked closer to her. Gray paused instinctively and slowly retreated to a distance he deemed was safe enough. I'm fine, thanks. How are you doing today? Gray asked with a smile. I must say, you look very beautiful this morning. Before Martha could reply to the question Gray asked, he heard him speak again. What a glib tongue he has. Just like his father, Martha sneered coldly in her heart. She knew why he was complimenting her. Whenever he does something wrong, he always does this to get on her good side. Although she never falls for it, she does reduce the punishment she has in mind for him unknowingly. How was your training yesterday? Martha asked with a smile. It was fine. I noticed my stamina has gone up a notch since I started cultivating the technique. Although I have not started cultivation fully, I think it wouldn't take long anymore. Oh, and I made some progress in the second circulation. Now all that's left to do is to continue till I reach the 10th 1-inch. Gray spat out everything he did yesterday. He forgot about what happened with Derek, as he was too excited over the success of his cultivation breakthrough the previous night. Martha looked at him closely. Why is he hiding it from me, or did he forget about it? No need, I will just ask about it. I was told you sneak attacked Derek yesterday when you were coming back from the forest. Martha studied Gray's reaction closely. Gray was shocked when he heard that. Then it all clicked. No wonder she is acting strange, so it was because of the small conflict I had with Derek. I didn't sneak attack him. He attacked me, and I retaliated openly. I even warned him, but he wanted to bully me because he thought I was weak, Gray said proudly while sticking out his chest. Martha looked at him, not knowing if to laugh or cry. This kid. Well, that was not what he said. He said he was on his own at the side of the pathway when you suddenly sneak attacked him while he was distracted. He said you attacked him possibly because you were mad at him when he jokingly called you a cripple. Martha recounted what she was told. She knew her son all too well. Although he was mischievous, he wouldn't sneak attack anyone. Well, not for that particular reason though. With his character, he will definitely sneak attack his enemies. Derek can't be counted as an enemy. He isn't even worth Gray's time. He's lying. Gray defended himself confidently. He knew his mother knew he was right. She was just trying to scare him. Even if he was wrong, he knew she would definitely protect him. Martha looked at him for some time. Tell me exactly what happened. Gray recounted the whole event from when he was heading out to when he was blocked by Derek. Martha was similarly dumbfounded when she heard how Gray was able to defeat Derek effortlessly. Derek is someone at the 8th stage of the collection plane, just a bit away from the fusion plane. Yet Gray was faster than him. What was more shocking was the fact that Derek is a wind elementalist. She looked at her son. Pride filled her heart, but she didn't show it out. If Gray were to know she was proud of him, she didn't know what he might do next. Okay, don't worry about this. I will take care of it. I don't want to hear something like this happen again. Focus fully on your cultivation and try to complete the circulations as soon as possible so you can start the real cultivation, Martha told him seriously. She really didn't want him to waste his time with all these little things. So long as he can start cultivating for real, I will be happy. Yes, Mom. I will work extra hard, Gray proclaimed with determination. Martha looked at him and nodded in approval when seeing how determined Gray was. Gray continued his training that day, only now his routine had changed. He would train in the day and meditate at night. Slowly, time passed and a month quickly went by. Gray didn't hear from Derek or anyone later. He was given a rare moment of peace. He was happy as now all his focus was on his training. During this month, he was able to get to the 7th circle. The more the circles, the harder it was for him. He was determined, so he didn't stop or give up halfway because he felt it was too hard. He kept on pushing himself to the brink and surpassing himself. Whenever he wants to train, he will set himself as the target to beat. If could do more than what he usually does, then he had successfully surpassed his previous self. Another month went by without any major event taking place. Gray continued his frenzied training, and Martha even began worrying over him. There was one time Gray came home looking like someone who had a foot on death's door. She had to make him stay at home for a week to take a rest before he was allowed to continue his training. Even when staying at home, Gray focused fully on meditating. During these 2 months, Gray had been able to complete 9 circles. Now it was left with the last circle. Once he completes it, he will officially step into the realm of elementalists. Gray was so excited about it and couldn't wait to start manipulating each element. Gray took a break before going for the last circle. He noticed he should always take breaks sometimes so his body doesn't break down. After the break, he immediately started training and he started moving the energy according to the instructions of the 10th circle. Each circle had a different route, so he had to be careful when studying it to avoid making any mistakes. Although they were almost identical, there is always a different route for each circle. Gray worked hard, and after 2 weeks of rigorous training, one night, he finally completed the last circle. Chapter 7. Chaos Element? Rumble. A rumbling sound could be heard from Gray's body. After completing the 10th circle, huge changes started taking place in his body. Gray got in a trance when this happened. He saw a man standing majestically in the air, looking down at the world. He had a noble aura spreading in all directions. It was like he was the Lord over everything. He stretched out his right hand, and all elements could be seen converging at the top of his hands. It was a beautiful sight. The elements formed an orb at the top of his hand. The orb was captivating. But Gray could feel the destructive powers hidden in the beautiful orb. This could be called a beautiful killer. The man spread out his hands wide, and the orb exploded. It was a stunning sight and was also beautiful. Gray was surprised by the number of elements the man had control over. The man looked in the direction of Gray and flashed a smile at him. Only after the lights died down did Gray realize they were alone. The man leisurely walked towards him. He studied him for some time before nodding his head. Gray stood nervously and also studied the man in front of him. The man was handsome, with long shoulder-length hair. "What is your name, young boy?" the man asked calmly. Gray replied cautiously. The man raised an eyebrow and stared at him closely. "You were the one who inherited my powers, good. You were just barely able to meet the minimum requirements. You must have a strong body if you want to use the chaos element." Chaos elements? Gray was surprised, although he didn't know everything. He knew there were only 7 elements in the world, which are fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, darkness, and light elements. He had never heard of this chaos element the mysterious man was talking about. You don't really need to know much about it for now. Just have it in the back of your mind. You've inherited the power of the strongest god, the Chaos God, the man said to Gray. Chaos God. Gray had read about gods in some books and knew there was a god for each element. But he had never heard of this Chaos God this man was talking about. Yes, the Chaos God. He was the strongest among all the gods and was the one who led the gods, the man said. "I've never heard of this Chaos God you speak of, Senior," Gray said to him. The man looked at him with a bewildered look. "Is there no record of the Chaos God?" he asked. "No, Senior. After the Great War of Gods, the gods haven't been heard about since then. And that war took place over 100,000 years ago," Gray explained. The man was alarmed. "Seems like another war took place after that one. No wonder they don't know of the Chaos God," he muttered under his breath. Forget about it for now. You will get to know more as time goes on. Now, since you have inherited this power, you should already know some things about it." The man asked seriously. "Yes, Senior. I know I can wield all elements with it," Gray replied. Well, that isn't the strongest aspect of it. You still won't be able to form the chaos element soon," the man said with a smile. "Okay, so can I start using the elements now?" Gray asked excitedly. He didn't care about the chaos god or the chaos element. What was important for him now was if he could use the elements. Although he was curious about it, it wasn't too important to him. "No," the man answered. "What?" Gray exclaimed. "No," the man said again. "But it's stated in the scroll that I will be able to control all elements," Gray quickly spoke. He had already envisioned how he would control all the elements. Now, this man was telling him he can't use the elements now. "I know, but it isn't that easy. The human body wasn't supposed to have an affinity with all elements, so it will take some time and hard work from you," the man said while looking at Gray. "Hard work? I've been working so hard just to be able to hone my body, yet you're telling me I will still get to do more hard work." Gray was feeling down. He had already worked so hard from his view, yet he will still work more just to get what was promised to him. He thought he already had everything in his hands. Who knew he was holding on to clouds? "You don't expect it to be that easy, right?" the man said with a chuckle. Gray felt scammed. "Senior, can I have only one element and just forget about all this?" Gray asked. Although the idea of wielding all elements sounded great, if he had to wait for another 15 or even 20 years, it wouldn't be nice. If he can have one element, he will be satisfied. He wasn't greedy, okay. He wasn't too greedy. But he feels like it wouldn't be worth it to have all elements if he had to wait for so long. What if he died because he couldn't control any elements? The man looked at Gray, speechless. "How can you settle for less?" He couldn't help but ask. "I'm not settling for less. I'm just doing the more reasonable thing from my view. I'm already behind my peers in terms of cultivation, so if I take much longer, I might as well just give up on the rest and have 1 inch," Gray reasoned. The man looked at Gray for some time before sighing helplessly. "This is the chaos space. You will be able to comprehend each element here. You can come here any time to comprehend. After comprehension, your talent with the said element will increase as you have a higher comprehension of the element," the man said. "Oh, so all I have to do is comprehend the elements?" Gray asked with an excited look. "Why didn't you say this earlier instead of scaring me?" Gray thought. "Don't think it will be easy. Comprehending elements and being born with a given element are two different things. Comprehension is harder, and your talent in the element will tally with your comprehension. If your comprehension is low for the element, your talent and control over it will also be low, he patiently explained to Gray. It shouldn't be that hard. How can I get into this space? Gray said naively before asking the important question. For him, he didn't think it would be hard for him to comprehend the elements. What he was bothered about was how to get here. The man looked at him and didn't reply. He knew how hard it was to comprehend an element, and also, he didn't want to give Gray a scare. So he just let him be. Just will it. And you can come here anytime, the man said. Okay, Gray replied happily. Since he now knew how he can get here, everything was settled. Oh, I haven't told you the strongest aspect of it yet, the man suddenly said. Gray looked at him with interest. Elemental fusion, he said with a smile. Elemental fusion? Gray's interest was piqued when he heard this. The man knew he would have to explain it to Gray, so he patiently explained to him. Yes, elemental fusion. As the name implies, this power gives you the ability to fuse elements. After being able to fuse all elements, you will then be able to create the chaos element, which is a combination of all elements and also the strongest element. Gray was shocked when he heard this, so the chaos element is a fusion of all elements. Was that what I saw you did earlier? Gray asked. He remembered seeing the man forming an orb at the top of his outstretched hand. It was as beautiful as it was dangerous. Yes, what you saw me create was the chaos element. The man didn't hide anything from him and told him more about it. How can there be such an overpowered element? Also, elements can be fused together. Gray was astounded by what he was hearing and also excited. Doesn't that mean he will have such an amazing ability? Not only will he be able to use all elements, but he will also be able to fuse them. And once again, Gray started envisioning himself when he was using the chaos element and couldn't help but cackle maniacally. The man looked at him and couldn't help but sigh. What sort of fellow inherited this power? He started pitying the world because an overpowered moron will soon be let loose. He held a moment of silence for everyone. He knew Gray was a determined person as he was able to train himself to reach the requirements stated. If he knew Gray didn't do it on purpose, he would be dismayed. Chapter 8. F***K. What sh**T luck? Gray kept smiling in a silly manner. The man just looked at him, lost of words. He just ascertained Gray was a total nutcase. Stop smiling and listen up. I will be gone soon. There are things you should be aware of. The man tried to turn the atmosphere serious once again. If he were still alive, he was sure he would probably beat Gray up. No, wait, he will definitely beat Gray up. Okay, senior. I'm all ears. Gray tried to calm down when he noticed how serious the man was. He will be gone soon. Where is he going? Gray thought in his heart. Comprehending each element isn't as simple as you think it is. For you to have perfect control over it, you have to know everything about it. You have to be one with the element. Being one with the element is the highest level of comprehension, although you're still far away from this level. The man looked at Gray before continuing. You should also know that the higher you comprehend the elements, the faster your cultivation speed. Gray listened closely and felt stupefied by what he was hearing. Senior, doesn't that mean, unlike the rest people who have a fixed talent for their said element, mine isn't fixed? Yes, that's basically the point. Of course, it can only increase if you can have a high comprehension of the said element, he explained patiently as a teacher would to his student. Gray had a solemn look and started having a feeling it won't really be that easy to have a high comprehension of the elements. When the man saw Gray's look, he started having a different opinion of him. Seems like he has finally realized how hard things are going to be. He nodded in approval in his heart. You can actually start cultivating now. You were originally born with an affinity with an element, the man said. Gray was overjoyed when he heard this, so he had an element also. This made him calm his mind. At least now, he wouldn't start from scratch when he wanted to start comprehending each element. The more elements you comprehend, the faster your cultivation speed grows. Meaning if you can comprehend 2 elements, your cultivation speed will double. And your talent also matters, he said with a slightly calmer tone. When Gray heard this, he was beside himself with joy. Doesn't that mean I will improve at a faster pace? Gray asked just to be sure he heard correctly. Yes, you will, the man replied. Ha ha, Gray laughed crazily. Well, there goes the good impression he had managed to build of himself. The man stared at Gray and couldn't believe how quickly he changes his demeanor. Sigh, forget it. He is already here. He was mentally exhausted from his conversation with this young boy. After Gray finished his wild imagination, he quickly composed himself. Senior, you said you would be gone soon, Gray asked. Yes, I'm just a spiritual being currently. I have already died long ago, the man replied calmly without any emotions. Death was something not even the gods could avoid. Although if they were left alone, they could live almost forever. Wars were a brutal and bitter part of the world. You are dead. Gray's view on life was once again shattered. You don't have to say anything about it. It is something that happened long ago. Now, I will tell you how to perfectly use this space, the man slowly explained to Gray. Gray listened keenly as he knew, once this senior disappears, he will never see him again. He felt bad for him, but this wasn't the time to think about it. Gray was able to find out how to use the chaos space. It wasn't really that hard. All you have to do is think of the element you wish to comprehend, and you will see it. There was also an object used for checking talents. It was just like the one he saw when he went for the test, only this was more sophisticated. Well, that is all you need to know. Remember, this won't be easy, and always be careful of how many elements you show people. You can show multiple, but not too many, okay? You will be surprised how far greed can push people, he warned Gray sincerely. Yes, Senior. Thank you for everything, Senior. Gray bowed towards the man deeply. The man looked at Gray with eyes of encouragement. Train well. Oh, and don't forget to train your body as well. Don't allow the elements to hone it for you. That is the wrong path, he said while fading slowly. Yes, Senior, I'm already used to it. So now, I can't really go a day with doing a little training, Gray said. Senior, how can I leave? Gray hurriedly asked. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if he couldn't leave this space? Just will it, and you can leave, he said while shaking his head with a smile. What an interesting young boy. Okay, Senior, do take care. Oh, sorry, my bad. Gray wanted to wish him well before he remembered he was already dead. Gray had an embarrassed smile while waving goodbye to him. The man laughed when he saw this, before fading away completely. Gray looked at the place. The man faded with a look of melancholy. He stayed in the space for some time before leaving and returning to the real world. When he returned, he looked around calmly. He knew his life will change completely from this day. Wait, let me take a look at which element I'm attuned with naturally. He suddenly remembered and went back into the space. Gray stood before the stone nervously. He had waited for 3 years. He had suffered countless insults, all for this day. With a heart of expectation, he placed his hand on the stone. Just like what he experienced the last time, he felt an unknown energy entering into his body from the stone. After it circulated around his body, it went back to the stone. Gray waited patiently for it to read the results. After a minute, the stone lit up. Gray was slack-jawed when he saw the result. His heart couldn't stop racing. Fuck, what sort of shit luck is this? How can I have a pink talent? Gray immediately cursed out. It was depressing. After waiting for so long, this was what he saw. A pink talent. Although he had a great element, it was annoying. He had a lightning element, but with a pink talent, if it had been orange, he would have at least managed it. Besides, his element was rare, but pink. If people knew about this, he would be a laughingstock. He was already being laughed at for not having an affinity. Now that he awakened it after so long, it was a pink talent. Gray was frustrated. After so long, this was what he was paid with. If not for the fact that he remembered he could improve his talent, he would have already started cursing the chaos god and everyone. How will I reign supreme with this shit luck? That man better not be lying, else he would get it from me. I don't care if he's dead already. I will kill him again, Gray said with a grim look. He immediately left the chaos space and went to sleep. Chapter 9. Plans. The next morning, Gray got up early. Although he still felt dejected because of his talent, he couldn't hide his joy of being able to finally cultivate. Now all he needs is a cultivation technique for his element. He still wanted to join an academy, though, but with his current talent, that's not happening. I will improve my talent. That way they will accept me even though I awaken late. Gray already had a plan in his heart. He would first comprehend the lightning element to improve his talent. Then after that, he will join the academy to have a better cultivation technique. The cultivation technique which followed the pearl was only for the circulation, Now, he needs a technique for each element separately. The higher the grade of the technique, the faster he can cultivate. Gray washed up and went downstairs. He saw his meal was on the table and quickly wolfed it down before heading out. Gray initially wanted to try comprehending the lightning element, but he decided against it. I will continue my training for now. Gray left the house for his usual training session and came back earlier than usual. Gray, why did you come back this early? Martha inquired when she saw him coming home early. I couldn't concentrate, so I just came back home, Gray replied. Martha looked at her son for some time. Did something happen? Gray knew he couldn't hide anything from her, so he just told her what happened. On his way to training, he was blocked by Derek and his squad. Although they didn't fight, he was mocked by them. What annoyed him the most was when he remembered the fact that he had pink talent, so there was no use talking about it. Gray wasn't someone who acts out of anger, so he was able to restrain himself from fighting. But due to his youth and hot-bloodedness, he told them he would be taking part in the test that was going to take place in 3 months. He was laughed at by them. Derek laughed so much and said he would tell the entire city about it. Martha looked at Gray and shook her head. Will you be able to complete the 10th circulation before then? She knew how hard it was to complete each circle, and Gray also told her the process gets harder with each circle. Martha wasn't aware Gray had already completed it the previous day. Gray hadn't been able to tell her. He planned on telling her tonight during dinner. Mom, I completed it yesterday, Gray said. That's good, and? Martha asked, as she knew this wasn't something ordinary. Gray recounted everything that happened, including telling her about the man and also the chaos element. Martha was left stunned by this information. She was surprised by the fact that Gray could increase his talent. But what truly surprised her was that Gray's original elemental affinity was the rare lightning element. Although it was only a pink-gray talent, it wasn't really bad since the element was unique. She felt genuinely happy for her son, and teardrops unknowingly left her eyes. She knew just how much Gray had suffered for this. If she was given an option, she would never have allowed her husband to do this. Now her little boy will be able to show them all who was the most talented. What got her reeling was the fact that with Gray's ability to be able to improve his talent, if he could get a purple talent before the test, he would definitely be fought over by the Academy and might even attract attention from the higher-ups of the Empire. Having a lightning element is something which rarely happens, adding to the fact that the owner is a purple talent that will give him more attention. The lightning element is as destructive as the fire element, and it also gives the user almost unparalleled speed, which is also one of the advantages of the wind element. It is sometimes regarded as a 2-in-1 element. She didn't have any techniques for the lightning element, and getting one would be difficult. But if Gray was able to join any of the academies, he will be able to get a high-grade technique. Gray, you have to work hard. If you can push your talent to purple before the test, that would be great, Martha said. Yes, Mom, I know what to do. Gray already planned this. He will work hard to improve his talent before the teat, then shock the entire city with his results. Gray left Martha before heading to his room. He tried meditating, but to no avail. So he just gave up and started reminiscing about how he had been treated by everyone in the city. He was mocked and abused by everyone. His so-called friends stopped talking to him because he wasn't an elementalist. He was downcast during that time, but his mother has always been there with him all the time. She was his backbone when he couldn't stand up straight. She made sure she did everything she could to assist him. She was his greatest support. Mom, we will show the world how wrong they are soon. Gray clenched his fist tightly. Even if he doesn't want to do this for himself, he has to do it for his mother. He is grateful to his mother. If not for her, he would have still been down, wallowing in self-pity. He promised himself he was going to make his mother proud. Not only that, but he would be her source of joy. The best is the only thing he wishes for her. After this test, his life would change completely. His social status will also change. He imagined the look of shock that will be written in the faces of everyone when he gets the test done. How would they react? I can't wait to find out. Gray smiled to himself. He was going to give it his all. Chapter 10. Training. The news of Gray taking the test quickly spread over the entire city. Gray was pretty famous in the city due to not being an elementalist. They really didn't expect Gray would still be hopeful in awakening his element. It's already been so long, yet he still thinks he can awaken it. Some were pessimistic about it and felt Gray just wanted to make a fool of himself. Others felt there might be a good chance he might awaken. They all couldn't wait for the next test to happen. What would happen that day was unknown. But what they knew was that there is certainly going to be a scene that day, and they were all looking forward to it. People hate being bored, so when they knew something was going to happen, they can't help but be excited. They don't care if it's the misfortune of others. So long as it doesn't affect them, they're good with it. Nothing major has happened in the city since the time Jonas rose to fame and Gray fell during the test 3 years ago. Although Gray retaking the test wasn't anything major, at least it will give them something to talk about for some time, regardless of the outcome. Gray started his hard training once again. Only this time, all his focus was placed on trying to comprehend the lightning element. Before he started, he knew it would be hard. Well, currently, he is cursing the man for not telling him how hard it was. Actually, the man clearly told him, but he wasn't really paying attention at that time, so when he heard it, he didn't think it would be hard. He was in an overexcited state. The man didn't expect him to clearly remember everything he was told right. Fuck! This is impossible. I've been studying this for so long now, but still have no results. Gray was feeling dejected. Who knew comprehending would be so hard? What was worse was the fact that this was the element he was aligned with. How hard would the other elements be then? Well, he really didn't want to find out any time soon. For the past 3 days, Gray had been coming to the chaos space to try to comprehend the lightning element, but no advances had been made. He had stared at it so much that even when he closes his eyes, all he sees is lightning. Gray left the chaos space and tried to relax his mind. He slowly started thinking about lightning and how it is. After 1 hour, he got nothing. Will I have to disgrace myself in front of everyone again? Even though he had awakened an element, he was already getting past the perfect time of cultivating. The only thing that might probably be able to help him will be his rare element, but he doesn't want that. He wants to enter the academy with a good position, good talent, and also with pride. How would the students feel if someone who can be referred to as a late bloomer still has such low talent? He would be a laughingstock again. Gray calmed himself. He still had time. There is no need to think about all this now. He didn't want anything to discourage him, so this was the best option. Eliminating negative thoughts can be hard, but not impossible. Unless you're depressed as fuck though, then it is basically almost impossible. Martha had been less worried about Gray since she knew he had awakened an element. Although poor talent, it doesn't really matter with that ability of his. She knew as long as Gray set his mind to it, he will surely succeed. She knew how stubborn he can get when he wants something, and also, she knew just how badly Gray wanted this. The few people close to her had brought up the topic of Gray wanting to take the test again, and some even advised her against it. They felt if the result was the same, Gray might really break down. It has been tough for him all these years. If the result once again showed the same result of him having no affinity, the consequences would be worse than the first time. She told them all it wasn't her decision, and Gray wasn't a child anymore. He can make some decisions for himself now. Since he said he wanted to retake the test, he definitely has his reasons. And he had assured me that regardless of the result, it wouldn't affect him much. They looked at her and felt she was just as rash as her child. Some even left angrily thinking she didn't want to hear what they wanted to say. Martha didn't try to stop them. She knew they had her best interest at heart, but they will definitely understand when the time came. She saw how hard Gray was trying to comprehend the element so he could increase his talent. Regardless of everything, she was really happy seeing how hardworking Gray was. At dinner, Gray told her how difficult it was for him to comprehend the element. You don't expect to be successful right off the bat, do you? Everything takes time and perseverance. No one wakes up an overnight success. You might be talented but lazy. Someone who has an average talent will surely surpass you if he is hardworking. Strive to be the best you can. Never compare yourself with others. Behind every successful individual, there are countless days of pure hard work. Remember this, people don't care about the battle, only the result, Martha advised him gently. She knew what Gray needs now is time. With time, he can achieve it all. So she wants to ensure he doesn't rush when doing things lest he makes a mistake. Gray looked at his mother for a long time, and her words resounded in his head continuously. Sometimes, he feels his mother is too wise for someone her age. He never says this out, though. He knew just how fierce she was. There was this one time she froze his father because they were having an argument. Martha is a water elementalist, so she also has the ability to freeze things. She had never told him her grade or what grade her talent is, but he knew it was definitely not lower than purple. It might even be higher. But he is definitely scared of her. Well, scared really isn't the right word. He prefers using the term respect. Gray never tries to upset her, because she just freezes his legs to the ground and, according to her, trains him to her heart's content. That way, there is no way for him to run. After reaching a certain stage in cultivation, an elementalist will have better manipulation over his element and will be equipped with long-range usage. Simply put, they can manifest their elements to attack, defend, and when in a place where their said elements are abundant, they have an edge over the rest. Chapter 11. Pressure. It's been a week since Gray started trying to comprehend the lightning element, and so far, well, he hasn't made any progress yet. But he didn't feel down, though. Every day, he tries harder than the previous day. He really wants to comprehend it badly. If he can make a little progress, it will definitely increase his talent. Although he didn't know what grade it will get to, but he knew it wouldn't stay at the pink grade. Also, having a little bit of understanding will pave the way for him for his future comprehension. It's like building a house. Once you get the foundation done, it becomes easier. Well, so he thought. Gray didn't rush things and took it slowly. He knew since it was with him, he will definitely succeed someday. Since he hadn't made any progress, he decided to head out and train since it has been quite some time he did. The next day, Gray prepared and went over to the forest to train as usual. Midday, while he was still training, it suddenly started raining. Gray immediately went over to a cave close to where he usually trains. He found this one day when it was about to rain, he couldn't head home, so he found somewhere to wait it out. It quickly started raining heavily. Rumble. The sound of thunder immediately reverberated in the sky. Boom. Gray suddenly couldn't hear anything. His ear was ringing continuously. He immediately ran out of the cave and stood outside in the rain. When he looked at his left, he saw some part of the ground was scorched black. It was hit by lightning. That was what entered his mind when he saw it. Rumble. Gray once again heard the sound of thunder and looked up. He saw lightning flashing in the sky like it was doing a dance. Crash. The lightning struck a place far from Gray, but he saw everything clearly. Gray stood completely still, not moving even after 10 minutes. He was in a trance. When he saw the display of the lightning and how it struck, he suddenly had an epiphany. The scene kept on playing in his head, from the fast movement to its destructive power. Everything kept repeating itself. After some time, it stopped. What a pity. If I can have this feeling once more, I will definitely be able to improve my talent to purple grade, Gray said sadly. This wasn't a total waste, though. He learned some things from witnessing it himself. Although the chaos space is amazing, it wasn't the real deal. So there is a major difference with how you feel both. But with this as reference, he can finally start making progress in his understanding of the lightning element. After it stopped raining, Gray decided to stop training. Besides, he had trained for some time already. He was also eager to see if this little progress of his will make any changes to his talent. On his way back to the city, he noticed the gate was crowded. He curiously walked over to see what was going on. When he got there, he couldn't see anything as the crowd was just too much. "Good day, mister. Please can you tell me what is going on?" Gray asked a man on the scene. The man looked at Gray before shifting his gaze away, not even bothering to answer him. The man didn't know Gray, but he just didn't care. Well, what a scum, Gray cursed angrily before walking to search for someone else to tell him what was going on. After asking around, he found out Jonas returned from the academy. This was the first time he had come back to the city since joining the Starlight Academy. Gray still had an impression of Jonas. I mean, who wouldn't have an impression of someone with a purple talent? Gray remembered the envious look he gave Jonas when he saw how all the academies were fighting over him. He also found out Jonas would be staying until the test. Why did he come at this time? Couldn't he come after the test? Gray suddenly felt pressured. If it were before, even if he had an orange talent, he wouldn't care since he can improve it with time. But now, Jonas came. The only person who has ever had a purple talent in the history of the city. Just to be clear, Martha isn't from the city. He currently lorded over all in this little city. Even in the big cities, he was still someone with a high status. No one likes being in the shadow of anyone. Had Jonas not appeared, Gray would have been satisfied with an orange talent. But now, he wanted more. He had to get his talent up to purple, no matter what. Gray went home with new conviction, and the fire in his heart was burning fervently. He immediately wanted to see how far his bit of comprehension took him. After getting home, he went straight to his room and sat in a meditative position. After calming his racing heart filled with expectation, he entered the chaos space. He went over to check if his grade improved. After placing his hand on the stone, he waited for it to do what it usually does. The energy circled his body before returning to the stone. When Gray looked at the result, his face fell. He still had pink-gray talent. Although he came with expectations, he also knew it wouldn't be that easy after trying to comprehend it for so long. One moment of epiphany couldn't do the trick. Well, unless he stayed in the state for long. While this was happening to Gray at home, the city was abuzz with discussions. And the name mentioned the most was Jonas. Jonas was not the only name mentioned. Gray's name was also in the mouth of many because he was going to retake the test. With the arrival of Jonas, everyone remembered they both took the test on the same day, with one being fought over by the academies, and the other most likely not remembering how he even left the arena. Jonas got word of the fact that Gray was going to retake the test. He clearly remembered that lonely figure who stood at the platform stunned. Interesting. Initially, Jonas had no plans of attending the test even if he was around. He had better things to do. If not for wanting to meet his parents, he wouldn't have come to this low-classes city. He also enjoyed the feeling of being adored by the people here and idolized by the kids. Chapter 12. Talent, Orange. The city quietened down after some time. Everyone went back to what they were doing, although there was still some places where the issue of Gray retaking the test was still talked about. It wasn't really much. Gray didn't think of any other thing and focused fully on comprehending the lightning element. Since he already made a breakthrough, it would be easier. Wait, saying easier will give people the wrong idea. It would be less hard. Now that's better. It got less hard for him, and he saw some improvements as he studied the element more. In this fashion, 1 month quickly went in a flash. The pressure on Gray increased as it got closer to the time of the test. Now he had only 2 months left. He had to make significant improvements within these 2 months to ensure he makes his mother proud. Gray didn't know if he can make it in time, but he knew he was going to try his best no matter what. It took him so long just to have any improvements in the element he was more attuned with. Just how long will it take to comprehend other elements' turn? Gray was tired but not frustrated. He knew by increasing his talent and also having another element, it would increase his cultivation speed. This way, he would be able to catch up and quickly surpass his peers who started cultivating before him. All he needed is time. Only, time waits for no man. Fortunately, Elementalist gets to live long the higher their level, so he still has a lot of time on his hands. Gray noticed he had made good progress during this month, so he decided it was time to check if his talent increased. After entering the chaos space, he walked towards the stone slowly. He stood there feeling apprehensive for some time. He slowly breathed out before placing his hands on the stone. Once again, the unknown energy went into his body from the stone. After going a circle in his body, it went back to the stone. Gray nervously looked on waiting for the result, his heart pounding with anticipation. After some time, the stone lit up. Gray looked at the stone in front of him without having any reactions for some time. Finally, a huge grin broke out of his face. After trying for so long, he finally made some progress. His talent has increased from pink grade to orange grade. Gray felt like he was in a dream. If it wasn't happening to him, he would never have believed it even if he was beaten close to death. Okay, not really. He wouldn't allow himself to get beaten up that badly just because he didn't believe it. At least if he said he believed, he would be free to go right. Gray was initially already beginning to have some doubts. Although he could see it all happening, nothing seemed to change. If not for the fact that he awakened an element, he would have thought this was just a sham. Gray left the chaos space. He wanted to share his new progress with his mother. Unfortunately, when he went downstairs, she wasn't around. Where did she go to? Oh well, I will tell her the good news once she returns. Martha returned late, looking exhausted. When Gray saw her, "Mom, are you okay?" He walked up to her. When she saw him, she tried to hide her weariness but just couldn't. "I'm fine, dear. Give me a sec. I'll go prepare dinner," she smiled to him. Gray looked at her and didn't say anything more. He knew it hasn't been easy for her, and didn't want to make her feel sad. "Don't worry, Mom. I've made dinner already," Gray told her gently. Martha was slightly taken aback when she heard this. A sweet smile bloomed on her face. "How thoughtful of you, young man," she said in a praising tone. "Taking care of you is my duty. Now, go freshen up before you come back down for dinner," Gray said gentlemanly. Martha laughed when she saw how Gray was acting. No matter how tired she feels, whenever she sees Gray, it just feels like all the fatigue fades away. "What a great son you have." When Martha was on her way upstairs, she heard Gray make this statement and nearly fell down. Can't he just be normal for once? Although she thought of this, she didn't really want that. Gray was her light, and she likes the cheerful him. If he suddenly starts behaving like people usually do, he wouldn't be fun to be with. Gray always makes her laugh, so she enjoys his company a lot. Martha returned after taking a bath. By the time she got down, Gray had already prepared the table. They sat together and started eating. Martha couldn't deny it, Gray was a great cook, but she restrained herself from praising him. "I'm such a great cook," Gray exclaimed after doing the dishes. Martha rolled her eyes when she heard this. "At least let someone praise you first. Gray really is one of a kind. But he is always a great company." "Mom, I have good news for you," Gray said with a mysterious smile. "Oh, what is it?" Martha raised her brow when she heard Gray. "Well, I managed to advance to an orange talent today," Gray said with a proud face. Really, Martha was stunned when she heard this. But quickly, it turned to joy. Gray being able to increase his talent is something unbelievable, but she knew Gray would never lie to her. He probably wouldn't even think of it. He really is scared of her. "Congratulations, that's great news." Martha congratulated him happily. Gray was really happy seeing how his mother was overjoyed for him. His mother truly is his greatest support. Without her, he wouldn't be who he was today. "Mom, I'm aiming for a purple talent before the test," Gray told her his aim. Martha looked at Gray. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Having an orange talent is already considered good, especially with that element of yours." Not that she wanted to discourage him, but she knew sometimes it was best to take it easy. "Don't worry, Mom. I'm confident about this. If I can't make it before the test, I'll just make it after it." "It's no big deal," Gray assured her. "I'm definitely going to make it before the test," Gray declared in his heart. "Okay, baby. Remember your health comes first. Don't overwork yourself," Martha said with care. Gray has always been her pride and joy. She still remembered how happy she was the day of his birth. "What a rascal," she said in her heart when she remembered just how troublesome he was as a child. Chapter 13. Time's almost up. The time for the test was getting closer with each passing day. The test will take place in another 2 weeks. The kids who have reached the age for the test were all excited, as after the test, they will start their own journey. They were all filled with anticipation towards the test and couldn't wait for it. This usually happens every year. The new kids will be filled with expectation towards their new journey. Not all the kids get into the academies, though, since some have low talents. They are picked up by some lower powers in the Empire. Only a few of the kids with pink talent actually get admitted into the academies. However, the majority of the kids with orange talent gets into the academies. A lot of lives would change after this test, just like how it happens every other year. The academies are the meeting ground for the young people all over the Empire. Apart from the Emperor's faction, the academies are the next in terms of strength, but they are always below the Empire. They have groomed a lot of powerhouses for the Empire. The academies can virtually be said to be an important part of the Empire. The Emperor's faction can't reach out to every part of the Empire. This is where the academies come in. Although they can't be said to have reached every single part of the Empire, they have a larger network compared to the Empire. Gray's full attention has been placed on his training lately that he even forgets about eating sometimes. As the time edged closer, the voice in his head got louder. The voice was telling him to make sure he gets to purple talent before the test starts. He still has hope, though. There's still 2 weeks left. Gray was very determined and didn't want anything to stop him from doing it. He really wanted this, so he has to work extra hard. Martha didn't disturb him, as she knew with the time of the test getting closer, he needs to be fully focused. If he can make an improvement, it will certainly do him more good. Having a purple talent and an affinity with the lightning element, it would attract a lot of attention from the academies and also the Empire. Although the fire element is just as destructive, due to the fast nature of lightning and also its ability to electrocute people, it has a very high view for the people. Lightning can shock, burn, and also has the ability to paralyze people. So it can be said to have a higher firepower than the fire element all around. Martha always tries her best to support Gray. He has been working really hard lately. He can do it. Gray didn't forget to hone his body also. He was very diligent in his training. He always heads out to train every 5 days. He had crossed paths with Jonas during one of the times he went out to train, but nothing was said between them. Gray didn't even recognize Jonas. He had only seen him once, so he really can't be blamed for it. He hadn't made any improvements since the previous time. He knew it would be hard, but he wasn't giving up. Gray has been hoping to see lightning once again. He had a feeling that if he could see it, he would be able to get a deeper understanding of the element. Lightning is something that can only be seen when it is storming. It doesn't always appear when it rains also. Also, the few times it has rained, even when there's lightning, he isn't as lucky as that day. Besides, no one would wish for lightning to strike their house. It was already 3 days left before the day of the test. Gray still hadn't made any progress. He didn't want to give up like this. He would continue until the day of the test. He must try harder. At dinner, Gray asked if Martha knew of a way to attract lightning towards a particular spot, or she knew of a place that attracts lightning to it. "Why are you asking this?" Martha inquired. "I want to see a lightning strike. I feel if I can see it, it will help me in deepening my comprehension towards it," Gray said. "Don't you have the chaos space? You can comprehend it there, right?" Martha asked. "Yes, but due to the uniqueness of the element, it's hard. And I can't feel it in the chaos space," Gray explained. Martha mused for some time. "I don't know anywhere for now, but I will ask around. But you will have to promise me you won't even think of getting close if I find a place for you," Martha added her reason. She will never allow him to head there if he doesn't promise he wouldn't get close to it. Gray is very daring, and she knew about this. He truly might get too close to it. "Relax, Mom. I won't put my life at risk. I will only take a look from a distance away," Gray reassured. He knew she would definitely know of a place which attracts lightning. If he knows of this place, it would be helpful, well, as long as it storms. "Okay. I know how wise you are," Martha said with a sneer. Gray knew she still hasn't believed him, so she continued convincing her. Luckily, Martha loved him a lot and quickly gave in. She told him the place where lightning strikes a lot. Gray was happy after finding out the location. It was said lightning always strike that particular mountaintop whenever it storms. No one knows the reason or cause of it, but it had been happening for long. They have investigated it, but they came back empty-handed. Gray immediately made up his mind. He will go check out the place tomorrow. That way he would know what to do next when it storms. Hopefully it storms before the test. This is my only hope now. I should be able to make it in time. I think Gray wasn't too optimistic about his chances of progressing, though, but he knew he could get a sudden realization and progress immediately, so he hasn't given up hope. Gray went to his room. He entered the chaos space to comprehend more. Although he would be heading out tomorrow, it didn't mean he shouldn't continue his training schedule. Gray has already gotten used to always training before bed. In fact, he can be said to be a maniac with how he trains. The next morning, Gray got up and prepared for his journey. There was only 2 days left before the time of the test. He had to get something from this. Chapter 14, Lightning Mountain. Gray headed into the forest he usually trains in. Surprisingly, the location was in this forest. His mom told him very few people knew of lightning striking the mountaintop. Only the higher-ups of the city knew of it. The mountain was in a deeper region of the forest. Although he had been to the forest for a long time, he never tried to head deeper into the forest. There were magical beasts in the forest. The magical beasts were also attuned with elements, and some of them are even better at using it than humans. The mountain wasn't too deep into the forest. That was why Martha was able to tell him freely. If it was too deep in, she won't be comfortable telling him about the place, as he might be in danger if he encounters a magical beast. Gray cautiously headed deeper into the forest. He had to be careful, as sometimes magical beasts do come out from deep in the forest. After 30 minutes, Gray has already gone deep into the forest. The trees were really high and looked old. They must have been here for a long time, Gray muttered while placing his hands on the old tree. Gray looked at the trees. He couldn't take his hands off it when he placed them on it. It was like he could hear the heartbeat of the tree from the earth. He traced his hands down the tree towards the earth. He felt the solidity and support of the earth. It was able to support everything, and all the trees could depend on it. The earth was regarded as the sturdiest element. Gray had a little bead of understanding with the element, and for some time, his heart was breathing in the same rhythm as the earth. What a wonderful feeling. He felt strong at that moment. His eyes glowed with a dark brown color for some time before returning to normal. The earth element truly was resilient and was also the best element in terms of defense. How great would it be if I can awaken the earth element? That would make me almost perfect for now. With great attack and great defense, Gray said with a smile. He was completely aware of the brown glow that flashed through his eyes for some time. Gray really didn't think this short realization would help him awaken the earth element for him. He continued his journey into the deeper parts of the forest. This is the deepest he had gone into the forest since he started coming here. Shortly, a huge mountain appeared in front of him. The mountain was over 1,200 feet high, and it extended over a range of 300 miles. Gray stood at the foot of the mountain, looking towards the top of the mountain. He began climbing the mountain. The mountain was rough, so he couldn't hurry while climbing it. The top of the mountain had an empty space. It looked very smooth, probably because of after being struck by lightning for too long. Gray reached the top of the mountain after some time. He felt a stinging wind hitting him hard. He looked into the distance from the top of the mountain. The forest extended as far as his eyes could see. This really was a huge mountain. He wouldn't dare to go into the deepest part of it. He was curious about it, though. The mountain had a high concentration of the lightning element. Although Gray hadn't started cultivating yet, he can still feel how high the lightning concentration in the mountain is. Due to the high concentration of the lightning element in the mountain, Gray was able to feel some sort of closeness to it. This is really a great place. Even without any lightning descending, I can clearly feel the lightning element. This mountain could be regarded as a paradise for all lightning elementalists. The element could even be felt in the air. It was amazing. Gray felt great. If he could stay here frequently, he can increase his comprehension on the element. Gray sat in a meditative state and tried feeling the lightning element in the air. He focused intensely on the element. While Gray was in a meditative state, the lightning element in the air immediately got attracted to him. His body was like a magnet towards the element. Even the mountain had a reaction. The lightning element gathered in the mountain, started moving towards Gray. Gray couldn't feel anything as he was fully immersed in meditation. Some earth element also moved towards him. Although a little, it still moved towards him. Gray stayed in a meditative state for 3 hours without making any movements. He got out of the meditative state and decided to head home. What a wondrous feeling. Gray felt greatly surprised by the feeling he got. He even felt somewhat intoxicated by it. He almost couldn't draw himself out of meditation. Gray headed home. This was a fruitful experience for him. He couldn't wait to come back tomorrow. Gray decided he won't check if he made any improvements. He will wait till the test and see what he got. When he got home, he was still able to feel what he felt while he was still at the mountain. He told Martha about his experience there and how wonderful the feeling of being one with the world was. If not for the danger, he would have stayed longer there. He needed someone to protect him if he wanted to stay longer. He had to always remain vigilant when he was meditating, although he forgot himself sometimes. It was his first time, so the feeling took him by surprise. Gray went to bed early. He wanted to go quicker tomorrow, so he can comprehend for a longer time. He truly enjoyed the feeling and wanted to feel it again. Gray got up the next morning and headed towards the mountain in high enthusiasm. This was the last day before the test. He had to make good use of the day. He meditated for a long time before heading home. Soon, the next day reached. The day for the test had finally reached after waiting for so long. Gray got up early like usual. This is the day it all changes. Chapter 15. Gray appeared. The city was filled with activity since today was the day of the test. All the kids that are 12 years old were all excited. A lot of people attended the test this time. The representatives from the academies were shocked. This was the highest crowd they had ever seen in any of the previous tests. Could it be the number of children participating in this test is greater than the number we usually get for the previous tests? This was the thought going through the mind of each representative. Even the elder in charge of testing was also surprised by the number of crowd. He couldn't hold himself back and asked someone if something else was going on. "Excuse me, is something going on?" He asked someone by the side. "Do you remember the boy who didn't have an affinity with any element 4 years ago at the test?" The stranger asked. Yes, I do, he answered. It was quite easy to remember Gray, since what happened to Gray was something rarely seen, so a lot of people present that day still remembered him clearly. What does that have to do with what is happening? He asked again. He couldn't see why they would be this much people just because of something that happened 4 years ago. Well, I heard he will be coming to take the test today. A lot of people didn't come back then and heard about what happened from others. So this time, they all wanted to see what will happen, the stranger replied. So it's like that how he still remembered how shocked he was when he saw the result of Gray's test. He even had to tell him to retake it just to confirm if the first result was true, or if he was just seeing things. Only after the same thing showed up did he confirm the result was real. After he heard this, he went over to the representatives of the academies and told them why the arena was filled up today. Humph, I see no reason why they're all making a fuss over nothing. The result will be the same. Why would he want to humiliate himself once again? One of the representatives spoke coldly. The other representatives thought the same as well. Someone who couldn't awaken his elemental affinity at the age of 12 years old will most likely be unable to do so for the rest of his life. This happens to very few people, and out of every 2,000 people it happens to, only one of them might be able to awaken his elemental affinity later on in his life. This was the reason they didn't have any hopes of Gray being able to awaken his element again. You might be wrong. What if he is a late bloomer? It's not like someone has never done it before, so you shouldn't just count him out just yet, one of the representatives said calmly. Even he knew how hard it is, but that doesn't mean this boy can't create a miracle. Humph, we shall see then. But this boy better not waste our time, another one of the representatives said. Most of the representatives felt allowing Gray to take the test was a waste of time, but they also knew there was a small possibility that he might truly be able to awaken his element. Who doesn't want to be a witness to something that amazing? People who awaken their elements later than usual are always strong-willed. Not everyone will have the courage to come and retake the test after not being able to awaken their elements the time they were supposed to. Look, it's Jonas, someone suddenly exclaimed with a high-pitched voice. The noisy arena quickly quietened down. They all looked at the same location simultaneously. It truly is Jonas. Wow, look how cool he is. I hope I can also have a purple talent once I take the test also. The arena immediately got noisy once again. A lot of kids look up to Jonas. They felt since he can have a purple talent, they too can have it. Jonas was like a god in the eyes of the kids. Jonas walked calmly, without any changes in his face. He looked calm and confident. He walked towards where the representatives of the academies were seated close to the platform. Even the mayor of the city wouldn't dare to walk towards the representatives so leisurely. These were people from the academies. They were people at a place the mayor can only dream of reaching. Whenever he sees them, he always has to be polite towards them. Jonas walked towards the representative from the Starlight Academy and sat close to him without saying anything. The man didn't utter a word when he saw Jonas and even smiled calmly. Although he felt he lost face when Jonas didn't even bother to acknowledge him, there was nothing he could do. Jonas' status in the academy is higher than his. Jonas can even order him around without any issues. He still remembered when Jonas called him senior respectfully when he came here, but only 4 years later, the difference in both status and attitude was huge. The other representatives looked at Jonas without saying anything. Even though he was a junior, his status was better than theirs. What do you think about what's going on? Will that boy be able to truly awaken his element? Jonas asked while looking around. It is almost impossible, but there has been times when it happened. But his chances aren't high, the man said. Currently, there wasn't any sign of his previous overbearing attitude when he spoke. He was as meek as a sheep. Jonas looked at him. Well, we will see how he fares. Hopefully he won't waste any of our times. Jonas currently spoke with dignified bearing. He had always been with people of high status when he was at the academy or other big cities. His worldview has changed completely. He has learned a lot and can't be said to be the little boy he used to be. I'm not really sure he can awaken it, but there's no harm in allowing him to retake the test, the man said. Soon it was time for the kids to register their names. Gray still haven't arrived yet. The elders started the test without any delay. They couldn't put the test on hold just because of someone. If Gray can come before he is given the second list, then he can also be tested. By the time it was the 8th person, a commotion took place at the side of the arena. It immediately drew the attention of everyone there. He has finally showed up. Gray had appeared. Chapter 16. I was only trying to look mysterious. Gray walked into the arena calmly. His eyes were like still waters, calm yet enchanting. He walked towards the place where registrations take place. "Good day, sir. I would like to register for the test." Gray looked at the man calmly and said, "Okay, what's your name and age?" The man in charge of registration was quite surprised that someone who had clearly passed the age came to register. Then he quickly remembered what he heard before the test began, about a boy who failed to awaken his element 4 years ago. "Gray, I'm 16 years old," Gray replied politely. "Okay, you will be the 21st person called up. They're already at the 8th person. If you don't get to the platform within 1 minute after your name is called up, you won't have a chance to take the test this year, and we'll have to wait till next year," he told Gray the rules. "I know, sir. Thank you anyway." Gray thanked the man before heading towards the stands in search of Martha. Martha came early, unlike the last time they came together. The last time, she had to register Gray before getting a seat. But this time, it was different as Gray is already old enough to do it properly. She knew the arena will be filled today, so she came early and saved a seat for Gray. There was no way she was going to miss this, not for anything in the world. Today, her son was going to be in the limelight, and today will be one of the happiest days of her life. She knew how much this means to her son. He had suffered for so long just for this day. She had been with him all through, so she knew his pain. Whenever he's happy, she's happy. When he's sad, she's also sad. If he gets bullied by anyone, she beats up the person. This was one of the reasons few people troubled him. Gray quickly found her and sat beside her. Everyone were shocked by his calm look. It was like he wasn't even nervous. They thought he would have a serious look on his face. If it were to be them, they would be scared silly. Like, what if I still haven't awakened my element? The representatives fixed their eyes on the youth. "His bearing is amazing," the representative from the Lunar Academy said with surprise. The other representatives nodded in approval. This was a big day for Gray, and the pressure on him must be intense. If he couldn't awaken his element, then he will be totally finished. For him to still look so calm, even in the presence of this huge crowd who he knew came just to watch him most probably fail, they couldn't help but admire his bearing. Jonas looked at Gray for some time. It was like Gray felt his stare in particular and looked at his direction. They stared at each other for a while before moving their gazes from each other. How come I suddenly felt inferior when I met his eyes just now? That should be impossible. It's definitely a mistake. Jonas was alarmed in his heart. When Gray looked at him a moment ago, he felt something he only felt from his seniors in the academy. It was a feeling of inferiority. He rarely feels this among his age group. The only people he looks up to in his age group are those rare monsters with either a blue-grade talent or a dual elementalist. He had only heard of 3 people his age who was blue talent, and only one who was a dual elementalist. Dual elementalists were even rarer than people with blue talents. They rarely appear and are stronger than people in their stages. They can easily fight across multiple stages without any issues because they were fortified by 2 elements. Gray didn't feel anything when he looked at Jonas. He knew although Jonas was currently better than him, it wouldn't take long for him to catch up and surpass him. As long as he remains hard-working, he will rise to be the strongest. As time went on, the people got more tense. They all wanted to know what the result of Gray's test will be. Some were hoping to witness something which they didn't think was possible, while others just wanted to see how Gray failed again. Martha looked around with confidence. She knew her son was going to shock them all. She couldn't wait to see their reactions. The elder went for the usual break and got the new list before he continued the test. Gray calmly looked at the kids who were having their tests. Some of them were happy with their results while others were sad. That was life, though. Everyone can't be successful. But there were some kids who didn't care what grade their talents were, though. Some were meant to rise while others fail. But there are also a few who doesn't care about anything, though. Those are the legendary group. They just came to take the test because they had to and nothing else. The time moved slowly. It was like the time was moving at a snail's pace. Usually they would have already called up to the 20th name, but they are still stuck in the 15th name. Everyone waited patiently for the main event of the day. Gray could feel the unease in the air. It was like they all wanted him to take the test immediately. "Morons, I'll scare your hearts out with my result," Gray sneered in his heart. After a long wait, The audience finally heard the name they were waiting for. Next up, Gray. The elder called the next name on the list. Even he had some expectations for what would happen with this particular test. Will he be able to change his destiny, or will he fall deeper into the darkness, the elder thought in his heart. Gray calmly stood up and gently walked towards the platform. He slowly got there under the watchful gazes of everyone. This kid, he's doing this on purpose, Martha complained when she saw how slowly Gray was walking. She knew he was doing it on purpose to create more tension in the hearts of everyone. Humph, how shameless. I'll teach him a lesson when we get home. Gray was having a good time with the gazes of everyone focused on him, unaware of his mother's plan. If he knew, he would surely scream in his heart, "What did I do, Mom? I was only trying to act mysterious." When he got to the platform, everyone's gazes were still tightly glued to him. He nodded in his mind for how cool he was. "Place your hand on the stone," the elder spoke to him calmly. Gray looked at the man, smiled before walking towards the stone confidently. When he placed his hand on the stone, everyone held their breaths and waited for the result. A.N. We're out of the top 10, guys. We need more power stones. Chapter 17. Surprise Suckers. The entire arena was quiet. They all had their eyes fixed on the figure whose hand was on the stone. They wanted to know the result badly. Time slowly moved as the seconds crept at a sluggish pace. Their hearts were racing in anticipation. What would be the result? This was the question in their minds. Jonas and the representatives also had the same thoughts. They were closer to the platform, so they saw how calm Gray looked. "He really is different from the rest," one of the representatives said. They all looked at the lazy-looking Gray, whose hand was on the stone. Gray had a lazy look when his hand was on the stone. He didn't have the disposition of someone who had failed to awaken his element previously. It was like it was his first time doing the test, and he didn't even care about the result. After some time, the strange energy left his body and returned into the stone. The elder walked over to confirm the results. When he saw the results, he looked at Gray shocked. "Please place your hand on the stone again." The tone of the elder changed slightly when he asked this. Gray looked at him for some time before placing his hand on it again. When the crowd saw this, they immediately started to murmur among themselves. This was how he was also told to place his hand on the stone the last time. "Seems like we came in vain. Clearly he's failed to awaken his element again." Different opinions came in when they saw this. Those who were present the last time Gray did his test also didn't think Gray will be able to awaken. To them, seeing this was like seeing Gray in the platform years ago. What happened in both cases was exactly the same. The energy circled all over his body before returning to the stone. The elder once again came over to check. He was left stunned by what he saw. He couldn't even speak the results of the test. The people were surprised by his behavior. Could it be that he was able to awaken his element? They immediately started speculating about the result of the test. They knew something must have definitely happened for the elder to have this sort of reaction. "Elder, what is the result?" "We don't have much time, so tell us the results." The representative of the Starlight Academy spoke coldly toward his for not calling the results sooner. The elder immediately got out of his shock state and immediately announced the result. "Gray, lightning element purple grade talent, and earth element pink grade talent," he announced loudly. When everyone heard the result, they all looked dumbstruck. Even Gray had a surprised look in his face. Jonas had a look of disbelief. Dual elementalist. Gray was surprisingly a rare dual elementalist, and what was more shocking was the fact that he had the lightning element as well. Although the grade of the talent for the earth element, it doesn't change the fact that he is a dual elementalist. Martha looked at her son surprised. Did he know about this? "We will talk when we get home." She didn't want to distract herself from what was happening. Today, Gray has shamed them all. And also, he had surprised even her who stayed with him. Martha looked at Gray's face, which also had a look of surprise. Seems like he wasn't aware of this as well. She calmed down when she felt it okay already. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Did the elder just call two different elements? Yes, lightning and earth elements. He is a dual elementalist. The crowd couldn't calm down. Not only were the crowd agitated, the representatives felt more agitated. This is an unseen talent. Each of his element balances him completely. One is for attacking, while the other is used mostly for defense. Jonas just looked on without being able to say anything. The representatives from each academy even forgot to fight over which academy he will be admitted to. Gray looked at the reactions of everyone, and also how they looked. I'll always remember this day. Gray was proud of himself. He searched for Martha with his eyes and saw her smiling towards him. He walked out of the platform towards his mother. The stunned crowd still haven't been able to get over what they heard. The representatives quickly regained their wits and quickly shouted for Gray to wait. Wait! Which academy will you like to join? The elder of the Lunar Academy said. What is there to choose? The Starlight Academy is the best, the representative from the Starlight Academy said haughtily. Gray looked at them and chuckled to himself. I will be joining the Lunar Academy. Gray didn't bother to wait before replying. He had a good impression of the representative from the Lunar Academy. He still remembered how he cheered him up when he came for the test previously. Gray left the platform and headed towards where his mother sat. The crowd still haven't been able to get out of the shock from what they witnessed. Derek's face paled when he heard the result. He knew there was a bad blood between the both of them, so when he thought about Gray's current status, he couldn't help but be scared. Gray felt very happy deep down when he saw the reactions of everyone. Hee. Surprised suckers, Gray snickered in his heart. The feeling of victory truly was a good feeling. After being mocked for so long, now he had climbed up from the abyss and stood straight before them. Yet, none could speak before him. Well done, Gray. You've truly silenced them. And also, you made me proud, Martha spoke with a huge smile on her face. Of course, I'm the best. You didn't expect anything less from me, right? Gray shrugged and said with a little laugh. Will you die if you don't praise yourself for once? Martha asked with a look that scared the shit out of Gray. Gray immediately dropped his head, clearly not having any plans of replying. Martha looked at him and shook her head. She could tell no matter what happened, Gray will always be Gray. A.N. We made it back into the top 10, guys. Now new target, top 5. We can do it. Chapter 18. Wait, can she read minds? The entire arena stayed quiet for a long time. The representatives forgot to even remind the elder to continue the test. The representative from the Starlight Academy was obviously stunned, not expecting Gray to pick the Lunar Academy instead. He already had the thought of sucking up to Gray while they were still here. He clearly remembered how he acted towards Jonas. He felt he didn't do enough. That was why Jonas didn't bother with him all this while. He planned to make it up with Gray. If he could have a good relationship with someone like Gray, it would make life easier for him. The best elders were sent to better and bigger cities, but he was sent here, this little place called Red City. But what he can't deny was the fact that he had witnessed things the other elders haven't. To be able to first witness Gray failing to awaken his element, to seeing him awakening dual elements. It was an unforgettable experience. The elder from the Lunar Academy was struck with joy when he heard Gray's reply and burst into laughter. The other representatives looked at him with envy. They knew he would surely be rewarded by the Academy for bringing such a talent back. Even if this would be the only achievement he had in the sect, it was something worth being proud about. What annoyed the representatives from the other academies was the fact that Gray didn't even think and just chose them outright. He should have at least gave them all a chance before deciding which he wanted to join. Although most of the talents head to the Starlight Academy, at least there had been some who picked them. Jonas looked at everything going on with a complicated look. He remembered how much of a stir he caused when he took his test. But comparing it to Gray's, it wasn't worth talking about. When he chose to join the Starlight Academy, the other representatives only felt sad about losing such a talent. But the reactions they are currently showing towards losing Gray was clearly more than just being sad. He looked at Gray's smiling face and suddenly felt irritated. Humph, what is there to be proud about? I'm already ahead of you in planes. There is no way for you to catch up even if you're a dual elementalist. Jonas has always liked being the center of attention. He enjoyed the looks everyone gave him. But with the emergence of Gray, everything changed. All the kids who used to look at him with worshipping eyes were now staring at Gray like he was more than a god. Humph, why are you holding up the test? We don't have all day. Jonas immediately snorted and coldly said towards the elder in charge of the test. The elder immediately regained his calm and quickly called out the next name on the list. The kid whose name was called stood still. It was like he totally forgot his name. The crowd still hadn't gotten over what happened, so he couldn't be blamed. The elder shouted the name for the second time before the kid hurried over for his test. The entire arena didn't have any enthusiasm towards the rest of the test. They knew they had already seen the highlight of the test. The test ended with the crowd still stunned. The boy who failed to awaken his element 4 years ago was actually a dual elementalist. It was shocking. No one expected something like this to happen. Everyone who had previously mocked him started feeling scared. They felt like they were standing on fire. What if he wants to get revenge on me? This was what they were all thinking. Some even went over to Gray's house to congratulate him. When Martha saw them, she frowned immediately. She didn't like any of them because they insulted Gray when he hadn't awoken his element. If not for the fact that they were all scared of her, they might have done more than just insulting him. Gray didn't even bother with any of them. Currently, the representative from the Lunar Academy came over to talk to him. It's surprising you were able to awaken your element after not being able to awaken it while you were 12 years old. This truly is a rare sight, the representative said with a sigh. It was all thanks to Senior's word that I was able to hang on and not lose faith, Gray said calmly. When he saw him, he suddenly remembered what he said. Truth be told, he didn't even remember how he got out of the arena, talk less of what he was told. But he had to put up a good demeanor in front of the representative. Like I remembered what you said, Gray thought. That truly was the worst day of his life. I only said it to encourage you. Truth be told, I have never seen anyone who was able to awaken his element after failing once. I've only read about it in books, the representative said with a smile. Oh, by the way, my name's Chris. You can call me Elder Brother Chris. Chris told Gray his name. I think I'll stick with Senior, Gray said with a smile. Although Gray was troublesome, he was respectful. His mother taught him this. So no matter if he will one day grow stronger than them or stand at his peak, his elders will always remain his elders. But there have been a few times he was disrespectful towards some older people. Not everyone deserves the respect an elder should be given. Martha almost got to the point where she wanted to chase all their visitors away. Luckily, they left on their own. If Gray were to be present, he would have clearly seen the fear in the eyes of the leaving visitors. When Gray saw her coming inside, "Mom, are they all gone?" he asked. "Yes, they said they had things to do. Hence they left early," Martha replied. Gray looked at her for some time. He clearly didn't believe it. She must have scared them away, Gray thought. Martha suddenly looked at Gray sharply. Gray felt a chill run down his spine. From the look, it was like Martha knew what he was thinking. Why is she giving me that look? Did she know what I was thinking? No. Impossible. Gray felt genuinely scared. A.N. Come on, guys. We're now at the 7th place in the ranking. 5th place not far away. We can do it. Chapter 19. Wish you were here. Chris looked at the mother and son duo, clearly surprised by the sudden silence after Martha replied to Gray's question. Gray, how come you didn't even get tea for our guest? Martha decided to break the silence. Due to receiving guests, she was unable to personally receive Chris. When she saw Gray didn't even prepare tea for him, she immediately chided him. It's okay, I didn't plan on staying long. I only came over to confirm with Gray when he will be able to leave for the academy with me, Chris said with a smile. Martha looked at Gray when she heard this, clearly indicating the decision was up to him. When Gray saw her look, he knew what she meant. When he wanted to reply, he immediately froze. He was excited about starting cultivation, so he wanted to say they could leave the next day. But when he thought of it, he felt lucky. That was a close call. She would have definitely flipped out if I said I wanted to leave tomorrow, Gray thought while heaving a sigh. Although he said this in his heart, he knew he couldn't leave her so soon. He wanted to spend time with her. When he still hadn't awoken his element, he was totally occupied with training. Now he would be leaving soon. It will be wrong of him if he didn't spend some time with his lovely mother. I think I'll have to stay a week before leaving, Gray said. When Martha heard this, she felt happy inside. She knew how eager Gray was about cultivating, but he decided to stay a week just for her sake. Okay, I'll come back a week from now. I'll be in the city until then, Chris nodded and prepared to leave. Okay, Gray walked Chris to the door. Take care of yourself. Goodbye for now, Chris advised before heading out. I will. Goodbye, Gray waved at him before heading back into the house. When he stepped in, he looked at Martha, who was standing and looking at him lovingly. Why did you decide to wait a week before leaving? Martha asked. Although she knew the reason, she still wanted to hear what Gray would say. What's the difference if I start cultivating now or in a week's time? I only took a week off so I can rest after so many days of constant training, Gray said. When Martha heard his reply, her smiling face immediately changed. On seeing the change in her facial expression, Gray burst into laughter. "I'm only joking, Mom. I wanted to spend time with the best mother in the world before leaving. If I had left immediately, wouldn't that make me a bad child?" Gray continued laughing while stating his real reason to Martha. When Martha heard this, a sweet smile immediately surfaced on her face. "Humph, luckily you still think of your mother. Of course, I'll miss you a lot when I'm not here. Besides, I won't be able to see a beautiful lady who lights up my life every day," Gray said cheekily. "Save your teasing for the young girls of the academy." Martha rolled her eyes when she heard Gray's teasing. She also felt sweet inside. "By the way, how come you're a dual elementalist? You didn't tell me you comprehended a new element." Martha asked the question she had wanted to know when she heard the result. "Even I didn't know about it until today. I had a little understanding of the earth element when I went over to the lightning mountain, but I didn't expect it to actually awaken the element so quickly," Gray said in a tone that clearly showed his surprise. "Truly unexpected. Well, it's a good thing for you. Only, I don't think it will be easy for you to comprehend new elements. You were fortunate this time. Let's hope your luck continues," Martha said seriously. "Yeah, now I'll have to focus on cultivating and comprehending the elements. It wouldn't be as it used to, since I wouldn't be to put all my focus on one of them." Gray shared his thoughts with Martha. Gray spoke with Martha for the rest of the day before deciding it was time to get some rest. "Mom, I miss Dad," Gray suddenly said when he was about to leave. It had already been so long, yet his father still hadn't returned. "Yes, I miss him too," Martha said with a faint voice. "When will he return?" Gray asked. Gray had been asking this question for a long time now. "I don't know, dear, but he promised me he'll return safely. He also told me he might stay for a long time before returning. I initially begged him not to go, but he said it was very important and had to leave. And besides, he's never lied to me. So I know he'll come back to me," Martha said firmly. She knew just how many times she had used this statement to not lose hope. After being gone for so long, she had never once lost hope. Her husband will never lie to her. He will definitely return. Yeah, he will definitely return. It's just I wish he were here to celebrate with us, Gray said with a smile. He knew bringing up this topic will ruin their celebratory mood, but he just had to bring it up. Martha looked at Gray with a smile. She really does love him a lot. She decided to let him off for his performance during the time he was called up. She suddenly felt lonely when she thought about Gray's upcoming departure. Her husband still hadn't returned. Now her son would be leaving soon also. She looked out the window with tears flowing down her cheek like rain. She's always been strong because of Gray. But when she's alone, she clearly feels the pain of her husband not being here. Doing so much has not been easy for her, but she had to stay strong not just for herself but also for her son. Wish she were here. Chapter 20. Departure. Gray spent time with Martha, but he had already gotten used to always training. So after 3 days, he had to go train. Martha shook her head when she saw this. She knew he wouldn't be comfortable staying this long without doing anything. Fortunately, he didn't spend all day training like he usually does. He would only spend approximately 4 hours training before heading back home. He encountered the representative from the Starlight Academy when he was returning from his training. "You can still change your mind, you know," he said to Gray. "I've already made my decision. Thanks for the invitation," though Gray declined politely. Gray wanted to continue his journey, but was blocked again by the representative. "The Lunar Academy isn't even in the top 3 in terms of strength. We've dominated the Empire for years now," he said proudly. Gray knew what he said was right, but he didn't care about it. He liked how Senior Chris presented himself. This, in turn, made him have a good impression of the Lunar Academy. Gray had never been the haughty type, and he had learned a lot during these 4 years. He was not able to awaken his element. He knew more about human nature also. "You will regret this decision of yours," the representative said coldly before leaving. Gray looked at him with cold eyes. He didn't like him. Good thing he wouldn't see him once he joins the Lunar Academy. Gray went home and continued his normal routine. He spent most of his time with Martha, then went over to the forest to train. He also visited the Lightning Mountain once more. He savored the feeling he got from it. "This is a nice place. Hopefully, I can find a place like this in the academy." Gray loved the feeling he got whenever he came here to meditate. Elementalists cultivate by meditating. They try to attract the elemental particles of their said elements into their bodies. It would then be refined by the elementalist. The collection plane is all about collecting the elemental particles into the body of an elementalist. After collecting the particles to a certain level, then the fusion stage would begin. Gray heard Jonas had already broken through to the arcane plane. This was the same plane the mayor of Red City was currently in. Gray couldn't wait to start his cultivation journey. Just the thought of it got him excited. Gray prepared himself for his journey, and soon it was only a day before he left. Senior Chris was staying at an inn in the city, so getting to him wouldn't be an issue. Gray was sure he wouldn't even need to search for him. Normally, the representative wouldn't have asked when he wanted to leave. He would have just told him they will be leaving soon. Each representative rarely stays more than 4 days in the city. They didn't like coming here in the first place, so they were always grumpy if they had to stay longer. But due to Gray's talent, he had to stay for a week just so he could fulfill Gray's demands. Although he wasn't sucking up to him, he wasn't trying to offend him either. This was one of the reasons Gray respected him even more. Gray knew if it were to be other representatives, they would have tried to suck up to him. This also made him more curious about the Lunar Academy. If the Academy isn't as the representative presented, then he would be very disappointed. Although he wouldn't have a problem since he was a dual elementalist, he would have a high status anywhere he went. Power was everything, and talented individuals were respected a lot, since they would turn into powerhouses in the future, so long as they do not die early. Finally, the day of his departure finally came. Martha was feeling both sad and happy. She was happy Gray's dream of cultivating was about to be realized, but was sad since she would be left all alone. She suddenly thought of something and quickly made a decision. "Gray, I'll be heading to meet your father," Martha suddenly spoke. "You know where Dad is?" Gray asked in a surprised tone. "Of course. Will he dare leave without even telling me where he wanted to go?" Martha said with a scoff. "Actually, I would have gone with him if not for you. You were the only reason keeping me here. Now since you're about to go to the academy, I'll be able to go freely without worrying about you," Martha said while caressing Gray's cheek. Gray thought about it and felt it was the right decision. Staying here wouldn't bring her anything. "So, how will I find you?" Gray asked. He wanted to know where they were so, in case he wanted to go find them, it would be easy. "Don't worry about us for now. I'll send you a message when I get there. Just focus on your cultivation for now," Martha reassured Gray. She wanted him to focus fully on his cultivation. He has already fallen behind, so he needs to fully focus on his cultivation. "Okay, Mom, but don't forget to send me the message, so I won't get worried about you. It has already been so long since he heard from his father. If his mother was added, it would be devastating for him." Chris came after some time. "Gray, are you ready?" he asked. "Yes," Gray replied. "Okay, come with me," Chris replied before going out of the house, heading in the direction of the city gate. Gray hugged Martha before walking out. He stood outside and looked at the house for some time before following in the footsteps of Chris. When they passed through the city gates, Gray suddenly felt nostalgic. He couldn't help but taking another look at the city he had stayed in all his life. When he looked back, he saw Martha standing not too far from him with tear-filled eyes. A new phase of his life was about to begin. Chapter 21. Let me admire in peace. Gray followed Chris and headed towards the east. They got close to a forest. Gray looked around with curiosity. He was really excited about their journey. On seeing they were about to head into the forest, Gray couldn't help but ask, "Senior, will we be heading to the academy by foot?" Gray was puzzled. What have I gotten myself into? At least he should have prepared a carriage to take us there. Chris laughed when he heard Gray's question. "Ha ha ha, of course not. Come with me. I'll show you our ride." Chris motioned for Gray to follow him into the forest. Gray looked at him suspiciously before heading into the forest. They walked for some time before they got to an open field in the forest. Gray was stunned by what he saw. There was a large bird-like creature laying on the grass in the open fields. When Gray got closer and saw the creature up close, he was more astonished. It was a legendary creature. Its head was that of an eagle. It was coated in glossy brown feathers and had dangerous curved beaks. 2 tufts of feathers sprang up its head like they were ears. At its shoulders, a pair of powerful, feathered wings could be seen folded at his back. Behind the wings, the feathers faded into tawny fur, and what looked like the body of a lion took over. Its front leg was that of an eagle with razor-sharp talons that could easily rip him apart. while its hind legs were that of a lion with terrifying sharp claws which only the tip could be seen. As Gray got closer to it, the creature raised its head to look at the stranger who was coming close to it. Its black, beady eyes were enchanting. Gray looked at the majestic creature in front of him and was lost for words. This Gray couldn't complete his statement and was stuttering non-stop. Gray had seen magical beasts, so this wasn't his first time seeing one. But this was the legendary beast he had only seen in books. It never crossed his mind he will be able to see one at the start of his cultivation journey. "This is Brown. She will be our ride back home," Chris introduced the creature with a smile. He had expected this reaction, so he wasn't surprised. Every time he went out to carry new students, this was always the best part for him. Whenever he sees the shocked reactions in the faces of the new students, it always makes him laugh. "It's a griffin," Gray exclaimed. Gray's eyes never once left the creature since seeing it for the first time. This was one of the rulers of the sky in terms of aerial speed, and it had terrifying strength. How can Gray not be shocked? He started wondering the identity of this senior who came to this small city. There was no way he will get to ride a griffin here if he were ordinary. Griffins weren't legendary for nothing. First of all, getting the chance to see one was incredibly hard as they were rare beasts. Taming one was even harder. Griffins are proud beasts and would rarely allow themselves to be tamed by humans. Even when caught, it would fight back with all it has. Clearly, the relationship between Brown and Senior Chris isn't ordinary, since he could leave her here without worrying she would escape for so long. Chris walked towards Brown and gently caressed her feathers. Gray just stood at a spot looking at the majestic beast without moving. This truly was unexpected. Now he was also eager to go to the academy. How would the academy look like? He couldn't wait. "Are you going to stand there all day? Come on, let's get going." Chris laughed again on seeing how Gray was still standing stunned. "Is she really going to be the one to take us there?" Gray asked again to be extra sure. Although he knew it was a stupid question, he just had to ask it. "If not her, then who? Do you have any other means of going?" Chris retorted grumpily. "I think his brain is already fried from shock," Chris thought inside. Gray dropped his head embarrassedly. "Can't you just reply normally? You have seen the creature for a long time. This is my first time seeing it. Let me admire it in peace," Gray thought grumpily. Gray suddenly felt he made the right choice in choosing the Lunar Academy. Just seeing a legendary beast before he even went to the academy suddenly felt worth it. He could brag with this for a long time. He almost wanted to run back to Martha and tell her he just saw a griffin. When Brown stood up, Gray was once again stunned by its immense size. It stood over 5 meters tall, with a length of over 3 meters. It truly was a majestic beast. Gray walked closer to Brown with extreme caution. He was scared of irritating the beasts, else it might just rip him to shred with those terrifying talons it possessed. As Gray stood closer to it, he felt how small he was. Chris just stood at the side looking on. He has always enjoyed this. This was the reason he always came to little cities for the test. This was the 4th time he was coming to Red City for the test. Surprisingly, he witnessed Gray took the test twice. Unlike the other representatives, he can head over to other cities. Maybe it was fate that made him witness the miracle which Gray was. He couldn't describe the feeling, but he knew Gray wouldn't be someone ordinary in his life. He had heard of how Gray suddenly started training in the forest after failing to awaken his element. Not only that, but he also heard how Gray was able to defeat Derek, who was already at the 8th stage of the collection plane, easily. This wasn't something someone ordinary can achieve. He was looking forward to Gray's future accomplishments. "Come on, let's get going. We have a long journey ahead of us," Chris said after allowing Gray fill his eyes with the image of Brown some more. Brown squatted down so they could climb onto her. Gray climbed up easily and looked ahead with great enthusiasm. They were about to head for the academy. After they climbed up and steadied themselves, Chris patted Brown on her back, indicating it was time to leave. Brown took off into the air. Chapter 22. He's not bad, but I'm still better. 2 days later, Gray and Chris were in a restaurant having a meal. Usually, cultivators could go days without eating, but most of them still enjoy the taste of delicious foods, so they eat whenever they can. And some foods are also helpful to cultivators. Gray hasn't started cultivating yet, so he still had to depend on the nourishment of food. Although he could go without eating for a day, he would rather not. Gray was a foodie, He loved food a lot. So him not eating is like a punishment to him. Senior, how come I am the only one who joined the Lunar Academy from Red City? Gray asked after taking a big bite of the meat in front of him. He noticed there wasn't any other kid going with him to the academy, and it was quite strange since other academies' representatives get at least 2 kids when they're heading back. Well, we have a low admission rate, Chris said without even raising his head. Clearly, he was also, just like Gray, a foodie. Gray could see how much Chris was enjoying his meal, so he decided to ask after their meal. They had been making stops in different cities during their journey. They would have to stop flying when it was almost dark to get to a city where they would have to sleep at an inn. Gray had already taken note of how much Chris loved eating. They hadn't spoken much during the journey. Whenever they are in the air, Gray always studied his environment and carefully observed their traveling routes. It was a stunning sight while he was in the air. It felt amazing. Surprisingly, Brown can make air shields that would stop the air from hitting them while she is flying at full speed. Brown would have to hide in a forest close to the city whenever they stopped and went into a city, since unlike other aerial magical beasts, she was rare. Of course, she wouldn't be in any danger in a place like this since she was stronger than the residents in the cities. Well, that only applies to small cities. But we also have the highest retention rate, meaning we rarely chase out our students for not meeting the required stage during the yearly test. All our students are hardworking, Chris continued. Oh, was the only reply Gray could give. He knew about the yearly tests the academies give to their students. This was one of the reasons Derek was in the city. The competition is really tough at the academy. You will know more when you get there. Chris refrained from going deep in details of how the academy operates. Gray didn't ask any more questions since he could clearly see Chris wasn't going to tell him anything. After eating, they immediately went to the inn to get some sleep. Since they still had about 2 days' journey ahead of them, they needed to rest properly. 2 days later, Gray looked at the biggest city gate he had ever seen. Gray could see people entering and exiting the city on a large scale. This truly was a large city, unlike Red City where he previously stayed. Lunar Academy was situated 1 kilometer west of the city. Lunar Academy was named after the city. The city was boisterous. Gray curiously looked around. Senior, why did we come over to the city? Is the academy located in the city? Gray asked. He knew most academies weren't located in the cities, and were mostly located outside the city. No, we are heading over to meet a friend of mine. After that, we'll head over to the academy, Chris said while heading in the direction of the city. Oh, okay, Gray responded while closely following behind him. When they got into the city, they headed straight towards the center of the city. Gray studied the city closely. It was a very busy place, and people could be seen walking everywhere. They stopped at the front of a huge manor. Although Gray wasn't a resident of this city, he could tell this was definitely the biggest manor in the city. There were guards at the gate of the manor, but they didn't stop them from going in. Gray calmly walked behind Chris. He couldn't help but click his tongue when he went inside the manor. They walked in, and Chris told him to wait for him at the garden close by. Gray sat there taking in the fresh aroma of the garden. What a nice place. The tranquility of the garden calmed Gray's tired mind. He had been restless throughout their journey, but being here was able to calm his heart. He closed his eyes to sink deeper into this peaceful state. Chris walked out after some time with a young boy in tow. The boy was about the same age as Gray. He had refined features and looked quite handsome. When they got to the garden, he looked at the stranger who had his eyes closed like he was in a trance. Gray, it's time to leave, Chris said loudly. Chris's voice disrupted Gray's reverie. Gray opened his eyes and stared at Chris. He noticed Chris didn't come alone and was with a young boy. Gray stared at him for some time before redirecting his gaze back at Chris. Okay, senior, he replied with a smile. Staying in the garden for this short time had really helped calm the state of his mind. Oh, Gray, this is Klaus. Chris introduced the newcomer to Gray. It's nice meeting you, I'm Gray, Gray said while stretching out his right hand. I'm Klaus. It's nice meeting you too. Klaus shook his hand with a smile. Gray evaluated Klaus, and Klaus was also doing the same. Klaus had always been proud of his looks, but this was the first time he was totally defeated by someone else in terms of looks. He's not bad, Gray praised Klaus for his looks and his heart. But I'm still better. Gray felt it was impossible to see someone as handsome as he was. Klaus is a student of the academy. Since we were going to the academy, he decided to come along, Chris said calmly. Chris turned after saying this and walked in the direction of the exit. Chapter 23. Lunar Academy. The trio left the city and headed west. Gray already knew they were heading towards the academy, so he just stayed quiet without speaking much. "So where are you from?" Klaus broke the silence. Since they would be walking all the way to the academy, he might as well have a conversation with Gray. If only Chris had allowed them to take a carriage, it would have been better, but he refused when Klaus brought it up. "I'm from Red City. It's a long way from here," Gray replied. "Oh, I've never heard of it," Klaus thought for a while before responding. "It's not a big place, so it's normal you don't know about it." Gray flashed a smile on his face. "How come you came together with Senior Chris?" "I thought he went out to get new students," Klaus asked with a puzzled expression. He had never seen Chris come back with a kid older than the age of 12 whenever he heads out for the test. Sometimes, he doesn't even return with anyone. Chris went out for the usual annual test for new kids who just awoke in their elements. But seeing him returning with someone who was fully over the age was surprising. "Well, I just awakened my element." Gray figured there was no use in lying to Klaus since they would attend the same academy and would get to see each other. "What?" Klaus was startled when he heard this. This was something he didn't expect. "Did you wait until now before you had the test?" Klaus asked. This was the only reason he could think of when he heard what Gray said. But it was unexpected that someone would delay until they were over 12 years old before taking the test. This would put you at a big disadvantage with your peers, since they would have already cultivated to a higher level before you can even start cultivating. "No. I had the test once when I was still 12 years old. But I failed to awaken my element at that time, so after waiting for 4 years, I took the test again," Gray explained. "Wait, you failed to awaken your element?" Klaus was dumbstruck when he heard this statement. This was totally outrageous. Not being able to awaken an element at the age of 12 was usually very rare. But being able to awaken your element after failing to do so while you were 12 years old was even rarer. Since there weren't many people who didn't awaken their element when they were 12 years old, so the amount who could later awaken their element were few in numbers. In fact, in the Chilean Empire, there haven't been any such case happening in recent times. Yes, Senior was also present on the day I failed the test. He was the only one who spoke encouraging words to me that day. Gray recounted what he could. Although he remembered little, he still recalled what Chris said to him. "So, what element did you awaken after the test?" Klaus asked curiously. "Lightning and earth element," Gray replied, hiding nothing from him. "You're a dual elementalist?" Klaus exclaimed. Chris looked back when heard Klaus shout. Klaus immediately closed his mouth, fearing to anger Chris. "Yes, I am," Gray answered. Klaus felt fascinated by Gray's story. This was something truly shocking. At first, he couldn't awaken an element. Then later on, he awakened not only one but 2 elements. And one of them was the rare lightning element, and they generally regarded the other as the element with the best defense. With lightning's terrifying attack, coupled with Earth's resilient defense, he could say Gray was a perfect fighter, wielding both attack and defense, respectively. "How about you? What element did you awaken during your test?" Gray inquired. "Well, I'm a water elementalist," Klaus declared with a calm voice. He had already been at the academy for some time now. Okay, Gray thought of his mother when he heard Klaus was a water elementalist. He knew she was terrifying. Luckily, she only freezes his legs and doesn't do more whenever he messes up. Gray and Klaus continued talking as they walked closer to the academy. Gray got to find out there were 5 halls in the academy, with each hall representing an element. There was the water hall, the fire hall, the earth hall, the wind hall, and the lightning hall. There were also special classes which took place at the academy. Each hall was further divided into 3 classes for 3 cultivation planes, respectively. Collection plane students are in the first class in their subsequent elemental hall. The fusion plane students are in the second class, while the third class were for the arcane students. Klaus was already in the third class, which was for the arcane plane students. Gray was astonished by how fast they cultivate. He also found out Klaus was a purple-graded talent just like him for now. How long would it take him to get to the arcane plane? Well, he couldn't wait. Apart from the time Chris looked at Klaus, he didn't interrupt their conversation, not even once during their entire journey. They reached the academy before long, and Gray stood awed by it. Well, if he says the gate of Lunar City was the largest he had seen, then the gate of Lunar Academy was the grandest. The gate erected at over 9 meters high, with a width reaching over 6 meters. The designs on the gates seemed lifelike, and when Gray looked closely, he could see the image of a phoenix at the center of the gate. They headed into the academy grounds. The academy was clearly bigger than Red City. The moment they entered the academy, Chris immediately ditched Gray and only instructed Klaus on what to do before disappearing. Gray glanced at the unreliable Chris without much reactions. Since he already had a good relationship with Klaus, he didn't have any problems with Klaus showing him around. "So, where are we headed first?" Gray asked with some enthusiasm. "We're going to get you registered first of all. Then after that, I'll introduce the academy to you," Klaus told Gray his plan. Gray agreed with it. Since he was here, he should register as a student of the academy. Klaus and Gray discussed as they headed in the direction of the registration building. Chapter 24. You Bet I Am. Klaus took Gray to the registration building. When they got there, they noticed about 8 kids were waiting to get their registration done. Klaus told Gray to join the queue since he was here to get his registration done. The kids all looked at Gray with peculiar eyes. Even the instructors who brought them over did the same. When they saw Klaus, they knew Gray being here had something to do with Chris, so they just let him be. Although they were curious about him, they didn't bother with him. When Gray went in to get his registration done, the instructors went over to Klaus to find out who Gray was. "Hey Klaus, who's the fella you brought over? I haven't seen him in the academy before. Did he come with Senior Chris? He's a little too old to register with the new batch, isn't he?" They asked Klaus so many questions that his head immediately started arching. Klaus just looked at them and was speechless. These were instructors of the academy, yet they all act like 12-year-olds. This was what made the academy more interesting. The instructors are very welcome with the students. Although they do have moments when they're strict, they are friendly most of the time. Klaus is still amazed by how almost every single instructor in the academy had odd personalities. Like, how do the academy even find these bunch of weirdos? But he couldn't deny the fact that they were all superb in their fields and were outstanding teachers. "He's Gray, he just took the test this year. This was why he just joined the academy," Klaus replied in a helpless manner. "Is he a moron who would wait till they were above 15 years old before they take the test? I must say he's quite handsome. Yeah, I don't think I have seen anyone this handsome before. He definitely is a gem. I thought you were the most handsome in the academy, Klaus, but this friend of yours is definitely better looking than you." While they were talking, one of the female instructors brought up how handsome Gray looked. If Gray had been present and heard those comments, he would have been like, "You bet I am." He actually took the test while he was 12 years old, but failed to awaken his element. He only awakened his element this year. Klaus told them the reason Gray was just taking the test. "And he's a dual elementalist," Klaus added. It amazed the instructors when they heard Gray's story. From not being able to awaken his element to turning into a dual elementalist. It was truly something else. They've not seen anyone who was unable to awaken his talent before, so they were quite shocked. These cases were rare in the Empire. While they were still discussing how handsome Gray looked, Gray stepped out of the registration office. He curiously looked at the instructors who were having a heated conversation with Klaus. The moment Klaus noticed Gray was already out of the registration office, he immediately went over to him, stopping him from coming any closer before quickly escaping with him. He definitely didn't want Gray to see how weird the instructors of the academy were on his first day. Gray was surprised because of Klaus' reaction, but said nothing. While they were walking, Klaus thought of something and asked, "By the way, where is your living quarter located?" They assigned each student a quarter for staying. Their living quarters occupied the western and southern parts of the academy. The instructors' and other academy workers' quarters were located in the northern part of the academy. The eastern part housed the halls used for classes, the library, the registration office, and the mission hall. "They assigned me a living quarter at the western part," Gray said as he fished out the card they gave him at the registration room. He glanced at it and saw the number 413 on it. Klaus looked over at the card. "Oh, you're assigned to quarter 413. You know where it is?" Gray asked when said this. "Yes. My living quarter is also situated in the western part. So, we will see each other more easily," Klaus said with a smile. "Okay," Gray replied. Since they were in the eastern part of the academy, Klaus showed Gray the halls used for classes. Each hall's building was enormous, with only the Lightning Hall being smaller than the rest. Gray found out there were over 800 students in the academy, but the number didn't exceed 900. This surprised him. Academies usually have more than 5,000 students. How come the Lunar Academy had such small number of students? Do you know why the recruitment rate of the academy is low? It's baffling that an academy this big only has 800 plus students. Gray was puzzled by this. I'm not certain, but from what I know, the academy only recruits students with either purple or blue grade talent, Klaus said after musing for some time. There have been one time they admitted a student whose talent was only orange, but I heard he was a dual elementalist with both elements having orange talent respectively, Klaus continued. Gray was amazed by the requirements to get into the Lunar Academy. The other academies don't have this requirement also, right? Gray asked. No, they recruit students with orange talent. Some even recruit students with pink talent. But the top 5 academies don't accept pink grade talent in their academies. Each academy has their given requirements, though. Although we have the lowest numbers of students, we have the second highest numbers of blue talent in the entire empire. We're second only to the Emperor's organization, Klaus stated proudly. They walked towards the eastern part of the academy, towards the living quarters of the students. Gray quietly memorized all the information Klaus was telling him. Chapter 25, Blake. Gray and Klaus walked towards the students' living quarters. Klaus had shown Gray most parts of the academy while they were walking. Oh, they informed me at the registration office that the new students would have to assemble to take the test again. Is there any use for this? Gray remembered what he was told at the office and asked Klaus in a puzzled manner. This didn't happen in the academy previously. It was only after an instructor brought his relative to the academy, and he wasn't up to the requirements of the academy. The academy only found out after some time. Therefore, although each new students have already done the test in their cities, they will also take the test again here in the academy. Klaus explained the reason for the test. In the living quarters, Gray saw each student had a house in a spacious compound. All the buildings had the same size and style. Each compound was approximately 220 yards in length and width. It was massive for a single student. Each compound had a number tagged at the small gate leading into the compound. They walked until they got to the compound with the number 413 on the gate. Gray fished out the key given to him at the registration office and opened the gate. When they went into the house, it was dusty and cobwebs could be seen everywhere. There were chairs, and when Gray went into the room, he also found a bed well placed at the side of the room. It was decent for a student. After Gray completely checked out the house, he asked Klaus where his house was located. I stay at building 227, Klaus replied. Gray followed Klaus to his apartment and stayed with him for some time. He left quickly since he would have to clean up. Due to the space before each compound, the environment was quiet. He noticed the academy didn't give any special treatments to the students and each house contained the same things. The students can decide to decorate it after they start living in them. He thought students would have to stay in the same building, but since the students in the Lunar Academy aren't much, they could live alone in each building. Gray worked almost all through the day and didn't step out once. By the time he was done cleaning, it was already night. He was totally exhausted and immediately fell asleep. The next morning, Gray woke up early as he usually does and washed up before heading towards where the new students were to take the test. Klaus already showed him the place, and he had a good memory, so he quickly found the hall. When he got there, he saw 20 kids were already there. They had to wait outside the hall. More students appeared before the instructors came out of the hall. Gray counted and found out they were only 46 new students. How can such a big academy have this small amount of new students, Gray thought, stupefied by the academy's selection. At least they should have gotten up to 200 students. Now Gray knew why he didn't get to see many people in the academy when he was walking with Klaus. The students were just too sparse. Gray focused his gaze at the instructors who came out of the hall. They were led by a woman who seemed to be in her 50s. When she got closer to the student, she spoke in a clear voice. "Hello everyone, I'm the head instructor of the Wind Hall. We will now begin the test to know which halls each student will be going to. Once you hear your name, you should head into the hall for the test," an instructor by the side said after the woman finished talking. The first name on the list was quickly called up, and the kid went into the hall filled with excitement. The instructors were pretty fast with the test since they already knew the elements and talents of each kid. They just had to follow the rules. Soon it got to Gray's turn. When he stepped in, all the instructors looked at him with interest. They've heard of how he could not awaken an element when he was 12 years old and could only do so when he got to 16 years of age. They felt he was pretty lucky since he could awaken his element even after failing to do so initially. Since you all haven't officially started cultivating yet, you won't really need to go to classes. You all have 1 month to get into the collection plane and then start your classes. Now you can head to the first floor of the library to collect the cultivation technique, the head instructor of the Wind Hall said before dismissing the kids. When Gray was about to leave, he was called up by a man among the instructors. I'm the head instructor of the Lightning Hall. You can call me Instructor Blake, Blake said with a friendly smile. Hello, Sir, Gray said courteously. Blake looked sharp and handsome. He looked like someone in his early 30s and had a dignified voice. Well, it sounded dignified when he heard him speak just now. Actually, I'm the only instructor in the Lightning Hall, so I take all my new students of the hall very importantly, Blake said seriously. Gray immediately knew why he called up only him. Seems like I'm the only one who has an affinity with the lightning element among all the new students, Gray thought. From this, one could see just how rare the lightning element is. Come with me. You don't need to go over to the library to take a technique. Besides, they are all low-leveled ones, Blake said with a smile. Blake, what are you doing? Gray heard a stern voice from behind Instructor Blake. Blake immediately tensed up when he heard this voice. Nothing, Blake replied with a small voice. Gray stared at Blake, completely shocked by his sudden change. 1 second he was a dignified man, the next he was as meek as a child. Chapter 26. Tricked. Gray stared in the direction of the voice was coming from and saw it was the head instructor of the Wind Hall. Blake turned around to meet the icy gaze of the lady. He instinctively took a step back. You should know we don't give special treatments to any of our students, said the woman in an icy voice. Instructor Lin, I'm not giving him any special treatment. You know clearly that my hall has the least number of students, so I try to help them as much as I can, Blake explained briefly. It changes nothing. All new students are required to have the same starting point, Lin snorted coldly. She was quite surprised by Blake's behavior. He usually doesn't act like this towards a new student. Well, he will also be given an ultimatum if he accepts to take this technique, Blake said seriously. Ultimatum? Lin asked. Gray raised his brow when he heard this. He didn't want any special treatment from the academy. Well, a special treatment would be nice, but having an ultimatum attached to it isn't. He waited to listen closely to the ultimatum. Yes. Since he will get to use a better technique, the time required for him to break through is shorter also, replied Blake. How long precisely? Lin asked. 10 days, Blake responded. When Lin heard this, she was surprised. Something like this hadn't happened in the academy before, so it was quite surprising. She felt something was fishy about all this. Since this ultimatum is attached to it, I will let it slide, Lin gave in while giving Blake an understanding look. She knew this wasn't Blake's idea. It must have been from the higher-ups in the academy. She turned to glance at Gray. Well, do you agree this? Gray didn't really expect all this. He would be given a better technique, but the deadline would be shortened. I'll accept it, Gray said after thinking for some time. The first reason he accepted this was due to the fact that he loves challenges, and this will stimulate him to work harder. The second reason was that he was already behind his peers due to his delay, so he wanted to do everything he could to advance at a quicker pace. Okay, since it's settled, you can head over to my office. I will be there shortly, Blake stated, clearly approving of Gray's decision to accept this challenge. Gray asked Blake for directions to his office before leaving. After Gray left, Lin looked at Blake. I know this wasn't your idea. Although you have the lowest number of students, you have never given any of them such treatments. I received this letter yesterday. It was from Chris. Blake handed a letter over to her. Chris. Lin took the letter with a suspicious look before going through it. Her face changed a couple of times before returning it to Blake. Although he goes out for the test, he doesn't concern himself with the affairs of the academy for a long time now. Why is he suddenly interested in this boy? Lin asked. He was the one who brought him over to the academy. He was also present when he failed to awaken his element during his first test. So I think he developed an interest for him, Blake explained. But this is clearly the same cultivation technique as the one the other kids are going to pick up from the library. Lin furrowed her brows. The technique the letter stated to give to Gray was exactly the same as the one the other kids would get. Yes, it is. Chris said I should tell Gray this technique is better than the one the kids would take at the library. Blake replied with mixed feelings. He didn't want to trick a new student, but he couldn't say no to what Chris ordered. This will be difficult for him, but not impossible. Lynn was visibly shocked. Blue talents wouldn't have an issue breaking through within 10 days. Since Gray was a dual elementalist, it was also possible. Since they didn't want to put too much pressure on the kids, they usually gave all of them the same time without differentiating the ones with higher talents. I have no idea why he said this, but that was what he told me to do. Blake gave a wry smile. Chris has always had an odd personality, so they didn't know what he was up to. Since it was his idea, we'll wait and see what happens, Lynn said before leaving. Gray headed to the lightning department and quickly found Blake's office according to the description he was given. When he got there, he waited patiently for Blake. Blake arrived quickly. The both went in and Blake sat down at his chair. The office was well organized and a bookshelf could be seen at the side. There was a seat at the center of the room. Sit down. Gray sat while still surveying the office. This is the technique. You have 1 day to memorize the patterns. After that, you must return it to me, since you are not supposed to hold on to such a precious technique for longer periods. Blake handed over a scroll to Gray. The scroll had the detailed description of how Gray was to cultivate. Gray looked at it before keeping it. You can leave now. Return to scroll back by tomorrow, and ensure you break through if you want to continue being a student here, Blake said with an encouraging smile. Okay, sir. Gray left the office and headed back home to study the scroll perfectly to ensure there wouldn't be any mistakes while he was cultivating. Chapter 27. New Friends. Gray went back to his house and immediately started studying the scroll. He had to return it by tomorrow, so he had to make use of his time well. Just like the scroll he got from his mother, this one was also very detailed to ensure whoever was using it doesn't make a mistake. Making a mistake while cultivating can be very disastrous. Worst case scenario, the elementalist dies. Best case scenario was getting bedridden for at least 3 months. Gray studied the patterns described in the scroll and also the instructions. There were 9 layers outside the body, which will hinder the absorption of the elemental particles. Once one can get to sense these 9 layers and break the first layer, it was a sign of entering the collection plane. While in the collection plane, the elementalist will have to break each of the 9 layers. The process of breaking them indicates the advancement in the collection plane. For each layer broken, the elementalist advances a stage in the plane. The first thing stated on the scroll was to get into a meditative trance and try to sense the elements in the air. Once you are done with that, the next phase is to attract the elemental particles with the given technique to your body. Gray didn't have an issue with getting into a meditative trance since he had been meditating for a year now, trying to comprehend the elements. He quickly entered into a meditative state, and following the instructions stated in the scroll, he tried sensing the elements. It would take an average kid a day or 2 to be able to fully enter a meditative state for the first time. Since Gray had already done it before, he could enter easily. He calmed his mind and was able to enter a meditative state after 10 minutes. He felt many silver-colored specks floating around him. It was fascinating. He became excited when he sensed them and lost concentration. His excitement disrupted his meditative state, and he was forced to exit it. Those silver-colored specks must be the lightning element, Gray said with excitement. How come I was only able to sense the lightning element? Gray felt stumped by what was happening. Since he was a dual elementalist, he should have been able to sense both the earth and lightning element, but he only sensed the lightning element with no trace of the earth element. I'll try it again. I got distracted quickly. Maybe that was the cause of me not noticing the earth element. Gray quickly decided to try again. He calmed his mind and entered a meditative state once more. This time, when he sensed the silver-colored specks, he tried to focus more to see if he could sense the earth element. Unsurprisingly, he faintly started sensing the earth element around him. Due to the fact that his talent grade for the lightning element was higher than the earth element, he could only sense the lightning element first. Only after completely focusing his mind was he able to sense the earth element. The other reason he was able to quickly sense the earth element was due to the fact that he was sitting on the earth. Since an elementalist had the advantage when they were in a place where their elements were abundant, earth elementalists basically have the advantage over other elementalists since battles were mostly carried out on the ground. After sensing the elements, it was time for Gray to try out the next phase. If he can successfully attract the elements to his body and break through the first layer, Then he would have successfully broken into the collection plane. He followed the instructions, but there was no result. Although the time given to him by the academy was shorter than the one given to the rest of the children, he felt since he was given a better technique, he wouldn't have a problem in entering the collection plane within these 10 days. The next day, Gray went over to the Lightning Hall to return the scroll back to Blake. When he got there, he saw 8 students from the Lightning Hall. They were all around his age, with only 2 looking slightly older. When they saw him, they immediately focused their attention on him. They hadn't seen him before, and students from the other halls rarely comes to the Lightning Hall. "Hello, I'm Gray." Gray introduced himself to them when he noticed them approaching him. "Hello, I'm Alice." One of the girls in the group stepped forward and introduced herself. "Are you new here?" Alice asked. "Yes, I just completed my admission yesterday. I came over to see Instructor Blake," Gray answered. "Oh, you're a student of the Lightning Hall?" Alice asked again. She wanted to confirm if Gray was a student of their hall also. Although students from the other halls rarely came to their hall, doesn't mean they don't come at all. "Yes," Gray replied with a smile. "Haha. Then we are brothers," a boy in the group suddenly spoke up with a laugh. Gray shifted his attention from Alice and stared at the boy who just spoke up. "That is Reynolds. Students of the Lightning Hall are united since we have the least number of people." Alice introduced the boy who just spoke. "You can call me Ray," Reynolds said, smiling while stretching out his hand. Gray shook it with a smile also on his face. Gray and the group got along well, and he got to know the names of everyone in the group. "What plane are you in?" Reynolds suddenly asked after they had talked for a while. Since they were all in the same hall, knowing each other more wasn't bad. "Actually, I only just started cultivating," Gray said with an embarrassed smile. When the group heard this, they looked at each other, clearly not expecting this answer. "How come you only just started cultivating?" Alice asked with surprise. Gray told them of how he was unable to awaken his element the first time and was only able to do it after 4 years. They were all also surprised since Gray was a dual elementalist. They knew how rare the lightning element was. Being a dual elementalist and having the lightning element as one of your elements was stunning. "Oh, so that's the reason. Anyway, you can easily catch up since you're a dual elementalist," Reynolds encouraged Gray sincerely. Gray didn't expect they would treat that like it was nothing. He suddenly felt being in the Lightning Hall wouldn't be as boring as he thought. They talked for some time before Gray asked to be excused, so he could go over and meet Blake. Only after Reynolds asked of what was his house number before he allowed Gray to go. Gray went over to Blake's office with a smile on his face. He felt great since he got to have new friends. When he got to the office, Blake was sitting lazily at his desk. Gray returned the scroll over to him. Blake asked him repeatedly if he had completely memorized the pattern. Only after Gray had assured him repeatedly did he collect the scroll. Although he was given an order by Chris, he didn't expect Gray to completely memorize it in a day. He only told him what he was told by Chris, but he had no problem with Gray holding on to it for another day if he couldn't memorize. Since he has memorized it, doesn't that mean that he had already been able to fully enter a meditative state? Blake asked himself while Gray was leaving. After Gray left the office, he went over to Klaus' house to check on him. After talking for some time, he immediately went back home to once again start meditation. Chapter 28. Sorry, I didn't know you were busy. 2 days passed without any notable progress. In these 3 days, Gray had tried multiple times to break the first layer but failed. He was able to successfully attract the elemental particles on the second day. Gray had also searched for a place where he could continue his usual physical training. He was already accustomed to it, and after his battle with Derek the last time, he knew training his body has its advantages. He didn't want to be disturbed at the academy, so he chose to find someplace else. Gray soon found a spot, a mountain located right behind the Lunar Academy. Being located close to a mountain range, naturally there were many mountains close to the academy. Gray also went to take classes during these 3 days and decided he'll just stay at home. When he got to Class 1 of the Lightning Hall, he was shocked by the number of students in the class. He was literally the only student in Class 1. He later found out the Academy gives all new students a year to break through from the collection plane to the fusion plane, so all the previous Class 1 students are already in Class 2. Most of the students of the Lightning Hall are in Class 2, with Class 3 only have 9 students. The total students in the Lightning Hall was a meager 24, including Gray. Since he was the only student with the lightning element among the new recruits, There was no way for Class 1 to have another student, because students are recruited once every year. Blake told him to focus fully on trying to break through to the collection plane. For now, there isn't anything important to teach him, so Gray just focused fully on his training. Gray had only 7 days left to break through. He didn't put pressure on himself since he was already very close to doing it. He felt it wouldn't take him up to the said 10 days before he breaks through to the first stage of the collection plane. On the 7th day, when Gray was meditating, he heard a puncturing sound. That was the sound made when someone breaks through a layer. He had finally broken through to the first stage of the collection plane. After breaking through, he felt his body strengthening under the influence of the elements which were rushing into his body. Although little, it still caused a little change for him. He felt stronger than before, and also much lighter. What a great feeling, Gray said with delight. The feeling of breaking through was new to him. He felt great pleasure from it. His body was greedily sucking in the elements and improving his physique with each passing second. Gray calmed his mind and continued his meditation. He had already broken through to the collection plane, so he felt totally relieved. The next morning, he went to the mountain as usual for his physical training. He noticed his strength, speed, stamina, senses have all increased. Although by a little, since he trains every day, he was able to notice it. Gray didn't stop his meditation after breaking through to the collection plane. He knew this was only just the beginning, and he needed to work hard if he wants to have any hopes of catching up with his peers. The strong became strong one step at a time, and through achieving many accomplishments, Gray was able to break through another layer before the 10th day. His speed could be said to be terrifying, as it would take a new elementalist at least 2 months to go through from the first layer to the second, given they had purple talent. Even those with blue talents would take at least a month and a half to achieve this feat. Only the most exceptional ones do it within a month. Blake's office. Today is the last day. Do you think he can do it? Lynn asked thoughtfully. I don't know, but I told him to report to me today no matter the outcome of his training, Blake replied. He hadn't seen Gray since he told him to focus fully on his cultivation. He wasn't confident in Gray breaking through within these 10 days. If he had been given 20 days, then he would have been certain he would. But 10 days, it was just too short for him. I can't believe you actually played such a trick on a new student. A soft voice filled with amusement rang in the office. Blake looked at where the voice came from with a long face. The speaker was one of the instructors of the water hall. She looked like she was still in her early 20s. Delia, I've already told you it wasn't my idea. I'm not that free to play tricks on kids, Blake immediately rebutted. Both immediately started bickering at each other. Lynn and the other instructors present looked at them feeling a headache coming. Whenever both of them were present in the same place, they would always bicker at each other like kids. Enough, you two. One more word from you and I'll send you out, Delia. Lynn immediately stepped in. She knew there would be no end to it if they didn't stop it. Delia was the only instructor present who wasn't a head instructor. What is she even doing here? Blake asked in displeasure. She heard about it and was also curious to see if Gray would succeed. She begged to follow, and I couldn't say no, the head instructor of the water hall shrugged while answering. If Gray could successfully break through to the first stage of the collection plane within 10 days, it would be the fastest of any student in the history of the academy. This was the reason the head instructors were all present. Only one student had been able to successfully break through to the collection plane in 10 days. And that student was precisely Delia. She had a blue talent and was a freak in cultivation. Although she was still very young, she had already caught up with most of the instructors who taught her while she was still a student. Gray walked towards the hall while humming a little tune to himself. He was in a great mood after breaking through to the second stage of the collection plane the previous night. This technique is truly great. It only took me 10 days to break through 2 layers. Gray couldn't help but praise the technique in his heart. He felt grateful to Chris for giving him this special treatment. Knock, knock. Gray lightly knocked at the door. Enter. Blake's voice could be heard from the office. Gray opened the door of the office and went in. He was startled when he walked in. He realized Blake wasn't alone in the office. The only person he recognized was Lynn. Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were busy, Gray apologized and turned around quickly, heading outside the office. He closed the door after going out without even waiting for a response. Blake and the other instructors were dumbstruck, never expecting something like this to happen. Chapter 29. Head Instructors. After Gray closed the door, He was about to leave when he heard a roar coming from the office. "Gray, where the hell are you going? Get back here now," Blake's voice thundered from the office. Gray froze with fright when he heard the shout. At the office. "Haha, what an interesting fellow," Delia covered her mouth while giggling. After the initial surprise at how quick Gray left the office, she felt amused by it. Blake glared at her with a spiteful look. He was incensed when Gray just taken off without even waiting for a response from him. Gray turned around and opened the door lightly. He thought Blake was having a meeting with the other head instructors, especially after he recognized Lynn. He never expected Blake would still have time to attend to him. He planned on waiting outside, probably seeing Reynolds and the rest before returning. After entering, he closed the door gently behind him and looked up feeling slightly anxious. Blake stared at him with anger still visible in his face. Blake felt a headache. He could tell from the few times he had spent with Gray that he was quite a handful. "Why did you leave the office?" Blake asked with slight annoyance. Lynn glanced at Blake, then back at Gray. "Sigh, forget it," Lynn suggested. She knew Blake was only grumpy because of Delia and nothing else. Delia stared at Blake with a mocking smile. Blake didn't even bother with her anymore, as he knew she would just aggravate him. "Gray, we aren't having a meeting. Actually, they're all here for you." Blake calmed down and spoke after seeing Gray was just looking at him, saying nothing. "Me?" Gray asked with a confused look. "I have always been focused on training. How did they even know me?" Gray thought. "Yes, you. They wanted to know if you would be able to break through within these 10 days, Blake explained with a smile to disperse the slight unease Gray might be feeling with so many people present here. "Oh, that? I thought it was something else," Gray said in a relieved tone. He thought he had done something he wasn't supposed to. That was why they were here for him. "You don't need to be tense. They're all head instructors here like me. Except for a certain someone, though." Blake stressed the last part of the sentence while looking at Delia. He had the "she's the one I'm talking about" look when he was staring at her. Delia snorted coldly when she heard what Blake said and the look he was giving her. "Humph. If not for the fact you are still stronger than me, I'd have beaten you up for a long time now," she thought inside. Gray followed his eyes and saw the stunningly beautiful Delia. Gray greeted them with a smile, trying to look the best he could. Delia looked at him, seemingly surprised by how handsome he was. The initial time Gray entered the office, she didn't get a chance to see him clearly. She was not the only one sizing him up. The other instructors who were just seeing him for the first time also did the same. Gray also sized them up. He was most curious about Delia, though, since she was too young to be an instructor from his point of view. He saw the always serious-looking Lynn, a well-refined man with brown hair, the beautiful Delia who was flowing with the spirit of youth, a middle-aged lady with blue hair, and a man who had a masculine body with rough-looking black hair. The rough-looking one is definitely the head instructor of the Earth Hall, Gray thought when he saw the man. When Blake saw how they were all sizing each other up, he introduced each of the instructors to Gray. When Blake introduced the head instructor of the Earth Hall, Gray was surprised by the one Blake was pointing at. Maybe he made a mistake. This was what rang in Gray's mind. "You're also an Earth Elementalist. Very good. You should try visiting the Earth Hall. Although your talent for the Earth element isn't as high as it is for the Lightning element, the Earth element is very formidable," the head instructor of the Earth Hall, Michael, said. "I will surely do. Since I was focused entirely on cultivation, I haven't had time," Gray replied gently. He was surprised the one who spoke to him wasn't the rough-looking man. Rather, it was the refined-looking man. The head instructor of the Earth Hall had brown hair which was starting to gray, with a well-chiseled face and amber eyes which glittered with youthful mischief. Gray was surprised by Michael's appearance. He thought all Earth Elementalists were crude-looking. He didn't expect the refined-looking man to actually be the head instructor of the Earth Hall. He even looked better than Blake, although older. Michael saw Gray's weird look and laughed. "What? You expected me to look crude?" Gray smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, it's just the few Earth Elementalists I've seen were all crude-looking." The instructors all laughed when they heard this. Michael has already gotten used to getting this reaction from people the first time to know he was an Earth Elementalist. Due to the rough nature of the Earth element, most Earth Elementalists looked crude. The elements usually reflects on the Elementalist, so it is not surprising most Earth Elementalists looks crude. Most Wind Elementalists looked nimble, while Fire Elementalists almost always has a fiery personality. "Okay, now back to the reason we are all gathered today," Blake said solemnly after the bout of laughter. The office once again went calm, with everyone focusing their gazes intently at Gray. Chapter 30. It expires? Gray walked closer to Blake with a calm expression. He knew he didn't have anything to worry about, so he wasn't worried. So, were you able to break through to the collection plane? Blake asked with little hope, although still slightly expectant. Being just at the collection plane, the elements won't be fully active in the body of the elementalist. So although everyone present was already in a high plane, they wouldn't know without inspecting personally. Gray smiled and said, yes. When they all heard his answer, they were all astounded. They never thought he would have been able to do it. I was also able to break through another layer, Gray added unhurriedly. The instructors were all visibly surprised when they heard his first reply. But on hearing the second part of his words, they were stupefied. How's this possible? This was the only word resounding through their minds. Gray, this is not a joke. Are you certain of what you just said? Blake had to be sure. He thought Gray was saying this without any seriousness. Of course, Gray affirmed. He didn't know why they took it this way. You were the one who asked me. Why would I be joking with you? Gray thought, feeling wronged. Give me your hand. Blake stretched out his hand. Gray placed his hand on the outstretched hand of Blake. When his hand was placed on Blake's palm, he felt a mysterious energy going into his body. It was a strange feeling, as this was something he had never felt before. This must be what they call spiritual energy, Gray thought, while feeling expectant. He thought of how it would feel like when he would also be able to use spiritual energy. After some time, Blake's expression changed drastically. Impossible. This, he stuttered with a voice filled with surprise. The other instructors looked at him with interest. Gray was also surprised by the sudden outburst from Blake. What is it? Lynn asked. She had never seen Blake like this before. Her curiosity was seriously piqued by it. Check it out yourself, Blake said as he passed Gray's hand over to her. She held Gray's hands and, just like Blake, sent her spiritual consciousness into his body. After thoroughly checking, she was also shocked by the findings. Although, her reaction was not as excessive as Blake's reaction. You truly are a very lucky boy. Lynn looked at Gray with glittering eyes. Seeing the look from both Blake and Lynn, Gray was beginning to get curious about what was going on in his body. Not just him, but the other instructors were also getting curious. What is going on? Delia couldn't hold it back anymore and asked. She saw how Blake and Lynn acted. She got curious and wanted to know what happened. He has a unique physique, Blake replied in a bland voice. Delia pouted when she heard how Blake replied her. When Blake saw her pouting, he was stunned and couldn't take his eyes off her. When Delia saw how Blake was staring at her intently, she quickly dropped her head down to avoid his gaze. Her lips curled upwards, with her face blooming with a radiant smile. Lynn cleared her throat to try to bring Blake back from his trance. When Blake's mind was clear, he felt awkward realizing he was staring at Delia shamelessly. He thickened his skin and acted like nothing happened before explaining. Well, it can't be referred to as a unique physique per se. But for some unknown reasons, his body has a high concentration of both lightning and earth elemental essence in it. Everyone in the office were surprised when they first heard Blake say the word unique physique, including Gray. Although Blake later clarified, it wasn't a unique physique, rather it was a huge concentration of elemental essence. It was nevertheless a shocking thing to hear. For someone who just started cultivating, having a huge concentration of elemental essence was unheard of. Now they all understood what Lynn meant when she said he was very lucky, except for Gray. He still didn't understand what having such a high concentration of elemental essence. He threw a questioning gaze at Blake, clearly wanting him to explain further. This simply means for the time being, your cultivation speed would be terrifyingly fast. We don't know when it will be used up, but from the amount you have, it should be able to get you to the arcane plane without any issues. And you'll also advance very fast, Lynn explained to Gray to clear up his doubts. Gray's mood turned sour when he heard this. And here I was thinking I had hit the jackpot by having a unique physique. Who knew this was a miracle with an expiring date, he complained grudgingly. But he couldn't hide the fact that he was also excited by the news. With this, he wouldn't have an issue with closing up the gap with his peers. Although not everyone his age is at the arcane plane, those with purple or blue talent were already in the arcane plane. Except for the ones who weren't hardworking. Well, with this, you wouldn't be far behind your peers. And you might have hope in participating in the yearly tournament at the academy, Blake said with a smile. He had already gotten over the initial shock, and with what happened when he lost himself looking at Delia, he wanted to talk as much as possible, hoping to take everyone's mind of it. What's the tournament all about? Gray inquired. Students from each hall will get together and have a little combat with each other to determine how far they had grown. This is done every year, although not compulsory, Blake calmly explained. The academy always has an end-of-year tournament to see who the best student is for each class, although not all students participate. When Gray heard the tournament was not mandatory and he could skip it, he was glad since he didn't have any interest in battling and currently wanted to fully focus on increasing his plane. He planned on going into the forest to train with magical beasts when he got to the arcane plane. Only after reaching the arcane plane before the academy would allow any of the students to go out to train. The Class 3 students rarely participates in the tournament. Since Gray was already checked by Blake, and it was already confirmed he was in the collection plane, he didn't have any reason staying at the office any longer and opted to leave. When he got out of the office, he could hear Delia calling Blake a pervert. What's up with those two anyway? Gray asked himself as he walked out of the hall heading back to his house. On his way, he couldn't help but think of the reason why he had large amounts of lightning and earth elemental essence in his body. It must definitely be back at the Lightning Mountain, but how come my body was able to store it even though I haven't started cultivating? Gray was puzzled by everything, but he didn't dwell in it for too long. Since he couldn't find the reason for now, he'll just stop thinking about it. Besides, it wasn't like it was something bad. Chapter 31. Bored as then. A youth could be seen sitting cross-legged on top of a boulder with his chest bare. He had a well-chiseled body, which was a clear sign of training his body frequently. After some time, the youth breathed in deeply and stood up. The youth stood at 5 feet 9 inches in height, with a slender body and fair skin which looked like that of a baby. When he raised his face, a stunningly handsome face could be seen. He had short black hair and an inverted triangular-shaped face with beautiful black eyes. The youth was precisely Gray. It had already been 1 year since he got into the Lunar Academy, and he can say it had been an amazing experience so far. He had not only started cultivating, but he had broken through to the 9th stage of the fusion plane with this 1 year. The entire academy were shocked from how fast he advanced in his cultivation. This was by far the fastest anyone had ever broken through in the entire academy. I should be able to break through to the arcane plane within a week, Gray said with emotions. He could still remember how he was still being mocked 1 year ago. But currently, he had already almost caught up with his peers. It usually takes those with purple talent almost 3 years to break through to the arcane plane, while those with blue talents at least 1 year and 8 months. But Gray had already defied all logic for the students, that is, the higher-ups in the academy were all aware of the reason. During this 1 year, Gray had attended class in both the Lightning and Earth Hall, although not much. He focused fully on his cultivation. Since this will be used up, it's best I make fast work of it. This was his thoughts whenever he remembers he has a huge amount of elemental essence in his body which was slowly dwindling away. Gray was scared the essence would suddenly disappear, so he wanted to use it as fast as possible. He had also been able to upgrade his grade for his earth element. This further increased his cultivation speed by a little. The academy tournament is probably going on right now. Gray looked in the direction of the academy. Blake had tried persuading him several times to take part in the tournament, but he refused every time. Rustle. Gray heard the sound of leaves moving coming from his west. He turned his head, looking at the direction with an interested look. He calmly listened to know the distance the noise was coming from. After confirming where the noise came from, he walked towards the direction with caution. Although he was curious, he wasn't stupid enough to charge there with knowing what was making the sound. 50 meters away from him, 2 magical beasts were in an intense fight. One was already lightly injured but had no thoughts of stopping, because if it stops resisting, it will surely be killed by one attacking it. A boar and a cat-like creature were brawling fiercely. The boar was in the defensive, but it also counterattacked if the chance presents itself. The cat-like creature was very nimble and was moving like the wind, hard to predict. The boar tried its best to try to hit the cat, but the cat was too agile for it. Each of the beasts stood at a height of 40 inches and 33 inches respectively, with the cat being the smaller of both. Gray climbed a tree 14 meters above the ground and watched them closely. The cat is most likely a magical beast with wind affinity, he guessed. It wasn't hard to figure out seeing the quick movements of the cat. But what caught most of Gray's attention was the boar. Its defense was terrifyingly hard to break through. The cat had tried multiple times, but it was unable to cause any harm. The light wound on its back must have been a result of the cat's first sneak attack. Since it wasn't able to one-shot it or cause a lethal damage to it from its sneak attack, it likely wouldn't be able to take it down, Gray surmised after watching the battle for some time. After another 3 minutes of fruitless struggle, the cat finally gave up on the boar and disappeared into the trees. It was already most likely getting exhausted from the endless attacks it was dishing out. The boar wasn't overly exhausted, since it placed most of its time on defending. "Bored is then," Gray said with a smile. Since he saw the boar, the only he thought about was cooking it. He had even planned on stealing the kill if the cat was able to defeat the boar, who knew it was so weak. Gray had already turned into a master hunter during his 1 year here. He hunts frequently here, although the beasts here aren't too strong. With most of them being at the collection plane and few being at the fusion plane, Gray speculated the boar broke through to the fusion plane recently. He could already smell the sweet aroma of the meat. He almost started salivating just staring at the boar. After seeing it was all alone, the boar lowered its guard. This was the best time for Gray to make his sneak attack. The boar wouldn't expect to be sneak attacked by someone after just fending off the cat. Gray silently edged closer to the boar without it realizing. Because of training his body to a high degree, he had perfect control over it. He took out a stone-carved knife which he made for himself. Stupid rules, Gray cursed in his mind. He had asked for a knife from Blake, but he was rejected. Blake said all students below the arcane plane are not allowed to wield weapons in the academy. Gray was frustrated by the rule and almost cursed out in the presence of Blake. After reaching his striking range, he calmed himself. Gray sprang out as fast as the cat, aiming his knife at the skull of the boar. Thud! The sound of something hitting the ground resounded in the area. The boar fell down lifelessly with blood flowing out the back of its head. Gray's sneak attack was alarmingly effective. He was like a well-seasoned hunter, bidding his time before giving a fatal strike. The boar didn't even get a chance to raise its defense. Gray had a huge smile on his face as he picked up his dinner before heading back to the academy to prepare his meal. Chapter 32. Nice young man. Soon, the sweet smell of roasted boar permeated the entire compound. Gray's cooking had gotten better since he started living alone. If Mom were here, she would have definitely praised my cooking. Gray smiled when he thought of his mother. It's already been so long, yet I haven't heard anything. Gray had missed her during this year he had stayed at the academy. Due to the distance, he couldn't go back since it would take a long time for him to get there. If only I had an aerial beast, Gray thought of the griffin which brought him here. I would have been able to go back and check if she's still around. Martha told him she would be going over to meet up with his father. She refused to tell him where he was. She only told him she'd find a way to contact him when she was gone. It had already been a year, but he had heard nothing from her. While Gray was still reminiscing, an unexpected guest walked into his house without even knocking. When the man walked in, the only thing he had his eyes on was the boar which was currently being cooked by Gray. Due to Gray's high training and high attainment in meditation, he could be said to have a strong sense of vigilance. He could clearly sense something over 100 meters away from him, but surprisingly, someone was within 10 meters of his sensory range, yet he failed to pick up on the person. There are only two possibilities which could have caused this. Either he wasn't as good as he thought, or the person who intruded was just too good. From the way the man walked in, one could see he was walking in a very leisure manner. "What a great aroma," the man said while strongly breathing in. Gray was startled when he heard a voice coming from behind him and scurried to his feet, getting into a defensive stance. He couldn't believe someone got so close to him without him even noticing. "What are you jumping for?" the man asked with a confused voice. He clearly didn't expect Gray to react like a scared rabbit. "Senior, it's you," Gray said with a stunned voice. Surprisingly, the man in front of him was the same person who brought him to the academy. "Of course it's me. Do you see anyone else?" Chris chuckled. "But how did you get in?" Gray asked. "Through the door." Obviously, Chris responded while still staring intently at the meat. Gray's mind was still trying to comprehend what was happening. He clearly remembered closing the door. He should have heard the sound of Chris opening it, since it always makes a creaking sound when opening it. Forget it, luckily it was him. I really need to be more alert, Gray thought while sighing at his negligence. He thought it was his carelessness that made him not sense Chris entering the compound and getting so close to him. He totally forgot there were people who could easily sneak up on you. Senior, you didn't watch the tournament? Gray didn't expect Chris to be here, since most of the instructors were watching the tournament. Tournament? What tournament? Chris asked while furrowing his brow, trying to recall if he heard about this tournament Gray was talking about. Gray was astounded by Chris' reply. The Academy's yearly tournament, he added. Chris made an expression of suddenly recalling something. Oh, it's today? He asked. When Gray heard his question, he knew Chris was definitely a lost cause. Is he even an instructor here? Gray thought, clearly puzzled by Chris' lack of information. Yes, Senior, the tournament is today. Okay, Chris replied with indifference, clearly not interested in it. Gray noticed since he saw Chris, he hadn't even thrown a glance at him. The only thing he was staring at was the meat. Gray was certain he could see some drool coming out from the side of Chris' mouth. At least try to keep your image as a senior. And where has he been over the year? Gray complained in his heart. Since Chris dumped Gray with Klaus, he had not appeared until now. Gray had asked of him from Klaus, but didn't get any positive responses. So he just thought maybe Chris wasn't present at the academy. Why don't you stay for dinner? I'm almost done preparing it. Gray asked, trying to buy some face for this so-called senior of his. Good. You're truly a nice young man, Chris repeated good twice just to show his delight while nodding like a bird pecking grains. Gray facepalmed in his mind. When he saw how Chris was acting, he remembered the time they traveled together and how much Chris loved food. After dinner, Gray couldn't stop staring at Chris. He was shocked by how much Chris could eat. The body isn't supposed to contain that much food, he exclaimed in his heart. Chris gave his stomach a satisfied pat after he was done eating. He was smiling widely. It wasn't hard to tell he enjoyed his meal and was currently in a good mood because of it. Oh, Chris threw a glance at Gray before making a surprised sound. You're already at the peak of the fusion plane, he added. Yes, I'm close to breaking through to the arcane plane, Gray said with a gleeful smile. He just noticed after being here for so long, thought Gray. That's good. I heard you have a high concentration of elemental essence in your body, Chris smiled while asking. Yes, this was what enabled me to advance this quickly, Gray said. I was also given a better cultivation technique than the one the other kids used. I think this also added to my speed, Gray said further. Wait, you still think you were given a better technique? Chris blurted out with surprise. What? Gray exclaimed when he heard this. Nothing, Chris said, clearly not planning on saying anything more. Could it be that the technique I was given wasn't better than the ones the other kids received from the library? He wasn't dumb. From Chris' reaction, he could tell something was wrong, and Chris knew about it. He thought Chris wasn't in the academy, but clearly Chris had been keeping tabs on him. I will be going now, Chris stood up and prepared to leave. Oh, and after breaking through to the arcane plane, tell Blake to bring you to me, he said before leaving. Gray just stared at him, his mind still on what Chris said. I'll head over to the library tomorrow, he declared. Chapter 33. Because I'm the instructor. The next day, Gray was about to head over to the library to check out the technique given to new students. Hey, Gray. Gray turned around at the sound of the voice. He already knew the owner of the voice. Hey, Klaus, he greeted Klaus. Where are you headed? Klaus asked. He was on his way over to Gray's place. I'm on my way to the library, Gray replied. Great, I was also about to head there, Klaus said and joined Gray. So, how was the tournament? Gray asked as they started walking. Klaus mused for some time before replying. Not bad, actually. Unfortunately, I was unable to make it into the top 8. The competition was fierce. Oh, which hall student was the champion for Class 3? Gray asked. The champion of Class 3 can't be said to be from one hall. She is a dual elementalist with blue and orange grade for each element, Klaus said with an expression which showed he was still thinking about the events that played out yesterday. She? Gray was surprised. He didn't think the champion of Class 3 would be a girl. Yes, the champion is a girl. You should have heard of her. She's also a student of the Lightning Hall, Klaus said while looking at Gray. You mean Alice? Gray raised a brow. Yes, that's her, Klaus confirmed. Are you sure we're talking about the same person? The Alice I know is a sweet, cute girl. She doesn't seem like someone who would enjoy fighting, Gray said, thinking maybe there was a difference between the Alice Klaus was talking about and the one he knew. Is there any other Alice in the Lightning Hall, Class 3? Klaus asked, exasperated. Well, no, Gray thought for some time before replying. Don't be deceived by her cute look. When she's in the arena, she's as fierce as a tiger. Luckily, I didn't encounter her, Klaus said with a relieved sigh. This was the only reason he wasn't upset when he was eliminated from the tournament. The person who advanced after defeating him went on to face Alice. I can still hear his screams. Klaus shivered when he remembered the fight. Although the Academy doesn't entertain students getting hurt in the tournament, the same can't be said for the rules of the Class 3 students. The rule there was to ensure you do not attack an opponent when you clearly see he can't fight back. Try to be as lenient as you can and no killing. Once a student admits defeat, the battle must stop immediately. The Academy believes if the students don't go through tough battles now, they wouldn't stand a chance outside. And since most of the Class 3 students have to do missions, they need as much fighting experience as possible. Klaus went on to tell Gray everything that happened at the tournament. When Gray heard of how Alice ran through all her opponents, he couldn't help but sweat profusely when he thought of how he mocks her when they were together. She knows I'm only joking, but what if she suddenly attacks me someday? Gray thought with fright. Alice was one of the few female friends he had in the Academy. She had an easygoing personality and could be seen almost always smiling. Gray couldn't picture her with the description Klaus was giving. She wasn't breathtakingly beautiful, but she could be classified as above average in terms of beauty. She had a cute round face with big eyes which totally made her stand out in a good way. The only downside was she had a small stature. Although she was already 17, she could still be misjudged for a 13 years old due to her small physique. This was what Gray used to make fun of her whenever they were together. She's that strong. Luckily, I'm friends with her. He knew if he wasn't her friend, she would have definitely dealt with him. No wonder Reynolds and the rest always gives me weird looks whenever I'm making fun of her, Gray thought, feeling lucky. They continued discussing the tournament. Before they knew it, they were already at the library. The library was divided into two buildings. Both were 3-story buildings. Gray had visited the library, but he had always gone to the one which had information on the history of their continent and also magical beasts. Gray had never visited the library which housed techniques, mostly because students under the arcane plane didn't have access to upper floors. They could only go as far as the first floor, which contained the basic cultivation technique and some training manuals. When Klaus noticed Gray heading over to the technique building, he was surprised. Although Gray frequented the library, it was only the building which contains information. He had never once gone to this other building. Gray, you're heading over to the technique building? Klaus asked with surprise. Yes, I've decided to check it out after being in the Academy for so long now. Gray scratched his head as he replied with an embarrassed smile. After all, being in the Academy and not visiting this particular building was somewhat embarrassing. Even if you're not here for the technique, at least check it out once. After entering the building, Klaus asked if Gray needed any help, but was politely declined. Klaus said goodbye to Gray and headed towards the upper floor. Gray watched him leave before looking at the bookshelf arranged in rows. They are arranged in the same pattern, Gray thought as he walked closer. This building was arranged just like the other one. The only difference was the details the scrolls contained. He started searching for the cultivation technique. He heard there was only this technique in the Academy for students below the arcane plane. He quickly found it on row 3. He opened the scroll calmly and studied it. He had already memorized the technique he was given to by Blake, so he knew it like the back of his hands. On seeing the technique, he realized that it wasn't different from the one he was given under special treatment. Shit, I was scammed, Gray cursed out loud. The few students at the library all looked at him wondering why he was talking this loud. Gray stared around after realizing his mistake. He placed the scroll back on the bookshelf and went outside. He was pretty annoyed by the fact that someone tricked him just after entering the Academy. If I weren't lucky to have had a huge amount of elemental essence in my body, would they have kicked me out after 10 days? Gray thought to himself while heading in the direction of Blake's office. Gray stood at the door of the office looking at it profoundly before knocking. Blake's voice could be heard from inside. After Gray heard the affirmation from Blake to come in, he opened the door and went in. When Blake saw him, he knew he wasn't in his usual jovial self. "What's wrong with you today?" Blake asked with concern. "I just went over to the library," Gray hinted. "So?" Blake asked, clearly not understanding why Gray was telling him he went to the library. "And I saw the same technique you said was better than the one at the library," Gray said. "Oh, that. Well, they suddenly changed all the techniques to that one since they didn't want to give you too much of an advantage over the rest students," Blake lied through his teeth. Gray was surprised by Blake's lie. Before leaving the library, he had asked if that had been the technique all new students received. But now Blake was telling him something else. Gray was stunned by how quickly Blake came up with the lie. Or had he prepared it beforehand, Gray asked himself. "I asked around, and they said it was the same technique from years ago," Gray exposed Blake. Blake looked at him before sighing. "Well, you've finally found out." After saying this, Blake didn't add anything else. "Don't I at least deserve an explanation?" Gray asked. "No," Blake replied while fiddling his thumbs. "Why?" Gray asked again, but Blake's reason almost made him faint. "Because I'm the instructor," Blake replied with a small chuckle. Gray stayed for a while, but couldn't get anything from Blake, not even an apology for tricking him. Instead, Blake told him to thank him because the pressure was what made Gray grow at a faster pace. He couldn't deny he was right, though, but still, being tricked was no fun. "How shameless," Gray complained as he left the office. Chapter 34. That's How a Man Should Act. 3 days had passed since Gray found out he was using the same technique as the rest of the students. Although it was depressing, it wasn't without its advantages. Due to having the mindset of using a better technique, and also his hard work, he was able to advance quickly. The elemental essence in his body was like an added bonus. Gray felt he would break through soon, so he focused all his time on his cultivation. He didn't know what was going on in the academy. Gray was currently sitting cross-legged next to flowing waters. Listening to the mummers of the water, he naturally entered a meditative trance, and all the lightning and earth elemental particles were moving into his body. Splash, splash, the flowing water murmured unceasingly. Lightning and earth elemental particles entered his body through his 4 limbs, as his flesh, bones, and organs slowly absorbed nourishment from the essence. Slowly but surely, the strength of his body continued to rise. After some time, a change started taking place in his body. "I'm about to break through," Gray said with a grin. The biggest change was the awakening of his spiritual energy. It was a strange feeling. It felt like something was forming inside his head, but the process was painless. Gray felt like he could see even when his eyes were closed. He could clearly sense everything within a 100-meter radius from him. He saw inside his body and saw the elemental essence which was in his body. When he saw the amount of elemental essence left in his body, he was stunned. "Shit, it's already finished." Gray felt sad. He would advance at a slower pace. Now he could sense the elements more clearly in the air. Cultivation would now be faster than when he was in the fusion plane. The essence needed for every stage breakthrough in the arcane plane was almost what was needed for the breaking through 5 stages in the fusion plane. Gray felt stronger after this breakthrough. Now his real training had begun. He could now head out for missions in the academy. The academy only allows students of the arcane plane to take missions. Most of the missions involves hunting down magical beasts and searching for herbs in the forest. Gray had waited for so long to get some real fighting experience. Although there were magical beasts at this forest, the academy always eliminates any beast above the 3rd stage of the fusion plane for the safety of the students. Magical beasts in the arcane plane are tougher to deal with, because unlike those in the collection and fusion plane, they could do long-ranged attacks. With the addition of their strong defenses, they are very hard to deal with. Gray settled his raging emotions. This year had been like a dream for him. Senior Chris said I should come see him after breaking through to the arcane plane. "Seems like he has something for me," Gray said expectantly. Since it was still midday, he could still go meet Blake. Gray left the forest and headed towards the academy. When he got to Blake's office, he noticed Blake wasn't inside. On his way back home, he saw Reynolds. "Hey Ray," Gray called out to Reynolds. Reynolds turned on hearing his name. When he saw it was Gray, he flashed a smile which quickly disappeared. "Gray, why didn't you attend the tournament? I know you didn't want to participate in it, but you should have at least come to cheer up your bro." Reynolds immediately Gray after the initial smile. Gray have an embarrassed smile. "I planned on coming, but suddenly felt like I would be able to break through, so continued training. I never expected not to be able to, Gray explained. Reynolds was about to continue scolding him when he noticed a change. He paused and studied Gray closely. You've broken through? Reynolds asked to confirm if his speculations were right. Yes, I only just broke through. I came to see Instructor Blake, but he isn't in his office, Gray replied with a smile. He felt happy inside, since he has been able to close the gap with almost all his peers. Although he's not as strong as them, he isn't too far behind anymore. That's amazing. Your cultivation speed is the fastest I've ever seen. How do you cultivate so fast? At this rate, you'll not only be able to catch up, but you'll also be able to surpass us, Reynolds praised wholeheartedly. Gray smiled without giving any reply. Oh, you said you came to see Instructor Blake? Reynolds asked. Yes, but he isn't in his office. I'll come over tomorrow, Gray responded. I know where he is, Reynolds gave a cheeky smile. You do? Gray raised a brow when he saw the smile. He knew something was definitely up with how Reynolds was smiling. Yes, he's at the water hall, Reynolds continued. Is something going on there? Gray started getting curious. You know Instructor Delia, right? Reynolds didn't answer his question, but asked a question instead. Yes, Gray nodded. She went out for a mission and was attacked by elementalists from the Starlight Academy. Reynolds told Gray what he heard. The previous day, they saw Instructor Blake furiously charging out of his office. When they asked around, they found out an instructor from the water hall was attacked by someone from the Starlight Academy. The elementalists from the Starlight Academy attacked her because they found a treasure and wanted to monopolize it for themselves. She helped in fighting the beast which was guarding the place, yet she was sneak attacked by one of them. She was lucky to have survived. When Blake found out, he charged over to the Starlight Academy and almost killed the man who attacked her. The other instructors who were with the man joined hands, but they still couldn't defeat him. Only after the principal arrived did Blake let the matter go. The entire empire was shocked by the news. It had only been a day, yet it had already spread around the entire empire. When Gray heard what happened, he was dumbstruck. He never expected Blake to be this strong. The higher-ups of the Starlight Academy were furious when they saw this. The principal stopped them from attacking him. He knew there was a terrifying existence in the Lunar Academy. Even the Emperor wouldn't want to offend. Although they were the publicly acclaimed #1, he knew just how strong the overall strength of the Lunar Academy is. For him to charge over to the Starlight Academy all by himself and almost killing the man showed just how strong he was. If not for the principal personally making an appearance, then it's most likely he would have killed the man. That's how a man should act, Gray said with emotion. Chapter 35, Principal. The entire empire was rocked by the news. They always had the notion that the Starlight Academy were the strongest. So for a single instructor from the Lunar Academy to charge over to the Academy, and even almost killing an instructor, was a surprise. What shocked the people more was the fact that the principal of the Starlight Academy let him go scot-free. It was like a slap to his face. They were waiting patiently for more chaos to ensue, because they believed the matter won't end like this. Back at the Lunar Academy, in a room in the teacher's living area. What you did was rash, a soft voice said. I couldn't just let him go like that. What if he had killed you? The voice of a man rebutted strongly. Anger was slightly visible in his voice. She's right, Blake. You shouldn't have just charged over without notifying us. What if it escalated more than this? A stern voice reprimanded also. To hell with them. If it's war they want, we're not afraid of them. Another voice filled with anger spoke up abruptly. For once I agree with this hothead here. If it's war they want, we aren't afraid of them. A serene voice could also be heard. The people gathered here were the head instructors of each hall, along with the injured Delia, who was lying on a bed. Delia looked at Blake and stopped speaking. She knew his personality very well. Once he's angered, he wouldn't think of the repercussions of his actions. Although he's cool-headed some of the time, he mostly acts according to his emotions. We should try to resolve this peacefully. You should know the Empire is at odds with the Azure Empire. The Emperor will certainly not allow for there to be any internal strife in the Empire, Kyla, the head instructor of the Water Hall, said. When the rest heard this, they all nodded in approval to what she said. The Azure continent was ruled by the 4 major empires, which are the Chelan Empire, Azure Empire, Stellar Empire, and the Blue Wind Empire. The continent was divided into 5 parts, with each empire occupying one. The last part was the mysterious magical beast forest. It is a land of fortune, but also a land of death. Those who are lucky venture into the forest and come back more powerful than they were. The people who have ventured inside and met lucky encounters almost always turn out to be major powerhouses in the continent. Not everyone who returns finds fortuitous encounters, though. Some head into the forest in groups numbering over 10, but only a scant few would return. In some cases, none of the adventurers returns. With each empire balancing each other, none have been able to claim total superiority over them. So they just settle for their territories. Fights do break out between the empires, but it rarely extends into an all-out war. The Azure Empire and the Chilean Empire have never agreed for a long time now. If not for the fear of the other empires, they would have already had an all-out war multiple times. The Chilean Empire broke out from the Azure Empire after a huge war which took place hundreds of years ago. This was what also gave rise to the other 2 empires. The Azure Empire used to be the only empire at that time, but due to revolt from some of the citizens and a betrayal, the empire's power started dwindling. This was the reason the Azure Empire hated the Chilean Empire greatly, but a war would be detrimental to both empires, so they're keeping themselves in check. Each wouldn't mind capitalizing on an opportunity if found. The current struggle which might take place between the Lunar and the Starlight Academy will definitely be to the advantage of the Azure Empire. If the Azure Empire decides to launch an all-out attack, both the Lunar and the Starlight Academy will be focused on their own battles. This will cause a major drop in the overall power of the Empire. The Stellar and the Blue Wind Empire have always kept a neutral stance this entire time, but no one knew what they were planning. Fine, I'll let this matter rest for now, Blake said with a cold voice. Killing intent could still be felt leaking out from his eyes. Delia glanced at him, before sighing helplessly. What do you mean you'll let the matter rest? You've already caused a huge disturbance at the Starlight Academy, a voice suddenly spoke up. The others turned around to see a middle-aged man walking into the room. Principal, they said in unison. The man who walked in was the principal of the Lunar Academy. He was also the mayor of Lunar City, Oliver. Oliver nodded and studied the injured Delia for some time before shifting his gaze towards Blake. Blake, I see you're still as hot-headed as usual, Oliver said with a carefree smile. When Blake saw that smile, he felt a chill down his spine. He was very familiar with Oliver and knew when he was angry or in a good mood. Not at all, Principal. It's just I couldn't allow them to step on our instructors, Blake explained with a shrinking voice. I can't say what you did was wrong, but you should have let the others know. At least you would have had backup in case of anything, Oliver said unhurried. Blake expected punishment for what he did. Oliver has always been the type who liked avoiding trouble at all costs. People always thinks he has a weak personality. Only those close to him knows just how terrifying he can be. Oliver had a fiery temper when he was young. There was a time when he was offended by a clan while he was on a mission. He nearly wiped out the entire clan due to his temper. It caused a huge stir back then. Since then, he has always tried to keep his temper in check. Feed her this. It should help with her injuries. Oliver handed a tonic over to Blake before leaving. Don't worry about the outcome of what you did. I'll settle it, Oliver's voice echoed in the room, even after he had left. Blake stared at the departing Oliver, before staring at the tonic in his hands. You should drink this. Blake placed the tonic close to Delia. He stared at her for a while, before heading towards the door. We should let her rest, Michael suggested. They all nodded their heads in approval before leaving Delia alone. Delia just stared at the ceiling after they were gone. Some minutes later, she heard sounds of footsteps. Blake walked back into the room. How come you're back so soon? Delia asked when she saw it was Blake. I came to ensure you take the tonic, Blake said calmly. Dummy, Delia said with a smile. What a silly excuse. She felt happy inside at the thought of Blake returning. Blake didn't respond to her comment and just sat close to her. Chapter 36, Mission Hall. It has been 4 days since the incident of Blake charging to the Starlight Academy occurred. Although there has been no major event, the people believed it was the calm before a storm. The Starlight Academy has always had a tyrannical attitude. If not for Blake being so strong, it wouldn't have ended the way it did. Lunar Academy. Gray was heading in the direction of the mission hall. He was now qualified to take on missions since he had broken through to the arcane plane. He had gone over to Blake's office over the past 4 days, but he still wasn't around. He decided he would take on some missions to increase his experience. Although he usually spars with Klaus and Reynolds, there was a difference between sparring and a real battle. After breaking through to the arcane plane, Gray got some unexpected surprise when he went into the chaos space. He noticed with the awakening of his spiritual energy, he could sense the elements more clearly like it was in the real world. This will enhance his ability to improve his grade, which will in turn further increase his cultivation speed. That was not the only surprise he got from the chaos space. He also got the method on fusing elements. But he hadn't tried it since he got it. If it's not done properly, there was danger involved. He also got a cultivation technique from it, which was better than the one he got from the academy. His elemental essence is much more thicker than when he first used the one the academy provided after breaking through to the arcane plane. His speed was not only faster in gathering elemental essence in his body. The essence not only got purer, it was also thicker than the previous one. So before he attempts the fusion, he must ensure he could manipulate the elements freely. It was also a tedious task since it requires the full focus of an elementalist during the beginning process. Gray had already visited the library twice to check out techniques. He took 2 home to learn, which were a movement technique and a defensive technique. Students were only allowed to take 1 scroll out of the library, except for dual elementalists, which were privileged to take 2. The student must return the scroll 10 days after collection. Only after returning the one you collected can you collect a second one. But most students prefer to master the technique they were practicing before going for a new one. The name of the movement technique was lightning steps. This technique enables the elementalist to channel lightning essence around his feet to form something like a boot, giving the user a burst of speed. The distance you can cover depends solely on the elementalist and the elemental essence in the body. An elementalist could decide to do a short burst while fighting. This can give him an edge over his opponent because of the quick change in his speed. The elementalist can also focus fully on escaping. This is where the amount of essence in the body comes in. The defensive technique he took was a basic earth technique, earth wall. This technique allows the elementalist to form a protective wall around himself. The earth element is truly the strongest defensive element. Gray practiced those techniques for 2 days. After making small progress in it, he decided to return them and check out offensive techniques. He took 1 lightning and also 1 earth offensive technique. The lightning technique was called thunder gloves. The technique involves coating the hands with lightning to attack. It's a close combat technique. The earth technique was called shattered rocks. It's a long-range attack. Although Gray preferred close combat due to his training, having an added attack option was good. Gray had stayed at the academy for over a year now, so he decided it was time to head out. He had gone out of the academy over the year, but it was only to visit Lunar City with Klaus. Since Klaus was from the city, he often frequents it, but most of his attention was on his training. After entering the mission hall, he went over to the side of the hall designated for students in the arcane plane. The hall was divided into 3 parts. The right side was for the students in the arcane plane, the one in the middle was for students in the origin plane, and the one in the left is for the overlord plane. The academy only have a few students in the origin plane. These students rarely stayed in the academy. Once a student breaks through to the origin plane, they can decide if they want to graduate or still continue staying at the academy. Most of them decides to return, while some of them choose to stay. Some also decide to become instructors in the academy. But you would need to break through past the mid-stages of the origin plane. Just like the case of Delia, after breaking through to the origin plane, she chose to stay and became an instructor at the academy. Each part had students who were assigned to hand out missions to students who wanted to do it. There were 17 missions available to students in the early stages of the arcane plane. After glancing through all the missions, Gray decided to go with the one which he felt he could handle. "Hello, I would like to take the 8th mission," Gray said to the young man sitting behind the desk. The youth glanced at him before going through the scrolls in his desk. After locating the mission scroll, he handed it over to Gray. "This mission was posted 3 days back. You have 2 weeks to return with the required item." He took the mission which Gray took off the board after handing the scroll over to Gray. Each mission has a time range on them. The student were required to finish the mission with the recommended time. Okay, Gray registered his name and left with the scroll. Gray studied the scroll. The mission he took was to bring back 3 eggs of a red lizard. It was the breeding season of these lizards, and they could be found in the Misty Mountain. Red lizards are fire attributes magical beasts, and a fully grown red lizard is usually around the early stages of the arcane plane. Gray headed towards the Academy's weaponry. Since he was already in the arcane plane and was going out for a mission, it was time for him to choose a weapon. Chapter 37. Heading out. The weaponry was located west of the library. Before long, Gray got to a one-story building. There was an instructor at the door of the building who first confirms the identity and plane of a student before they are allowed entry into the building. The instructor was seated bored as usual. Only a few students like using weapons, since weapons were mostly used for close combat fights. He raised his brow when he noticed someone was headed in the direction of the building. "Hello, I would like to select a weapon," Gray said with an amiable smile. "Oh, your ID." The instructor gave a surprised sound before asking for his ID. Gray brought out his student ID and gave it to him. After confirming it, he checked Gray's plane using his spiritual energy to guarantee if he had reached the requirements. "Okay, you can head in now. You're only allowed to choose one weapon," he said while handing Gray his student ID. Gray kept the ID before he walked past the instructor and opened the door. Weapons of all colors and assortments laid in sight. Swords, blades, spears, halberds, lances, axes, hammers, daggers. Everything was there. The majority radiated all sorts of dazzling colors, but there was also some that were dim and devoid of light that laid in a random corner. The moment Gray entered, he felt gusts of ice-cold wind rush at him. The auras were either ethereal, or noble, or sharp, or overbearing. Gray stared at the weapons for some time before slowly walking in. "I think I'll go with a dagger," thought Gray. He had already gotten used to using his stone-carved dagger, so he thought since he was getting a weapon, he should go for one he was already familiar with. Amongst the numerous weapons in the building, swords numbered in the majority. There were several hundreds types of swords. The dagger rack was situated close to the sword rack. Gray's gaze meticulously swept through each and every type of dagger. After going through them, he decided to check out the sword rack since he didn't find any dagger to his liking. His gaze was immediately attracted to a pair of short blades hung by the side of the sword rack. The blades were hung crisscrossed on the wall. Gray walked closer to the blade and felt the scabbard before unsheathing one of the blades. He studied the blade momentarily. The total length of the blade was 56 centimeters. Its handle blade was 16 centimeters, and it was made from metal. It had a nice grip. There were stars engraved on the blade which also gave it a nice look. It was very sharp. The scabbard was made with strong leather, and it had 3 straps on the back which can be attached to a belt. After careful studying it, Gray decided he was taking the short blade since it was like a dagger, only longer. He took both blades before heading out of the building. When he exited the building, he went over to the instructor to register the weapon he collected. On seeing Gray coming out with the short blades, the instructor was greatly surprised. Elementalists rarely used weapons, and when they do, they always used weapons which had a long reach, like the spear, halberd, sword, bows. But Gray chose a short blade, which will mean he would need to get within a very close range before using. Although there were techniques which can be used with weapons, he didn't think Gray had access to them. "I'll take these," said Gray while showing the blades to the instructor. "Are you sure?" asked the instructor. "Yes," Gray nodded with a smile. "Okay." The instructor registered the blade before giving it back to Gray. Gray happily took the blade and returned to his house. He planned on getting familiar with the blade before he leaves tomorrow. Short blades are a class of bladed weapons which trade reach and power for speed. The blade can slash, hack, stab, cut, gouge, slice, parry, is flexible and easy to control. Furthermore, it is easy to learn and easy to train. A blade's flexibility, ability to attack and defend, and ease in learning and training were all traits other weapons simply could not match, except for a sword. Gray started practicing with the blades immediately after getting home. Since this was the first time he was going to wield a weapon with both hands, he had to get accustomed to the basics before heading out. He held the blades in a reverse grip, with one hand positioned a little further than the other. He tried attacking with both hands and also defending. Although he was alone, it wasn't hard for him to practice with them. After countless tries, he was finally getting the hang of them. Now he could simultaneously use one blade to defend while attacking with the other. Well, he wouldn't know until he tries it out in battle. After practicing with the blades, he started practicing his elemental techniques. He would have to return the techniques before he heads out tomorrow. Gray could be regarded as a training maniac due to the intensity of his training schedule. He rarely has times to do other things because he has to train almost throughout the day. Gray went to bed early since he would be going for a mission the next day. This was the first time he would have to journey alone. He can't help but feel excited because of it. He had stayed at Red City for most of the time before joining the Lunar Academy. The next morning, he got up filled with energy and prepared for his journey. He carried the short blades in a sheath strapped across his back, with the handle facing down. He picked up the small pouch which he saved all his money in. After counting, he noticed he didn't have enough to get a horse for his journey. Without a horse, it would take him almost 3 days to get to the Misty Mountain. I should find a way to earn money while I'm out, Gray thought out loud while walking out of his building. He first headed towards the library to return the techniques, before heading towards the exit of the academy. Chapter 38, Silver Moon Restaurant. Gray walked out of the academy and stared in the direction of Lunar City. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to head over to the city to have a meal before leaving. Gray, wait up. Gray heard a voice calling him from behind. He turned and saw Klaus running in his direction. Klaus carefully examined Gray. You're heading out? Asked Klaus. Yeah, I'm going for a mission, Gray nodded. Okay, I'm heading over to the city. Want to have a meal before leaving? Klaus asked. He had gotten used to Gray's company while eating in the city, so whenever he wants to go, he always heads over to call him. One of the few things Gray never says no to was if you invited him for a meal. Klaus knew just how much Gray loved eating, and he also knew how great of a cook Gray was. I was about to head there. Let's go then, Gray said with a grin. They walked together and talked about a variety of things, with Klaus doing most of the talking. Klaus was a very social person. Lots of people don't know his father is the mayor and principal of Lunar City and Lunar Academy. Klaus doesn't put on airs the son of a major of such a big city usually does. He has a carefree attitude and likes making new friends. The academy was very united, having little to no conflicts among the students. Although not all the students adhere to the unity of the academy due to competitiveness, they mostly try to keep the conflict as minimal as possible. After entering the city, they went to the restaurant they always eat at. After Gray came up with the idea of tasting the food from the different restaurants in the city, they finally found the one Gray felt served the most delicious meals. Since Gray was a great cook, Klaus didn't doubt his judgment when it came to the taste of food. They soon arrived in front of the restaurant. It was a magnificent restaurant with luxurious decorations, and on top of the entrance hung 2 words, Silver Moon. It was a 2-story building, and the decorations were magnificent and luxurious. Anyone could sense an aristocratic aura from the place. They walked into the building and headed towards the 2nd floor. Only those who had high social backgrounds could enter the 2nd floor, but being students from the Lunar Academy, they were exceptions. Well, unless you can afford the meal, that is. Most of the tables in the 1st floor were occupied. When those seated at the tables noticed Gray and Klaus heading towards the 2nd floor, they all looked at them with envy. They must be students from Lunar Academy. Yes, don't you see how young they were? I heard the students from the Starlight Academy are planning on attacking students from the Lunar Academy. They're not that strong. If they were strong, how could a single instructor from the Lunar Academy cause a ruckus there and come back in one piece? They only know how to bully the weak. Different conversations started off with the arrival of Klaus and Gray. The main topic was still the matter of Blake charging over to the Starlight Academy. Gray and Klaus were already gone, so they didn't have a chance to hear what they were saying. On getting to the 2nd floor, the people present were fewer than that of the 1st floor. Gray picked a table closer to the window, and they headed over to take a sit. A waiter came over to serve them. Since they were regulars here, most of the waiters already knew them. After some time, their foods were prepared. Gray immediately dug into his food without any second thoughts. When Klaus saw this, he just smiled and shook his head while also following in Gray's footsteps. They were still eating when they heard movements from the stairs. Gray didn't bother to look since this was a restaurant and people came often. Gray, a young lady's voice called out. Gray was startled on hearing his name. When he raised his head, he saw Alice, Reynolds, and 2 other students from the Lightning Hall walking in their direction. "Hey, Alice," Gray said while moving to the side to create space for her to sit. "You broke through to the arcane plane, and you didn't even bother to come see me," Alice pouted as she complained. "I'm sorry. After breaking through, I had to search for Instructor Blake. Then, I also had to collect techniques from the library to train. I planned on coming to see you after returning from my trip," Gray apologized before explaining. "You're going for a mission?" Alice asked with a surprised look. "Yes, I wanted to go out and train myself," replied Gray. "Since you've broken through to the arcane plane, we can now start sparring," Alice said with an evil smile. Amongst the group, Alice was the one who enjoyed fighting more. When the rest heard her say sparring, they all looked at Gray with pitiful eyes. They knew just how terrifying she was. Gray shivered when he heard this. He still remembered what Klaus and Reynolds told him about the tournament. "Sure, we'll spar when I return," Gray said with a stiff smile. He couldn't deny her request since she was still mad at him for not informing her after he broke through. "All right, where are you guys coming from?" "I didn't see you at the academy yesterday," asked Gray. "We went on a group mission and we got ambushed by those cowards from the Starlight Academy," Reynolds said in a spiteful tone. "What?" Gray and Klaus exclaimed at the same time. Reynolds went on to tell them what happened. They went for a mission just outside the territory of Lunar City. There was a group of bandits who blocked the path of traveling merchants and extort money from them before they are allowed to pass. After several complaints, the Academy decided to deal with it. Since the bandits were only around the second and fourth stage of the arcane plane, they set it as a mission for the students. Alice was already in the late stages of the arcane plane. She went with Reynolds, and to rest in case there was a misinformation about the stages of the bandits. Luckily, they didn't need her intervention since the information was spot on. On their way back, after completing their mission, they were ambushed by the students from Starlight Academy. Due to the sudden attack, they quickly fell on the defensive. Alice, being the strongest of the group, managed to deal a strong blow to the leader of the Starlight Academy. This gave them the chance to escape since they were outnumbered. Although they were ambushed, amazingly, they came out uninjured. "You should be careful when you head out," Alice said with concern. "Sure," Gray replied. "Besides, it's not like they'll know I'm a student of the Lunar Academy," Gray added. Unlike them, he was still totally unknown to people outside the Academy. He can pretty much go anywhere without fear of being attacked by the students of the Starlight Academy. "You should still be careful. You know this is your first time heading out for a mission," Reynolds also warned. Gray nodded, but didn't take it to heart. Since he didn't plan on offending anyone, he would just go out for his mission and return after completing it. His main concern for this trip was how to make money. Chapter 39, Bandits. Gray finished his meal and prepared to leave. Heading to the Misty Mountain on foot would take him about 3 days. So he planned on starting his journey as soon as possible. He said goodbye to his friends before leaving under their watchful gazes. He took out a map of the area. He had already mapped out his route. He would have to pass 4 cities before he could get to the Misty Mountain. The Misty Mountain was located northwest of the Academy. He just had to follow the routes on the map, and he should be able to get there within 3 days. He started his journey and soon disappeared into the horizon. Tranquil City. Just as the name implies, this city was very calm, and not many people could be seen outside. Unlike most cities which were busy, this city was quiet, too quiet even. A youth could be seen walking through the door of an inn. He went over to the receptionist to take a room. Gray would need to cross one more city before he gets to Misty Mountain. This was the second day since he left Lunar City. He was already almost totally broke. After paying for the room, he would only have enough for a meal in the morning. He even had to cut down the amount of food he usually eats, just so he could have some money left before reaching the mountain. He already had a plan for making money. He would hunt magical beasts and sell their cores for money. He heard the cores of magical beasts in the arcane plane fetches a good sum. The next morning, he had a meal with the last money with him before heading out. After going broke, he sought for a quicker route to the mountain. After studying the map, he found a route which led past the rocky canyons. He headed over to the direction of the canyon, since going through it would cut down the time needed to reach the mountain by nearly half. Once he gets to the mountain, his first objective was to hunt for a meal. Gray walked into the canyon in a dull state. He had never really felt the need of money since he never really uses it, but now he was totally dependent on himself. He kept sighing at the thought of how poor he was. Gray suddenly stopped in his track and looked over his shoulder. He had already walked into the deeper parts of the canyon and could most likely have reached the middle of it. He saw a group of 8 men walking in his direction with savage smiles. Some of them held metal baton, daggers, while others held swords. "Hand over all your money and scram," the man in front said haughtily. The rest of the group burst into laughter when their leader said this. They were amused by the fact that a youth would walk in this canyon all by himself. When they saw how Gray looked, they felt he was just a green youth who didn't have any experience. From his clothing, fair skin, and handsome appearance, he seemed like someone who was rich. "Bandits," Gray muttered in a voice only he could hear. He turned and observed the bandits clearly. He chuckled when he noticed their planes. The one at the front had the highest cultivation level among them, being at the 8th stage of the fusion plane. The rest of them were around the 5th and 3rd stage of the fusion plane. The leader immediately felt annoyed when he realized Gray was just staring at them without heeding to his command. "Seems like you're deaf," he said with a sneer. "Go get all his money and try to be nice," he ordered his men. When they heard him say nice, they once again laughed. 2 of them walked towards Gray with a wicked smile on their faces. "Kid, if you had listened to our boss, you would have been able to walk out of here in one piece," the one on the left said. He was wielding a dagger and had a scar just above his right eye. Gray didn't move from his spot and just stared at them as they edged closer. "What? You're so scared that you can't even move," the other one said with a big grin. The man on the right stretched out his left hand after getting close to Gray. He placed it on Gray's shoulder. "Boss, can I keep his blades?" one of the men with the leader said. "I'll check it out first," said the leader coldly. They continued their conversations before they were interrupted by sounds of something hitting the ground. Thud, thud. When the leader raised his face to check what made the sounds, he was stunned. The rest of the group already had their mouths agape, since they saw how Gray dealt with the 2 men who were sent to him. "What happened? Why are they on the floor?" the leader asked with a confused voice. He knew how strong those guys were since they were part of his squad. Although he could defeat them, it wouldn't be this fast. "Boss," one of them tried to explain but couldn't stop stuttering. "He what?" The leader roared in anger on seeing how flustered his men were. "He knocked both of them out in seconds. We didn't even see how he moved." Another was able to calm himself after their boss shout. The leader stared at the man who spoke with a dazed look. Even though he was stronger than they were still able to see how he attacks. For them to say they didn't see how Gray attacked was shocking, to say the least. "What are you all still standing here dazed for? Get him down for me," roared the leader. "But boss, he was able to easily defeat Jack and Dorian," one of the men said timidly. "Are you stupid? It was because he attacked them suddenly so they were unable to react. Now go get him down. He must be taught a lesson. We're not people he can offend," he said with annoyance. "Make sure he doesn't die," he added. When the rest of the group heard this, they felt what he said was logical. Although they didn't see how Gray attacked, they knew it wasn't something spectacular since both men only fell by his side. They were only shocked by the fact that Gray was able to defeat them. So after the initial shock, they calmed down and prepared for battle. They were all experienced fighters, so they knew just how to deal with him. Amongst the 5 men, 2 were wielding batons. The others dropped their weapons since the boss told them not to kill him. Gray calmly stared at them. "Come," he roared in his heart. This was going to be his first battle, and he was exhilarated by it. Chapter 40. Fight. In the middle of the rocky canyons, Gray could be seen crossing blows with the bandits. He had moved from his previous spot over the course of the battle. At first, Gray was able to trade blows with the bandits. Since he trained his physique and enjoyed close combat, he decided to only use his fists during the first stages of the fight. Since the bandits were in the fusion plane, they could only attack in close range. The bandits had exceptional teamwork, so he quickly fell into a passive state. Gray tried to look for an opening to create space for himself, but due to the experience of the bandits, they didn't give him the chance to do that. With each attack enforced with their elements. F***K. "This is harder than I thought," Gray screamed in his head. He didn't expect to be put in such a difficult situation moments after the battle started. Since he didn't have a good mastery of his movement technique, he would need some time to use it. A time which the bandits clearly have no plans of giving him. "How can he be so strong?" one of the bandits said while attacking. They were surprised by Gray's abilities. Although he had been on the defensive since the battle started, he had still been able to evade most of the fatal strikes. With these abilities, he should at least be at the same stage as the boss. If not even higher, another one exclaimed. The leader had been calmly watching the battle since it started, and he was astonished by how high Gray's realm was. Although he didn't know if Gray had broken through to the arcane plane, he knew Gray wouldn't be far from it. Shit, if you're all so tough, why don't you come at me one-on-one, Gray yelled after he was hit by a baton on his left hand. This is not a tournament, brat, the guy who hit him with a baton snickered. They all knew they were no match for Gray one-on-one. This was also the reason they didn't give him any chance to free himself from their barrage of attacks when they noticed how strong he was. Damn. Gray cursed it out loud while blocking a fist that was heading towards his face. Who hits the face of an opponent? Gray angrily yelled at the man who almost punched him in the face. If that blow had connected, Gray's face would have surely changed in looks. In the middle of yelling and curses, the brawl continued. As the fight went longer, the bandits realized something wasn't right. Gray was able to evade more of their attacks, compared to when the battle just started. The leader of the gang was the first to notice this. His face immediately sank at the thought of how quickly Gray was getting better at fighting. At this rate, he'll be able to overpower them. If he does that, I won't be a match for him, he muttered to himself. He knew his strength clearly. There was no way he could free himself from the clutches of his men if they ganged up on him. In the battle quicker, he yelled towards his men. They had also realized the shocking changes that were happening as the fight progressed. Although Gray was getting better at fighting, it still didn't change the fact that he was still getting hit by the bandits. Bam! Gray was hit once more with the baton. He clenched his teeth in pain. I need to get out of this encirclement, thought Gray. If his body wasn't stronger, he would have already lost the ability to fight back. He came up with a plan that he decided to try out. Although the plan was going to be painful, it was better than staying closed up in this tight encirclement. His plan was simple. That was to trade a blow for a chance to escape. He would allow one of the bandits to hit him while he would pounce on another one. If he could get a clean hit, he would have his freedom. There were some flaws with the plan, but it was all he got for now. Hopefully it works. If he could free himself, he would immediately use his movement technique. There would be no way they would be able to see him if he uses it. A chance finally showed itself. Since the group couldn't all attack together, they had to take turns. And because of their understanding with each other, it was hard for Gray to predict who would attack next. One of the bandits struck out a blow which was headed for Gray's back. Gray stilled his mind and randomly picked one of them. The moment the blow was about to connect, Gray threw a blow towards the unsuspecting bandit. The bandit never expected Gray would launch an attack instead of defending. He quickly tried to retreat. But Gray moved closer to him. The moment the blow connected with Gray, he launched himself towards the bandit. The bandit was brought to the ground quickly. Gray immediately used the chance to escape the encirclement. He first distanced himself from the group so he could catch his breath. The bandits were dazed by the sudden turn of events. They never expected Gray to come up with such a plan to escape their entanglement. Hiss! Gray hissed in pain as he held the place where he was struck. I'm done playing, Gray said with a cold voice. He felt pain all over his body, and the only thing on his mind now was getting revenge. Lightning steps, Gray said. The bandits were immediately stunned when they saw Gray's foot being coated with lightning. Since they were still in the fusion plane, there was no way for them to manifest their elements outside of their bodies. What Gray just did was something only those in the arcane plane could do. Arcane plane, the leader said in terror. Elementalist of the arcane plane rarely gets into close combat. This was the reason they all mistook Gray for someone in the fusion plane. With the advantage of using long-range attacks, Elementalist of the arcane plane could wipe out those in the fusion plane easily. No wonder he could keep up with them, the leader said with enlightenment. He now knew why Gray was that fast and why he could take so many hits. Elementalists of the arcane plane naturally have stronger bodies than those in the fusion plane, and they are also quicker. Run, the leader yelled as he dashed away. When he turned to make his getaway, he heard sounds of people dropping to the floor. He was scared shitless and didn't even dare to look back. It suddenly became quieter, and he stopped hearing noises. He suddenly heard a voice coming from his side. Where are you heading to? Gray said with a smile. Although he was bruised from the fight, it wasn't without its gain. And he had a strong body due to his daily physical training. The leader stopped and looked at Gray's smiling face. To him, the smiling face of Gray was that of an evil monster. Why would someone in the arcane plane engage in hand-to-hand combat? He screamed in his mind. It just didn't make sense. He started sweating buckets when he remembered how he wanted to rob Gray of his money. He thought of the phrase, a wolf dressed in sheep's clothing. I suddenly remembered my wife told me to get her something to eat. I just wanted to hurry and get her the meal before returning, the bandit leader stammered. Gray clicked his tongue when he heard what he said. Don't worry, I don't have any plans of killing you. When the bandit leader heard this, he felt happy inside. This was what worried him the most. He turned to look at his men and noticed they were just unconscious and not dead. Thank you, oh handsome one, he said with a fawning smile. When Gray heard how he was addressed, he felt elated deep down. I planned on dealing a blow or two to you, but I'm suddenly in a good mood, Gray said while laughing happily. Come, let's head back, Gray added. He placed his hand around the shoulders of the leader, like they were close friends. Don't try anything funny, Gray reminded him. The leader obediently followed Gray back. He was scared if he refused, Gray would beat him up. When they got back to where the rest of the bandits were, Gray told him to wake them up. The bandits were surprised when they regained consciousness. They were unable to react before Gray wiped them all out. They all stared at Gray with trepidation. Okay, now line up everyone, Gray instructed. After he caught up with the leader, he was suddenly struck with a wonderful idea. Chapter 41, Lord of the Misty Mountain. The exit of the Rocky Canyons. A youth dressed in black could be seen walking out of the path. The youth had a big smile on his face, clearly happy for some reason. Gray was in a great mood. He still remembers how gloomy he was when he entered the canyon. Who knew this canyon was such a wonderful place? A wide grin spread across his face. After he woke the unconscious men, he asked them to lead him to their hideout. When they got to the hideout, Gray realized the hideout wasn't far from where he met them. It was only about 250 meters from there. The hideout was well hidden, which would help the bandits go unnoticed if people came in search of them. There were chairs, tables, and even beds. It was nicely decorated and felt comfortable to live in. The bandits were living comfortably in the canyon. They must have robbed a lot of people since they could afford all this. He still remembered how stunned the bandits were when he told them to take out all their money. When they brought out the money they had with them, Gray found 2 gold coins. He estimated there were over 1,000 silver coins, with copper coins taking the majority. A single gold coin was equivalent to 100 silver coins. This was a huge fortune for the current Gray. If he had a single gold coin, he would have been able to get a horse and travel at a more comfortable pace. He took both of the gold coins and also took all the silver coins. Gray left the copper coins with them, since he didn't want to completely wreck them. And besides, carrying so many copper coins would be stressful. I'm such a nice person. The leader almost fainted when he heard Gray make this remark. If Gray had seen these copper coins earlier, there was no way he would have thought of going through the canyons. But now, since he was rich, he held the copper coins in disdain. This is a really nice profession. No wonder lots of people engage in it, said Gray with a multitude of emotions. He suddenly felt intoxicated with how quickly he was able to make money. I can't go around robbing people, though, Gray said thoughtfully. He was contemplating about it. Forget it. I'm rich for now, and that's all that matters. I'll try to hunt some magical beast and sell their cores. Gray discarded the thought of robbing. Willow City is bustling. Being the only city close to the Misty Mountain, it became the resting ground for adventurers who wanted to go into the mountain. Gray was currently sitting in a restaurant having a wonderful meal. He came to this restaurant for 2 reasons. First, he wanted to eat something nice after earning money. Second, he wanted to know what was going on in the mountain. This was the perfect place to find out what was going on since a lot of people come here to dine. And just as expected, he heard a major event took place in the Misty Mountain. Even an Origin Plane powerhouse was killed, a man said in a bewildered voice. Due to him suddenly raising his voice, he attracted attention from the people around them. Gray shifted his gaze to where the voice came from. 2 men who were eating close to his table were having an animated conversation. Yes, he trespassed into the territory of the Lord of the Mountain and was killed immediately by the beast. The others were lucky to escape, the man opposite him said. But we all know the Lord of the Mountain attacks intruders on sight. Why would they even venture there when they knew they weren't a match for the beast? the first man said. I heard it was because of a natural treasure. They accidentally noticed traces of it and tracked it there, the second man said. A natural treasure? The first man asked while a glint flashed through his eyes. Yes, but they refused to say the details of the treasure. But they said it hadn't completely formed yet. I heard they're forming a party to once again head back into the depths of the mountain, the second man said. When the surrounding people heard what they were saying, they all shook their heads in disappointment, since their planes were too low to be involved in that kind of struggle. Hello, mister. Can you please tell me what part of the mountain did the treasure appear in? Gray went up to them and asked. The man who was just speaking earlier didn't show any response. When Gray noticed this, he placed a silver coin on the table. The man was surprised when he saw the silver coin. He quickly kept it before telling Gray what he knew. Gray left the restaurant after acquiring the information he wanted. Luckily, I'm headed to the northern part of the mountain. Gray found out from the man that the treasure appeared in the southern part of the mountain. The reason he asked of this was to know if he was headed in the same direction as to where the treasure appeared. He planned on quitting the mission if the treasure was also located in the northern part of the forest, since he had no plans of seeking death. The Lord of the Misty Mountain is said to already have half a step into the Overlord plane. If it is able to get the treasure, its chances of breaking through would be increased greatly. Gray headed over to the mountain. Because of this unexpected event, he wanted to finish his mission as soon as possible so he could get out of the mountain. Gray noticed a lot of people heading into the mountain. Some are in groups while others are alone. From the looks of where they were headed, it wasn't hard to guess they were all going towards the southern part of the mountain. What shocked Gray the most was the fact that the majority of the people headed in that direction were still in the arcane plane. These were people who were going to see if they might be lucky to obtain the treasure. Although they knew it was dangerous, they still headed there like moths attracted to flames. Many of them will probably not return from this journey. Some might not even reach their destination since there were still magical beasts in the origin plane at the mountain. Gray didn't think too much about them and headed into the mountain. He planned on training his techniques so he could use them faster. If he had been able to use a technique immediately, he wouldn't have been put in such a bad spot by the bandits during the battle. He also planned on training with his blades to have a better understanding of them. He went deeper into the mountain since the beast at the outer region wasn't worth his time. Chapter 42. Wind Wolves. Thud. A cry of pain left the mouth of the beast, which was sent flying. The beast hit a nearby tree violently. On closer inspection, one could see different cut marks on its body. The beast was a wind wolf. They usually grow to the late stages of the arcane plane, and there have even been records of wind wolves breaking through to the origin plane. This wind wolf wasn't much, though. It was only still at the peak of the fusion plane and still can't use the trademark wind blades the wolves are good at. Wind wolves usually move in packs, but surprisingly, this one was all alone. Due to being injured in multiple places, the wolf had already lost its ability to fight back. It just laid on the floor motionless and stared at the human who was walking closer to it with hate-filled eyes. The human stood in front of the wolf and gave it a decisive blow, ending its life with a simple stab to the head. This is just a fusion plane beast, yet it is so hard to deal with, the voice of a youth complained. Gray had already headed more than 4 kilometers into the mountain. The Misty Mountain is said to cover an area of over 700 kilometers in length and spanned over a width of over 300 kilometers. Gray was still in the outer region of the mountain. From the information he gathered, getting past the 150 kilometers mark, he would start seeing beasts in the early stages of the arcane plane. The deeper he heads in, the stronger the beasts get. But some strong beasts have been heard wandering in the outer region of the mountain. Unless you're unlucky, you will most likely not encounter them. Magical beasts have always had a strong repulse towards humans and have something like a kill-on-sight policy whenever they encounter one. Humans also kill these beasts for different reasons. This is a cycle that has lasted for ages and will continue for more. A continuous battle between humans and magical beasts. Although it is said humans have the upper hand, there are beasts they don't dare to wantonly kill. Gray had already engaged with 6 beasts, with all of them being at the late stages of the fusion plane. He was getting used to his weapon and also his techniques. He was moving at a slow pace to ensure he gets the best of his training as he heads deeper. If he still couldn't completely use his techniques instantly, then he would be in a tight spot if he encounters a magical beast in the arcane plane. Gaining mastery of his techniques was a must for him. Gray quickly departed the area. Since this was a place infested with beasts, they are bound to be attracted to where he was by the smell of blood. Gray didn't forget to take out the core of the beast before leaving. He placed it in his backpack and went further into the mountain. It was already almost sunset. Gray decided it was best to camp early since this was his first day in the mountain. He found a hole at the side of a huge tree. It was probably dug by a beast, but it had long been abandoned from the looks of it. Gray patrolled the surrounding just to be extra sure. He cut down some branches from trees around, then used them to cover the opening on the tree. Gray, being an earth elementalist, could sense any vibrations on the ground through the earth element. He is also a very vigilant person with keen senses. So unless the intruder is an expert, he had no fear of not noticing them. Gray sat in a meditative position and soon fell asleep. Late at night, all was dark. Rustle, rustle. The soft sound of something rustling against the grasses could be heard. A group of powerfully built wind wolves with grooming black fur were pacing about through the forest. Their green-tinted eyes were restlessly scouring the area as their strong limbs quietly stalked through the area. Still seated cross-legged, Gray's eyes snapped open as he immediately stared southward. He couldn't see or hear anything, but he knew the vibrations he felt from the ground were real. Although soft, he was able to feel them. This was the sensory ability being an earth elementalist gives. One can easily sense things using the tremors on the ground. A group of magical beasts is headed in this direction. They will reach here in approximately 2 minutes, Gray deduced from the vibrations. There was no way he could know the plane of the beasts or what type of beasts they were. But since they were moving in a group, it was most likely a wolf pack. Since he was still in the outer regions, he didn't think there would be a pack filled with arcane plane beasts. There are 3 major types of wolf packs: ice wolves, wind wolves, and gray wolves. Gray wolf packs were the weakest, with the ice wolf pack being the strongest. Gray came out of the tree to scout out the beasts. Peering through the trees, it was just as he had predicted. There was a group of wind wolves moving in his direction. A fully grown wind wolf will be at the early stages of the arcane plane. From what he could see, there were juveniles in the pack. There were about 10 or 15 wind wolves. They shouldn't be hard to deal with. I'll have to leave this area once I'm done with the battle, though, Gray thought. The wolves quickly got to where he was and immediately charged at him when they saw him. Gray unsheathed both his short blades for the battle. He plans on ending the battle quickly, then moving from this area. The wolves were fast after having imbued their bodies with the wind element. Gray wasn't any slower than they were. Within 2 minutes of the fight, he had already injured 4 of the wolves, with cut marks on different parts of their bodies. The injured wolves cried out in pain. Crash, crash, crash. Gray successfully sent 3 wolves flying with strong kicks. He was already getting better with battling and is much more proficient with his blade. He was still uninjured during the battle, and this was thanks to his good use of his techniques. He would deploy the lightning steps technique whenever he needs to dodge a sudden attack from the wolves, or he would use earth wall to form a protective barricade around himself. Hull! The wolves suddenly let out a loud howl, which was met with howls coming from all directions close by. Gray suddenly felt a chill down his spine when he heard this. How did they get this close? He asked himself with a stunned expression. What he saw next shocked him. The wolves which were just coming out were all in the arcane plane. There were about 8 coming out. Added with the previous 13, the pack was made up of 21 wolves. When these wolves appeared, they immediately sent out their trademark attacks, wind blades. Over 20 deep green blades of wind appeared out of nowhere. Gray's scalp went numb when he saw this. Lightning steps. Gray immediately used his movement technique to escape the area of the attack. How can I be so unlucky? This is just my first day in the mountain, and I'm not even allowed a good night's rest, Gray complained as he escaped. Brother Wolf, why don't we settle this amicably? I know it was wrong of me to kill one of your brother or sister. I will apologize for it, Gray yelled as he dodged their attacks. The wolves snarled when they heard it. It was like his statement provoked them more. They immediately attacked again. Fuck, Gray cursed out loud before employing his movement technique to dodge the attacks again. Chapter 43, Rescue. On seeing he was surrounded, Gray tried to leap into a nearby tree. He was able to dodge the first and second barrage of attack, but being mid-air, he was unable to dodge the next attack. He quickly used the earth wall technique. Although it was late, it was able to help him from getting any major damage. He was knocked off course by the impact of the attacks hitting his wall. The moment he landed back on the floor, he quickly deployed the only technique in his arsenal, which wasn't a single target attack. Shattered rock. Suddenly, the nearby earth began to crack and shatter. 3 skull-sized pieces of rock flew up and began to circle around Gray's head. These 3 rocks were all covered with earthen specks of light. He let out a deep shout. The 3 rocks rapidly shot off, carrying a gust of wind with them. Smash! 2 of the 3 stones were able to accurately hit 2 wolves, with one of them missing its target. The wolves who were hit cried in pain. With 2 of the wolves in the arcane plane injured, he only had to deal with the remaining 6. The others attacked with more fervor as they saw their colleagues getting injured. The wolves were able to catch up with Gray due to their fast nature. I need to come up with a way to deal with the ones in the arcane plane, Gray thought. He was thinking of a plan to deal with the wolves as he dodged their attacks while running. If there were only 2 wolves in the arcane plane present, he was confident he could deal with them. But with over 5 present, he wasn't that strong yet. Gray saw a huge tree up ahead, and an idea struck him. He quickly dashed towards it. When he got close, he leaped towards it. Gray stomped heavily on the tree with his right leg while turning his body mid-air. Lightning steps. While in a vertical position, he used his movement technique added with the force he generated from rebounding off the tree. He launched back towards the charging wolves and stabbed both his blades into the head of the unlucky wolf which he targeted. The wolf died on the spot with blood flowing out of his head. There were now only 5 wolves remaining among the wolves in the arcane plane. They had outrun the wolves in the fusion plane. After killing one of the wolves, Gray created a distance between himself and the wolves. The wolf he killed was one of the leaders of the pack. Of the 8 wolves that appeared, only 2 were in the second stage of the arcane plane. The remaining 6 were all in the first stage of the arcane plane, just like Gray. The wolves stared at him with furious eyes. The last surviving leader gave a furious howl, and they all charged towards Gray. Gray was overjoyed when he noticed they weren't going to use their troublesome attacks again. Magical beasts always engage in physical battles, and due to their strong defenses, they rarely lose out to humans in terms of it. When Gray saw them coming, he held his blade in a reverse grip and charged straight at them. After his battle with the bandits, he gained some experience, and he had been able to improve his fighting abilities since he entered the mountain. He had engaged in different battles and had grown with them. Gray dodged the attacks of the wolves, while also dealing strikes of his own. Soon, he was able to injure another 2, but wasn't able to deal the last strike since he was disturbed by the remaining 3. The rest wolves caught up with them. Gray immediately came up with a skill that would deal more damages to the wolves. He coated his blades with lightning. This made his attacks more destructive. When the last leader saw his pack members being killed one by one, it immediately turned tails and ran. The surviving wolves all turned around and also escaped with their leader. Gray caught up with the injured 2 at the arcane plane and ended their lives. Oh, they're finally gone. Gray breathed heavily. He was already sweating from the battle, and he had already depleted most of his elemental essence. Using the techniques over and over again was really straining. Thankfully, they left. I don't think I would have been able to support any more techniques. Gray felt lucky since he was able to overcome this challenge. If it were others in the same plane as he was, they wouldn't have been able to support this much use of techniques. But Gray's essence was thicker, hence it was more durable. This is a great haul. With the cores from these 3 beasts, I would be able to sell them for a lot. This was the first arcane plane beast cores he had acquired. He was only able to kill 3 of the arcane plane wolves, with the rest escaping. The majority of his kills were those in the fusion plane, but he had no complaints. Gray retraced his steps and was able to easily find the tree where he slept. He picked up his backpack and moved to a different location since the noise from the battle must have alerted nearby beasts. He found a cave in a secluded area in the mountain. After thorough searching to ensure it was unoccupied and that his environment was safe, he found something to block the entrance of the cave. He immediately started cultivating to recover the elemental essence he lost during the fight. The next morning, Gray was up early. He had completely recovered the essence, and he even felt he made some improvements in his cultivation. He scoured the area and quickly found a pig. A little spark of lightning, and his fire was up. He ate as much as he could to replenish his physical strength, and also saved some for dinner. Unfortunately, there was no way he could take the entire meat with him. Gray went deeper into the forest and had different battles. Things were going well for him, since his main purpose of coming, which was training, was already going really well, and he had also acquired some beast cores. He had met humans during his journey, but they had always avoided each other once they saw. Apart from magical beasts, humans were the major threats here. There are cases of people attacking each other because of greed or other reasons. Gray hadn't met anyone who attacked him, but he had seen corpses of people over the course of his journey. Some of the corpses had marks of being killed by beasts, while others, you could clearly see the traces of human attacks on their body. Gray had always known this is a place of survival of the fittest. Only the strong could enter the deeper regions of the Misty Mountain. Most of the people who come in here are hunters who are trying to get beast cores to sell. Getting a core from the beasts can be taxing and even very dangerous. But if they were able to ambush others who had already had some cores, they would be able to acquire more cores with lesser works. After another 2 days, Gray soon passed the 150 kilometers mark in the mountain. Now he had to be extra careful with his movements, since he wasn't strong enough yet to walk freely in this part of the forest. Although he could have reached past it sooner, he wanted to gain more training from his stay here. He would soon get to where the lizards were said to be located in the mountain. Due to the thrill of his training, he had completely forgotten about what he heard about before entering the forest. When he got to this part, he noticed human activity had increased, and he would see groups of people or individuals within a range of every 500 meters. Gray was very cautious with them since he didn't know them and would avoid them as much as possible. Arg! Gray heard a shout of pain coming from his left while he was walking. He stared at the direction the shout came from and went closer to know what was going on. He saw a group of youths being attacked by some beasts, 3 boys and 2 girls. They were all in the early stages of the arcane plane from the auras coming from their bodies. Gray could clearly sense the fear in them. One of the boys had been injured on his right leg and could barely stand on his own. The 2 young ladies in the group were too scared to even attack. The 2 boys left were the only ones who were still able to fight, although barely. The group was being attacked by 4 conflagration apes. These apes were all fire attributes magical beasts and could deal some major damage if they get too close. Clearly this was this group of youths' first time heading out to train. Seems like they got too confident and charged all the way past the 150 kilometers mark. On seeing they were young students just like him, there was no way he could watch them die. He charged over while he unleashed his attack, Shattered Rocks. The sudden attack distracted the ape for some time, which gave the students some breathing space. Both boys who were attacking also stopped looking in the direction the attacks came from. Are you crazy? Why did you stop attacking? They suddenly heard a shout which made them recover quickly. They capitalized on the fact that the apes were still trying to make heads of what was going on and were able to fatally injure one of them with a combined attack. With Gray joining in the attacks, they managed to kill one of the apes with the others escaping. Magical beasts in the arcane plane are far more intelligent than those in the fusion plane. The first time they try to do when losing was to escape. They only try to fight to the death when they know there is no way out. Thank you, one of the boys said while deeply bowing to Gray. Gray turned and looked at the youths calmly. Chapter 44. Red Lizards. Gray turned and looked at the youths calmly. He shifted his gaze to the one who was hurt. Thank you for lending a hand. If it weren't for you, we would have been in a tough spot, the youth said again. It's okay, Gray said coolly. When the youths got a clear view of his face, they were stunned. The boys almost thought he was a girl, as he could almost be described using the term beautiful. The girls, on the other hand, were dazed. They never expected the youth who saved them to be this handsome. What are you all doing here anyway? Gray turned to the youth who thanked him and asked. My name is Claude, and this is Aaron. The 2 ladies are Nina and Tessa. And that's Ryan. The youth introduced himself and the others before continuing. We're from the Idris Academy. We came out for training. We didn't expect to be attacked by those apes just after getting here, Claude said with a wry smile. This is your first day here? Asked Gray. On seeing how they lacked experience, he guessed it probably might be. Yes. We heard you can only find beasts in the arcane plane after passing the 150 kilometers mark, Claude answered truthfully. So you charged here without getting prior experience of how magical beasts fight? Gray was puzzled by their reasoning. Since they charged straight past the mark, they should be prepared to battle beasts. Or do they think the beasts would wait for it to be attacked? Claude and the rest dropped their head in embarrassment. It was just like Gray said. After finding out beasts in the arcane plane were present after the 150 kilometers mark, they charged in because they felt confident in their abilities. Clearly, they're still lacking. We'll not be able to stay here longer, since we have to take Ryan back to recover, Aaron said. Okay then. I'll be on my way now, Gray smiled before turning to leave. After Gray left, we were lucky he showed up, else Claude shuddered when he thought of what the outcome of the battle might be. Yeah, the rest nodded in unison. They truly were thankful for Gray's help. Gray was already getting close to the territory of the red lizards. Although not only the lizards stay at this part of the mountain, they make up the majority of the beasts in the area. I should be close now. I wonder what they want to do with the eggs of the lizard. It was quite baffling since the person only asked for the eggs and nothing more. He soon found the first lizard's nest, but unfortunately, even after going through a tough struggle with the lizard, it was empty. The next nest he found, he couldn't get close because the lizard was already in the mid-stages of the arcane plane. Gray kept on searching until he finally found the right target. It was a red lizard in the second stage of the arcane plane. Although it might be troublesome, Gray could still deal with it given his prowess. He quickly made short work of the lizard and found only 2 eggs inside its nest. 1 to go. Gray extracted the core from the lizard as he kept it with the eggs. His backpack was already almost filled. Luckily, the eggs weren't too big. They were the size of a human head. His backpack could hold them, but that would be it. He had already acquired close to 10 cores of beasts in the arcane plane and more of those in the fusion plane. Gray went in search of the last egg, since he was required to bring back 3. His experience in the mountains so far has been just as he wanted. He is now able to use his techniques faster, and was also growing adept at fighting. Gray's learning speed truly was beyond normal. That day ended without Gray seeing his target. Although he got into some battles with some beasts, he was able to end it quickly. The only regret he had was that his backpack couldn't contain all the cores from the beasts. The next morning, Gray got up and continued his search for the last egg. He soon found a nest inside a cave. Hopefully I can get the last egg from this nest. Gray had already found some nests, but either there are no eggs or the lizards are stronger than him. He wanted to train to be stronger, not kill himself. Once he attacks and notices the difference in strength, he'll quickly escape to avoid injuries. Getting injured this deep in the mountain won't be good for him, since he was alone. Gray could deal with those in the second stage of the arcane plane. He could hold out against those in the third stage, but he doesn't stand a chance against those in the mid-stages. Gray walked deeper into the cave with caution. If the lizard here is in the mid-stages, he will immediately flee the cave. When he got closer, he heaved a sigh as he saw an egg, but the lizard wasn't present. Seems like the lizard isn't in the cave. Gray was quick to act and quickly kept the egg in his backpack and turned towards the exit. Hiss! Gray heard the sound of something running quickly into the cave. He raised his head to see a huge 8-meter-long lizard staring at him with vicious eyes. Do these things place a trigger in their eggs, so whenever someone touches it they will be aware? Gray couldn't help but ask. He thought this would be the easiest egg he would acquire, but seems like it's not the case. What was more frustrating was the fact that the lizard in front of him was already in the 4th stage of the arcane plane. There was no way he could defeat it. Even defending against it was not going to be easy. The lizard screeched and charged at him. It spat out a huge fireball that seemed to occupy most of the cave. Gray cursed his bad luck before using the earth wall technique to protect himself. After the fireball died down, the lizard was shocked when it couldn't find the human it just attacked. It screeched again and started searching for Gray. Gray was nowhere to be found. Chapter 45. Unwanted Guest. After some time, a rock fell from the side of the wall on the cave. A human body could be seen in the walls of the cave. K. Gray cursed before vomiting a mouthful of blood. He was really angry. After the red lizard attacked with a fireball, Gray decided to use his earth wall to block the attack. Who would have thought that the force from the attack would impale him into the side of the cave? Luckily, the earth wall he used followed him and ended up covering him in the wall of the cave. At least it was able to hide me from that stupid beast. Gray felt lucky also. He knew escaping from the red lizard would have been hard given the fact that he was inside the cave with the lizard being the one close to the exit. For Gray to escape, he would have to pass the lizard, which would have been difficult. Oof. It's lucky I need to turn in this mission, else I would have waited until it returns, then teach it a good lesson, Gray snorted coldly. Crack. Cracking sounds could be heard from deep inside the cave. Clearly, the lizard was coming back. Damn. Can't it just let me act tough in peace? Gray immediately turned tails and fled the cave without a second thought. Who was he kidding? There was no way he would want to face that beast again with his current strength. Besides, he was already slightly injured and needed to rest in order to recover his strength. Gray successfully escaped from the area and went in search of a place where he could heal himself without worries. Since the injury wasn't that severe, simple meditation and some tonic would do. The tonic was made from a special herb that had healing properties. My mission is already successful with the acquisition of this egg. I should still have a little over a week left before I hand in the mission. Gray calculated the time he left the sect and noticed he had been gone for 6 days now. I should heal up before I plan on what next to do. He would take it one step at a time. Since he wasn't in a race against time, there was no harm in resting. Gray healed up, but his body was still a mess. I haven't washed up since I came into the mountain. He enjoyed the refreshing feeling one gets after washing up. Gray decided he would search for a river in the mountain. It shouldn't be that hard since the Misty Mountain was huge. There was bound to be a river somewhere. He started searching, but he made sure not to head in deeper into the mountain since he was already having a hard time with the beasts here. If he accidentally encounters a stronger beast, there was no telling if he would be as lucky as he was back in the cave. Gray avoided most of the beasts that came his way. He has been searching for nearly the entire day without any results. He made camp and started eating the last piece of meat he had with him. It was already sunset. Gray always finds a place where he would stay before it gets dark completely. He suddenly saw smoke coming from the south. Who would be so foolish to make a fire in the woods when it's already getting dark? Out of curiosity, Gray headed in the direction the smoke was coming from. When Gray got there, he was surprised to see a familiar face. It's them. But why are they still here? He was puzzled. The people he saw were the 2 young ladies from the Idris Academy, Nina and Tessa. Since Gray was already an acquaintance, he thought it would be best to advise them against what they were doing. He walked closer to them. When the 2 young ladies heard the sound of footsteps, they immediately sprang to their feet, and they were shivering from fright. Gray was surprised by their reaction, but what shocked him most was the state both ladies were in. Their hairs were unkempt, and some injuries could be seen on their bodies. They looked visibly exhausted and were pale. "It's me, don't be afraid," Gray spoke up when he saw the girls were shivering in fright. The girls got a closer look at his face before tearing up instantly. They both ran towards him and started crying. Gray was stunned by the sudden intimacy and couldn't speak for some time. "What happened to you two? And where are the others?" Gray asked them after getting himself together. Although both girls can't be called world-toppling beauties, they were still well above average and they had great figures. The tight clothes they wore brought out their hourglass shapes more. How can 2 beauties be alone here? Gray's mind couldn't help but start wandering. But he didn't have any other thoughts about the girls and quickly separated himself from their embrace so they could speak. "On our way out of the mountain, we were attacked by a group of mercenaries," Tessa said while sticking to Gray closely. "Thanks to Aaron and Claude, we were able to escape. But we don't know where they are now," she continued. Gray was uncomfortable with how they were sticking close to him, but since they were pitiful girls, he couldn't drive them away. "What about the injured one?" Gray had already forgotten their names since he didn't really put it in his head. He felt they were people he would only see by chance, so what's the need of remembering their names? He would recognize them if he sees them, but remembering their names was something different. "Ryan is dead. Because of his injury, he was unable to protect himself," Nina answered this time. "The leader of the mercenary is already at the 3rd stage of the arcane plane. We don't know if Claude and Aaron were able to escape since. They blocked them so I and Tessa could escape," she continued. "And you decided to flee back into the mountain was the best choice?" asked Gray with a weird tone. "It's understandable that they were attacked, but why would you flee into the mountain region again? It just doesn't make sense. We were panicking, and since they came from our front, we could only flee backward," Tessa explained. "So there might be a group of mercenaries searching for you too, as we speak?" Gray asked. Yes, both ladies answered in unison. And you thought setting up a fire was a good idea? He asked again. Both girls looked at each other, confused by his questions. Do you know how I found you two? Gray asked another question. The girls shook their heads. They were still baffled how he found them. Because you called me here, Gray said with a light smile. Huh, the girls were surprised by his answer. How do we call him here? This was what they were asking themselves. Because of the fire, you should know that you shouldn't make fires here when it's dark. It attracts unwanted guests. Gray put out the fire before he finished what he was saying. He could tell these young ladies weren't used to a hard life, and the ordeals they had gone through lately was still too much for them to take. He suddenly looked behind him and furrowed his brow. Too late. Chapter 46. First Kill. 6 men walked out of the woods with evil grins and eyes filled with lust. Both girls immediately turned paler from fear. Gray's gaze turned cold as he glanced at the men. The men were all in the arcane plane, with the one at the front was already the 3rd stage. This is going to be troublesome. Although beasts are stronger, humans are much more difficult to deal with in the same plane. Well, that only applies to beasts who haven't completely awoken their intelligence. Most beasts in the arcane plane have already awoken their intelligence. Only some are much more intelligent. Some beasts are even more cunning than their human counterpart. Boss, we finally found these girls after searching for so long, a man with a small build said as he laughed. If not for those morons who delayed us, they would already have been in our arms. But it's not too late. The night is still fresh, another said lewdly. When Gray heard their conversation, he understood the reason they were attacked. They had been overcome by lust after being in the mountains for so long and not being with any women. Seeing the young, beautiful ladies, their lust erupted. Brat, leave here now, and we will act like you were never here, the leader said while looking at Gray. Both girls looked at Gray with hopeful eyes. He was their only hope currently, and they knew since the mercenaries have caught up with them, there's no way they could fight with them. Gray shifted his gaze to both girls. He sighed before asking, "Can you at least deal with one each?" If they couldn't deal with even one of the mercenaries, he would leave them to their fate. He knew the rules of the jungle. Only the strong survive. There was no way he was going to risk his life battling these guys alone when there were 2 arcane plane elementalists by his side. If only Alice was here. Gray thought of Alice when he saw how timid the girls were. If Alice was the one these guys dared to have thoughts about, Gray was confident she would kill them instantly. Even if she spares them, they wouldn't be too far from death. Both girls looked at each other. Clearly, they weren't confident. Can you at least delay them? Gray asked again. Their timid nature is starting to annoy him. Seriously, if you know you can't fight, what are you even doing here? He almost said this out loud. The girls didn't respond. They've sparred with others before, but that was just sparring. This was a whole different matter. And the death of Ryan affected them mentally as well. Forget it, just don't get in my way, and also, try not to die, Gray reminded them before turning towards the group. There was no way he could hold them all off, so even if the girls are too afraid to fight, they wouldn't have a choice. Seems like you've made a decision, the leader snickered. A very foolish one, I must say, he added coldly. Make sure he doesn't escape like the last ones, boys, he ordered coldly. When the girls heard this statement, they felt a little bit better since both Claude and Aaron were able to escape. Boss, last time was an accident. This time we will surely get the girls, and this hero here would die, the man with a small build said with a tone filled with killing intent. Gray squinted his eyes. They want to kill me? Interesting. This was the first time he was going to have a life and death battle with humans. He unsheathed both his blades. This time there is no room for errors. When he battled with the bandits, he noticed they only wanted to beat him up, so he didn't really care. If he had taken out his weapons then, he would have been able to easily deal with them. The mercenaries were all in the arcane plane, so the first challenge for Gray was how to get close to them. When the mercenaries saw Gray taking out a weapon, they stopped their initial charge. If Gray had a technique that he uses with the weapon, it would be detrimental to them. The effects of a technique boosted with a weapon were terrifying. But to their surprise, Gray charged at them. Get him, the leader said. When the others heard this, they immediately released different attacks towards him. It was a colorful sight. Earth wall. A 3-meter wall appeared in front of Gray. He stopped and hid behind the wall. The attacks all landed in the wall. Due to Gray's thick elemental essence, the wall was very sturdy. The stronger he becomes, the sturdier it would also become. Gray charged out from behind the wall and headed towards the one closest to him. While Gray was engaged in battle with 4 of the men, the remaining 2 went towards the young ladies. Nina summoned some courage and sent ice arrows towards the men. The leader was able to easily destroy the attack. Pointless struggles. Come with us willingly. I promise you will have a good time. He laughed heartily as he said the last parts of the sentence. When Tessa saw Nina's was futile, she gritted her teeth and also attacked. They knew Gray wouldn't be able to free himself and come help them soon. They can only depend on themselves and drag on as long as they can. Although the leader was stronger than them, there was no way he could neglect their attacks. On Gray's side, the long-range attacks of the mercenaries were annoying since it has been able to keep Gray at bay. Although the attacks can't touch him, he couldn't get close to them. He had tried using shattered rocks, but the speed of the rocks was too slow. The mercenaries were able to easily evade them. I should have taken a long-range lightning attack. Gray regretted his choice of not taking a long-range lightning attack. With the speed of lightning, he would have at least gotten one of them by now. Even if it doesn't kill him, he would have a chance to get close. An idea suddenly struck Gray: shattered rocks. As the rocks flew up towards Gray from the ground, he quickly coated his feet with lightning and did a tornado kick. He kicked one of the rocks strongly. As his foot connected with the rock was almost covered in lightning and shot towards one of the men at a lightning-fast speed. The man only saw a light flash before him before he was sent flying. Gray didn't stop there. He used lightning steps to charge towards another man. The men were distracted by the rock that suddenly hit their companion. Before they realized it, the man with a small build held his throat with blood streaming out of his mouth. Gray had been able to quickly take out 2 of the 4 men. It was almost simultaneously. The remaining 2 men looked at each other in horror. He's a dual elementalist, one of them shouted towards their boss who had almost gotten the girls. The boss turned and saw one of the men lying down a distance away. It was unknown if he was dead or alive, while the man with a small build was lying in a pool of his own blood. Lightning Elementalist. Chapter 47. Overlord. Gray stared at his blade, which had blood dripping from it. So that's how it feels, huh? He knew every elementalist must kill. He had already known this day would come. He was not a heartless person, so seeing that he ended a life, he was somewhat shaky. If I wasn't strong enough, then I would be the one lying in my own blood. Gray repeated this over again. He knew these people would kill him if he wasn't strong enough. If he didn't kill them, they would kill him. Nina and Tessa were stunned when they heard what the leader said. He's a dual elementalist, and his second element is the rare lightning element. They had thought he was just an earth elementalist because when he helped them the previous time, he only used the earth element. He killed him, Tessa said with a shaky voice. Do you expect him to leave him? Tessa, they deserve more than death. Don't forget they killed Ryan and would have also done the same to Claude and Aaron if they didn't escape, Nina chided. Tessa knew Nina was right, but she still couldn't accept reality. Now she knew why her parents always told her the world was a brutal place, and only the strong at heart could make it. You little bastard, I will kill you, the leader roared in anger, and threw an attack towards Gray. He was a fire elementalist. Seeing his brothers being killed sent him into a frenzied state. Now he didn't have any thoughts towards the girls. He only wanted to kill Gray now. Gray had already snapped out of the state he was previously when he killed the first man. He immediately got into his battle mode and blocked the flames with his blades, which were covered in lightning. He was pushed back a couple of steps before he was able to get back his footing. When he raised his head, he saw a fire dragon moving towards him. He knew there was no way he could block it with his blades again, as this was definitely a high-grade technique. Gray dodged to the side. He breathed a sigh when the dragon passed by him. The fire dragon suddenly turned mid-air and charged towards Gray from behind. Gray, who had already escaped to the side, suddenly felt a chill, and all the hairs on his body stood up. He immediately summoned a wall all around him. There was no time to think. The first thing that came to his mind when he felt the threat was to set up a defensive line before anything else. He felt danger, and his heartbeat intensified to a terrifying level. Just after the walls appeared, it was hit strongly. Boom. The wall at his back suddenly exploded from the violent attack. Rubbles flew everywhere, and dust covered the area Gray was located. The girls and the others were all looking at the battle with interest. The men didn't attack since they knew their boss would definitely be able to deal with Gray. Although Gray was strong and was also a dual elementalist, they didn't believe he could skip 2 stages to defeat their boss. There was no way for the girls to escape, so now all they can do was pray Gray can defeat the leader of the group, or else they were done for. The leader squinted his eyes and stared at the dust intently. He wanted to know if his ultimate attack got the kid. His plan was perfect. After attacking with a normal fireball, he would send his strongest move just behind it. Even if the opponent was able to dodge the surprise attack, he wouldn't expect what would follow next. When the dust settled, everyone present focused on the place. The earth around the place was shattered and scorched around. Gray couldn't be seen anywhere. Both girls turned dispirited when they didn't see Gray. He lost. I knew the boss would deal with him easily. He didn't even have a corpse left, one of the men said with a smile. Although one of them was dead, and it was unknown if the other was alive, it wasn't his problem. They all knew every battle they fought there would be a chance they might die. The prayer he always prays is, if anyone going to die, Lord, let it not be me, and it had worked for him so far. And it seems it's still working. I thought it would be difficult. Who knew he was just trash, the leader said in disdain. You're next, the leader turned and said icily. But don't worry, I won't kill you. You would have to entertain us every night, he said lewdly as he licked his lips viciously. Despair filled both girls completely. This was the first time they came out to train. One of their friends is dead. They don't know where Claude and Aaron were, and now they are about to be captured by these men. They felt deep regret. If they had known, they would have just stayed at the academy. The other men had already surrounded both girls, and they laughed cruelly. Huh. A surprised sound came out of the leader's mouth. He turned towards the rubble, and his pupils dilated from what he saw. Impossible, he blurted out with fear. Crack, crack. Sounds of lightning could be heard all around. The sky suddenly turned cloudy. A hand covered in lightning could be seen pushing the rocks from the body underneath it. Gray stood up from the rubble with a bare upper body with burn marks all around his body. His shirt had been burnt completely, and he was currently only covered from his waist down to his knee. From his knee down to his feet was also opened. The remaining cloth on his body had different holes on them. Clearly, they were burnt. Gray floated up into the air. He looked like the god of lightning. Lightning snakes could be seen dancing all around Gray's body. His eyes glowed with bright blue color, and his black hair was dancing in the windless night. What is that? The men exclaimed when they saw Gray's appearance. They knew elementalists could cover themselves in their elements completely, but it was something only people in the Overlord plane could achieve. It was impossible for those in the Arcane plane or even the Origin plane to do this. What was even more shocking was the fact that Gray was currently standing midair. That was not something an Arcane plane elementalist could do. Gray looked at them with his emotionless, glowing eyes. They all felt terror, including the girls. The pressure Gray was radiating was something they had never felt before. Gray stretched his hands towards the leader and pointed a finger at him. Crack, crack. The clouds were immediately filled with activity. The leader felt a terror he had never felt before. Plop! The leader knelt on the ground. My lord, please spare me, he started begging for his life. He thought Gray was a strong expert who hid his cultivation, and now that he was angered, he decided to unleash his full strength. Crack, crack. The activity intensified in the clouds. Clearly, a bolt of lightning would fall soon. The leader was scared shitless. When he noticed Gray didn't respond, he stood up and ran for his life. Crash! A lightning bolt, almost the size of an arm, came crashing down towards the leader. Bang! The lightning struck the leader fiercely. Ark! A horrid scream could be heard from the location the leader fled to. The rest of the group felt their scalp tingle when they heard this. It's not that they too didn't want to run, but fear had already pinned their legs to the ground. They all raised their heads to see Gray staring at them. Lord, if he's going to kill anyone else, let it not be me. The man said his prayer in his heart with fear. He could swear he saw death when he stared into Gray's eyes a moment ago. Crash! 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 Bang! 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 3 explosions rang out as 3 bolts of lightning came crashing down on the remaining 3 men. Unfortunately, his prayer didn't work out this time. After eliminating the men, Gray turned his attention towards the two girls. Nina and Tessa immediately started shivering with fear. They could still smell the charred flesh of the men and hear the horrid scream of the leader in their heads. They couldn't speak. Gray slowly moved towards them. As he was getting closer, the girls were retreating in fear. He suddenly stopped and looked at them. Suddenly the sky started clearing up and the lightning on Gray's body started dying down. When the last lightning disappeared and his eyes returned to normal, he collapsed. The southern part of the Misty Mountain. What is that? A middle-aged man said while looking at the north suspiciously. Lightning, an Overlord plane expert. Another said with fear after he figured out the cause of the lightning. What is an Overlord plane expert doing in the mountain? Don't tell me they're here for the treasure too? A lady asked with apprehension. No, I don't think so. From the aura, the expert must be in a battle with another expert, an old man said. The old man had a wise visage, and anyone who sees him will think he's a harmless old man. Only those who were familiar with him knew how cruel he was. Let's go investigate, someone suddenly suggested. Are you insane? The middle-aged man looked at the man who brought up the suggestion like he was a fool. If you want to die, you can do it alone. Why would you bring up the idea for us all to go together? Were we born on the same day? The old man said with an annoyed tone. The man immediately shut his mouth. He realized he made a mistake by bringing up such a suggestion. The North has already been tagged a danger zone by all the experts gathered here. They were all in the origin plane, but a single Overlord plane expert could kill them like they were ants. Deep in the mountain, a 15-meter stone lion looked towards the north with fear. This was the king of the Misty Mountain, a magical beast that was close to the Overlord plane, yet at the thought of there being an Overlord plane expert in its territory, it was scared. If it were to be someone in the origin plane, it would have come out and attacked without a second thought. The northern part of the Misty Mountain. The entire area was in a silent state. All the beasts close to where the battle took place had already fled the vicinity. The girls looked at the unconscious Gray with gaping mouths. The burns on his body were gone, and his fair skin was visible for them to see. His well-developed muscles and his handsome face were a sight to behold. The girls' emotions went from fear to awe. They were relieved when the sky cleared up. It was a sign Gray wouldn't harm them. But how can he be so powerful? Chapter 48. What's going on? Two figures could be seen moving swiftly in the cover of the night. Both were ladies, and on the shoulder of one of them was an unconscious young man. This is a good spot, Nina said towards her companion. Yes, Tessa replied. At their front was a cave that was dimly lit. They had been searching for a place to rest since leaving the place where the battle occurred. They took the unconscious Gray with them, but had only managed to see this unoccupied cave. Strange, did you notice we didn't come across even one beast all this while? Nina suddenly asked Tessa as she placed Gray on the floor. Yes, I noticed it too. Usually, beasts are very active at night. Tessa nodded, confirming what Nina said. Over the course of their search for a place to rest, they didn't find a beast. Although they didn't want to, but not encountering any felt strange. Forget it, we're safe, and that's all that we should be concerned about. Nina walked out of the cave in search of what she was going to use to block the entrance of the cave. She cut down some branches and used them to block the entrance. How do you think he did it? Nina asked as she looked at Gray. What? Tessa asked, clearly not sure of what Nina was talking about. Become so strong all of a sudden, Nina still couldn't get her mind off what happened earlier. The way Gray dealt with the mercenaries like they were ants. All he did was stretch out a hand, and it started raining lightning. It was an unforgettable experience, something both girls will not be able to wipe out from their memories for a long time. I don't know. I heard there were secret techniques which are used to raise cultivation levels, but not by this much, Tessa said after some time. She had heard of these secret techniques from her father and knew they were detrimental to the body of the user. These sorts of techniques always comes with an effect towards the user. If what he used was something like this, then it must have been a high-leveled 1-inch. Tessa continued with her hypothesis. I hope he will be all right, Nina said. She didn't care if what Gray used was a secret technique. All she knew was that Gray saved them, and that's what truly matters. She only asked out of curiosity. Both ladies continued talking about other things, and soon they fell asleep. The next morning, Gray opened his eyes and was surprised when he saw rocks all around him. He tried standing, but his body was a wreck. He felt pain all over his body, and it was like something drained all the energy from him. When both girls heard the small sound Gray made when he tried to stand up, they turned around. "Gray, you're awake," Tessa said happily. Clearly, she was also worried about their savior. Gray was surprised by the voice. He didn't remember how he got here. A beautiful face suddenly popped up in front of him. "Are you feeling any better?" Nina asked as she also walked closer. Another beautiful face popped up again. "What's going on?" Gray blurted out unconsciously. He was confused by what these two beauties were doing here with him. He knew they were alone since he didn't hear any other sounds of movement apart from the two girls. The girls were confused by his question and how he looked at them. Gray was currently looking at them like they were strangers. Could it be that he doesn't remember anything? Tessa whispered to Nina. Maybe Nina shrugged. Gray suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. He couldn't help but grit his teeth because of it. He managed to move his hand towards his head. Scenes from the previous night started flashing past his eyes. The pain died down after some time. "How did we escape the mercenaries?" Gray asked the girls after remembering what happened. The last thing he remembered was setting up a defensive wall. Since that was the last thing he remembered, it obviously meant he lost. There was no one else there, and from the little interactions he had with both girls, there's no way they could defeat the mercenaries. "Well, it seems like he remembers us, but doesn't know how we escaped," Nina whispered to Tessa. "Maybe it's one of the effects of the technique," Tessa whispered to Nina. "You know I can't hear you, right?" Gray spoke again when he saw both girls weren't answering his questions. They finally turned their attention towards him. "You don't remember how you defeated them?" Nina asked just to be sure. "Defeated who?" "I'm talking about the mercenaries," Gray reminded them. He thought maybe the girls were talking about the apes. Gray's answer showed he really didn't remember, so Nina went on to tell him about everything that happened. Gray's mouth was left agape, since he didn't believe the person they were talking about was him. "You truly don't remember any of it?" Tessa asked. "No, I blanked out after his attack destroyed my walls," Gray said sincerely. Could it be because of the pearl? Gray was baffled by what they told him. This is the only thing he could think of which might cause what they said. There's no way he used a secret technique. He didn't even know any. After thinking about it for a while, he still couldn't think of a reason. He could only attribute it to the pearl which had assimilated with him. Gray was finally able to sit down. When he saw the condition his clothes were, he suddenly thought of his backpack. "My money," Gray almost said out loud when he remembered his backpack. "Did you bring my backpack?" Gray asked. The most important thing to him right now was his money. There was no way he would be able to see free money like that again, and the cores he has gathered were inside. "Yes, it's there," Tessa was the one who replied as she pointed towards a particular spot in the cave. When Gray looked at where she was pointing, he saw his backpack along with his blades by the side. "Thank you. If you hadn't come, we would have already been captured by now," Nina thanked Gray wholeheartedly. This was the second time Gray had saved their lives. Tessa also offered her thanks when she saw her friend thanking Gray. Gray just nodded as a reply. Since his essence was drained, he wanted to cultivate as soon as possible since they were still in the mountain. He sat cross-legged and started cultivating. I broke through. Gray was surprised when he noticed this. It hasn't even been up to 15 days since he broke through to the first stage of the arcane plane, but now he had made another breakthrough. Gray replenished some of his essences before they left the cave. The girls wanted to head out of the mountain. They had already experienced so much over their short stay in it. He decided to accompany them till they got to the outer region of the mountain. After that, he'll head back in. He didn't have any plans of leaving yet. Since he came out to train, he'll make sure to train till his heart's content. After the girls left, Gray went back to the cave. Since it was quiet, and no beast was in the surrounding, he sat cross-legged and started meditating. He noticed something while he was cultivating earlier, but he couldn't confirm it while the girls were still present. Now that he was alone, he wanted to check it out. He entered into the chaos space and went towards the stone used for testing. After placing his hand on it, the energy entered his body just like before. After the energy returned, the stone lit up. Chapter 49, Unexpected Rewards. When Gray saw the results, a look of ecstasy immediately spread across his face. His lightning grade had advanced to blue, The thing that caught his attention was the appearance of a new color on the stone. This represented he had gotten a new element. Although the grade was still pink, it wasn't an issue for him since he could improve it. With the addition of the wind element, he would now be a multi-elementalist. He had not heard of anyone in the history of the Empire being one. Now he would be much faster in terms of cultivation, and also in terms of speed. What an unexpected surprise, Gray said with joy. With this, he could well be said to be ahead of his peers. This should be the result of that unique state I accidentally entered. That battle gave me a lot of gifts. Not only did I break through, I advanced the grade of my lightning element, and also got a new element. Gray laughed happily. Gray stayed inside the cave and replenished the rest of his essence. With the addition of the wind element, the absorption speed doubled, and the amount of elemental essence he could refine was terrifying. The essence in the area suddenly dropped. The beasts in the area immediately felt puzzled by the sudden decrease in the essence in the area. When Gray also noticed it, he was shocked. How will I be able to cultivate in the academy if this continues? He felt a headache. Luckily, the essence returned in a short period of time. When he tried it again, it wasn't as strong as the first time. After Gray finished his round of cultivation, it was already midday. I should go check out how strong I've become after breaking through. Then, also get something to eat. He got up and left the cave. Gray mobilized the wind and lightning element in his body and started moving. He felt lighter and much nimbler. His speed had increased to a terrifying level. With his current speed, if he uses lightning steps, his speed should be able to catch up with those wind elementalists in the 4th or even 5th stage of the arcane plane. Due to the refinement his body got from the breakthrough and the new element, his body grew stronger. Added to his normal intense physical training, the strength of his body alone could almost rival those at the peak of the fusion plane. His body will continue going stronger with every breakthrough. Coupled with his own training, he'll be a force to be reckoned with. Now I shouldn't have a problem with defeating those at the 3rd stage of the arcane plane easily. Although I don't know if I can defeat those in the 4th stage, I shouldn't have a problem defending myself and even escaping unharmed. Since there was a gulf between the early and mid stages of the arcane plane, Gray wasn't sure if he could defeat someone in the 4th stage while still being in the 2nd stage. Gray engaged in battle with beasts in the 3rd stage of the arcane plane and was able to defeat them easily without wasting too much effort. He felt great since he was advancing at a fast pace. He knew once his friends noticed his cultivation after his return, they would be shocked. The southern part of the mountain. The treasure is about to completely mature, the old man amongst the group said. The others had all felt it also. They looked at the valley ahead of them with greed visible in their eyes. Getting one of the treasures meant a chance to break through to the Overlord plane. They had all been stuck in the origin plane for a long time now with no hope of breaking through. The old man walked up to the middle-aged man in the group. Hey, Mark, why don't we join hands together to take the fruits? You can feel the amount of essence in the right. Even if we got one, we would be able to share it equally and break through our current bottlenecks. The middle-aged man didn't reply and stared at the valley, instead deep in thoughts. He knew for one person to be able to successfully get one of the fruits would be very difficult. Inside the valley, a tree which was about 4 meters in height and 3 meters thick could be seen in an open space. There were only 2 red-colored fruits on it. This was what they were all here for. This tree was a rare treasure that was birthed from the essence of the world. Its fruits are filled with pure essence, which was very beneficial to all elementalists. Even those in the Overlord plane wouldn't mind taking them. Not too far from the valley, in the deepest part of the mountain, the stone lion raised its head and looked in the direction of the valley. Its gigantic body got up in a flash and charged towards the valley at an insane speed. Its body clearly didn't hinder its speed in any way. Not just the stone lion, other beasts in the origin plane all over the mountain were all headed in the direction of the valley. They all wanted to get a chance at the treasure. The struggle for the treasure was about to start. Although the stone lion was the strongest, there was no way it could dominate them all. It was a wise creature and would definitely leave the scene after getting one of the fruits. Now it was up to fate for the one who would get the other one. All this had nothing to do with Gray. He was currently humming a tune to himself as he roasted the leg of a wild boar. He was expertly adding the required ingredients to make sure the taste of the meat would be the best. Gray brought ingredients with him when he wanted to leave the academy to ensure he was always prepared. After some time, a sweet fragrance wafted in the air. The color of the meat had already turned into a golden brown. This was a result of Gray smearing honey on the meat before roasting it. Gray took a piece of the meat and tasted it. He looked at the sky in pure bliss from the taste of the meat. It had a great taste. Ah, he moaned with pleasure as he took another bite. Slowly but surely, he finished the meat. He patted his stomach with joy before heading towards a spring not too far from him. He accidentally found it when he was searching for a meal. Gray removed his clothes before diving into the water. What a great life, he sighed with pleasure. After he washed up, he walked over to a huge tree not too far from the spring and started cultivating. He wasn't scared of being sneak attacked, since now he had two sensory abilities. With the earth element, he could sense any vibrations on the ground, and with the wind element, he could feel any disturbance in the air caused by fast movements. It was about to turn dark, so he decided to rest till the next day. Later that night, bam! The sound of something crashing heavily into the ground reverberated in the mountain. Gray was startled by the sound and immediately stood up. He walked out of the hole in the tree and looked towards the south. It came from that direction. Gray had unknowingly drifted close to the southern part of the mountain. After waiting for some time and confirming it wasn't a fight, he headed in the direction cautiously. When he got there, he was surprised to see a man lying in a pit motionless. Clearly, the pit was made when the man fell and hit the ground heavily. Gray looked around to confirm no one else was around. After confirming, he got closer to inspect the man. When he got closer, he noticed it was a middle-aged man, and he had a hole in his chest. The hole was already starting to rot. This was obviously the work of being attacked with poison. By the side of the man was a pouch. From its shape, Gray deduced a fruit was inside. He picked it up and opened it slowly. The moment a little part of it was opened, thick essence immediately spilled out of the small opening. Gray quickly closed it. What pure and thick essence! This is definitely a treasure. Gray was ecstatic. This must be the reason this man was killed. I better leave now since his killers wouldn't be far. He immediately kept the pouch in his backpack and ran from the place. He used lightning steps while also enhancing himself with the wind element to further increase his speed. Not too long after Gray left, an old man walked out of the trees. I felt the energy coming from this place. He looked around before seeing the corpse on the floor. I knew he wouldn't be able to get far. I spent over half of my savings to get my hands on that poison, all for this. He laughed with elation as he walked towards the corpse. After getting close to the corpse, he started searching the corpse for what he wanted. "Where is it?" he exclaimed with disbelief. It was clearly with him after we managed to escape. He started looking around the area to see if he could find the pouch. He couldn't find it. He continued searching like a madman, but still, he couldn't find it. Gray, who had already run far away from the location, heard a loud roar. It was a roar that was filled with anger. He knew it must be from the person who killed the man or maybe an accomplice of the man. He didn't care who roared and didn't want to know either. He fastened his speed and bolted out of the inner regions of the forest towards the outer regions. He wanted to find a secluded spot there before using the fruit. With this, I should be able to break through to the late stages of the arcane plane, he said with elation in his heart. Chapter 50, Teacher. 2 days later, Gray could be seen swaggering out of the mountain with a pleasant smile on his face. He didn't think it would take him this long to completely absorb the essence in the fruit. With the amount of essence in the fruit, he should have at least broken through to the 8th stage or even the 9th stage of the arcane plane. But surprisingly, he was able to only break through to the 6th stage. From this, one could see just how terrifying the amount of essence he would need for future breakthroughs. Gray noticed after getting the wind element, although his absorption speed increased, the amount of essence he needed also increased. When Gray used spiritual energy to inspect himself, he saw his essence orb had 3 different colors. The additional color was from getting the wind element. Lightning took the majority of the orb, while Earth followed, with the wind element getting the minority. Each elementalist has an essence orb in their bodies where they store up their essences. Dual elementalists' orbs only contain 2 colors, which are the colors of both elements they wield. Single elementalist orbs only have a single color. Gray could tell he wasn't far from breaking through to the 7th stage. This has been a fruitful journey all round, he smiled to himself as he headed towards Willow City. Just like the previous time he came here, The city was as busy as always with people entering and exiting it. There were a lot of trade caravans that were being brought into the city. He didn't stay idle. He walked towards a restaurant to drink some tea before he returns. He overheard the conversation of some people at the restaurant. The battle at the Misty Mountain was brutal. Most of the arcane plane elementalists who went to the valley where the treasure appeared died. The ones who escaped were lucky. I heard the treasure was a fruit from a tree. Yeah, the tree only had 2 fruits in it. After the stone lion took one of them, it wisely left the last one so the rest of the people and beasts could struggle over it. It truly is cunning. It knew the others would think of the risk of engaging with it and decide to fight for the other fruit which was left behind. Gray was surprised by their conversations. So the treasure was a fruit. I wonder if it has anything to do with the one I found, he thought to himself. As the conversation of the men went on, he found out that the second fruit was acquired by 2 people, an old man and a middle-aged man. They teamed up and were able to escape successfully with the fruit. When he heard all this, he knew the fruit he found was most likely the treasure. Since they successfully escaped, that means the man was attacked after their escape. There are only 2 possibilities for the man's death. Either he was attacked by his partner, or they were attacked, deduced Gray. From all the clues he was picking out, he was already over 70% sure the fruit he found was the treasure they all battled for. I didn't even do anything, yet the treasure came to me, he laughed in his heart. If the people around found out someone acquired the treasure without even fighting for it, they would be dumbfounded. Gray paid for his tea before heading out to get a horse he'll use for his journey. Since he was rich now, there was no way he was going to walk back the same way he came. He bought a high-quality horse and also some food he'll eat on the way. Morning of the second day, a horse was galloping along the path that leads to the Lunar Academy. Gray sat on top of the horse with a calm and steady presence. It's surprising how just a few days could change a person. I'm finally back, Gray said as he looked at the majestic gate in front of him. He got off the horse and went into the academy on foot. As he entered the academy, he felt like he only went out yesterday. He first headed towards the mission hall to submit his mission. When he got there, the student he saw was different from the one who handed out the mission to him. He submitted the mission and collected the reward before heading towards the student's living quarters. Gray decided to visit Klaus before heading to his house, but when he got there, Klaus wasn't at home. Maybe he went to the city, he assumed, and walked towards his house. He planned on visiting Reynolds after he settled down. When he got home, it was just like he had left it, only it was dusty. He decided to clean it before heading over to Reynolds' place. After he was done, he went over to Reynolds' place. Luckily, he found him at home. "Hey, Ray," called out Gray as he walked into the house. "Gray, you're back," Reynolds said as he walked towards his friend and gave him a hug. "Yeah," answered Gray after managing to break free from the clutches of his friend. "How was your mission?" Reynolds asked as he sat down. "It was a piece of cake." Gray sat down beside his friend. Gray asked about what had happened since he went out of the academy. He found out the fighting between the Starlight Academy students and the Lunar Academy students had intensified. The students of the Lunar Academy started retaliating when they found out about the attacks their students faced. The Emperor summoned the principal of both academies to resolve the issue. Although both academy students had stopped attacking each other, they knew it was only for the time being. Gray asked if Blake had returned to his office. Thankfully, he had returned. He decided to go see him after leaving Reynolds' place. When he asked Reynolds about the whereabouts of Klaus, it was just as he had predicted. Klaus was at Lunar City. Gray stayed there for some time before heading over to Blake's office. He still didn't know why Chris wanted to see him after he had broken through to the arcane plane. When he got to the office, he knocked. After some time, he heard Blake's voice telling him to enter before he went inside. Blake looked at him for some time. He could tell Gray was different from the last time he saw him. "What can I help you with?" asked Blake. "Senior Chris told me to come find you after I broke through to the arcane plane. He said I should tell you to take me to him." Gray stated his reason for coming. "Oh, come with me." After hearing it had to do with Chris, he stood up quickly and walked out of the office. Gray followed him. Soon they were at the gate of the academy. He was surprised when Blake took him outside the academy. They headed towards the back of the academy, just past where Gray usually does his training. They soon got to a huge rock. Blake made some seals and struck a spot on the rock. A path opened and they walked inside. Gray had seen this rock before, but didn't think it was something important. who would investigate every rock he sees. In the valley ahead of them, Chris was sitting on a chair with his eyes closed. The griffin which brought Gray here could be seen not too far from him. When they went closer, the griffin raised its head and looked over. After seeing it was Blake and Gray, it dropped its head and continued its nap. "You're finally here," Chris suddenly spoke up. "What took you so long?" "From my deductions, you should have broken through 2 weeks ago," he added. "I did break through 2 weeks ago, Senior. It's just I couldn't find Instructor Blake to bring me here," Gray explained. Chris darted a glance at Blake, waiting for an explanation. Blake dropped his head embarrassed. "That was the time I went over to the water hall." Chris didn't ask any further since he knew what happened. He suddenly raised his brow and looked at Gray, after careful observation. "How did you advance so fast?" he asked in a surprised voice. Gray was surprised by how quickly Chris was able to notice his breakthrough, even without him releasing his aura. He had to applaud Chris's sharp senses. Even Blake didn't take note. When Blake heard this, he looked at Gray with interest. "I was lucky to obtain a natural treasure when I went on a mission at the Misty Mountain." Gray told them what happened in the mountain, omitting the part he used, that unknown state. "You're truly fortunate. You didn't even go to the treasure. It was brought to you," Blake said with envy. Gray's luck was amazing. "The Misty Mountain, you say?" Chris went into deep thoughts. "Did you tell anyone else about this?" Chris asked. "No," Gray answered. "Good, keep it that way. If anyone asks, just say it's a secret, or tell a lie," Chris said offhandedly. "And you? Don't tell this to anyone," he looked at Blake. Blake nodded his head before leaving. "Senior," Chris, Gray called after seeing he hadn't said anything to him. "Yes." "Do you live here?" "Yes." "I thought you lived at the academy?" "It's too noisy." Gray was left speechless by the answer. "You call that place noisy?" "Due to the lack of students, the academy is just too big for the students. Even Gray feels it's too quiet since one rarely sees students around the area." "Release your spiritual energy," Chris suddenly said. Gray raised his head and looked at him, surprised by his request. He didn't think too much and just did as he was told. A formless energy spread out with Gray at the middle. Chris nodded his head when he felt this. "Good. This is even better than I thought." Gray looked at him with confusion. "Do you want to be my student?" Chris asked. "Your student?" "Yes." "Now answer. I don't have all day." Gray was surprised by it and didn't know how to reply. He knew Chris wasn't simple, and from the way Blake treated him, his status must be something else. "Yes." "Good. Now, as your teacher, the first task I have for you is to make me lunch," Chris said as he pointed at a bunny by the side.